chick, love, love, chick, chick, love. Chick, love, 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 chick, 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 love, 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 chick, chick, love, love, chick.
August 2019, marking a bold step towards self-reliance in coal production. The journey in fuel security began in 2004 with the allocation of Pakri Barwadi coal mine by the Government of India. Over the years, 6 more minings have joined our mission, including Chatti Baryatu and Chatti Baryatu South, Kerandari, Badam, and North Dhadu, eastern part in Jharkhand, Dulanga in Odisha, Talaipalli in Chhattisgarh. Together they boast a combined capacity of 74 million metric tons per annum. The turning point came on 7th December 2016 when we proudly joined the rank of global coal producers as production commenced at Pakri Barwadi. This legacy continued when the Honorable Prime Minister of India dedicated the Dulanga mine to the nation on 22nd September 2018. Shortly, Tilaipalli, Chatti Baryatu and Kerandari also joined the fray, and today we stand as the third largest coal producer in the country. Our commitment to increase coal production and providing consistent high-quality fuel supply remains unwavering. Through relentless dedication, we have overcome challenges like land acquisition, rehabilitation, and adverse socio-politics. Our 5 operational mines, Pakri Barwadi, Chatti Baryatu, Kerandari, Tulanga, and Tilaipalli, have delivered coals for powering over 20 NTPC power plants till date. Our workplace prioritizes sustainability, increasing green belt cover, land restoration, advanced dust suppression systems, water sprinklers, and continuous monitoring of emissions like SOx and NOx ensure eco-friendly operations. Our mines feature electricity-operated HEMMS, EV trucks, setting a new benchmark for green mining practices. Our long conveyor corridors and first-mile connectivity foster sustainability in coal transportation, reduced GHG emissions, and unhindered movement for wildlife. Beyond mining, we are transforming lives through education, school augmentation, skill development, youth empowerment, women upliftment, medical care, hygiene, sports and promotion of local art forms like Sonari and Khova. Women empowerment is a cornerstone of our mission, with women being trained and deployed as dumper operators at Pakri Barwadi, the first coal mine in the country to achieve this feat. Safety.
हाँ भाई
Welcome to the story of NML. Onshore and offshore.
रमन करके एक लड़का है सर, उसने आपको व्हाट्सएप किया। हाँ, उसने आपको व्हाट्सएप भी कर दिया है सर, एक बार चेक करिएगा।
India. The foundation of manufacturing, the silent heartbeat beneath India's growth, every ton extracted, every resource secured, every technology adopted, become the unseen strength beneath India's energy destiny. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. मैं करण आप सभी का स्वागत करता हूं। हम बस कुछ ही क्षण में शुरू करेंगे। जैसे ही हमारे अतिथिगण इस कॉन्फ्रेंस हॉल में उपस्थित होंगे, we will be beginning shortly as our guests arrives in the conference hall. It is said, each day holds a surprise. It is said, each day holds a surprise, but only if we accept it can we see, hear, or feel it. When it comes to us, let's not afraid to receive each day's surprise, whether it comes to us as sorrow or joy. It will open a new place in our hearts, a place where we can welcome new friends and celebrate more fully our shared humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning shortly as our guest arrives in the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the guests are here. The dignitaries and delegates are arriving. These are visionaries, leaders that shape the present for a better future. Today, we are redefining mining, mining for sustainability, mining for greener future. We'll change the definition of itself, what we call mining. Mining with greenery, forestation. These will be the core issues of this conference. This conference will not only shape, but become a blueprint of tomorrow's decision. I wish that today's decision, I wish that today's discussion become tomorrow's decision. मैं आशा करता हूं कि आज इस मंच से जो हम संकल्प करेंगे, बातें करेंगे, वो इतिहास बनेगा कल का, वो नींव रखेगा कल की. Ladies and gentlemen, today we'll discuss how mining can be transformative, how mining can shape the future of tomorrow. We have the guests among us. We will be beginning shortly as the guests sit down. मैं करण NML व NTPC परिवार की तरफ से आप सभी अतिथिगणों का स्वागत करता हूं. आप सभी का आगमन हमारे लिए गर्वनीय है. हम सभी आपके इस आगमन से आभार और प्रफुल्लित हैं. आप सभी का स्वागत है स्ट्रैटम 2025 में. जैसा कि मैंने पहले कहा था कि ईच डे होल्ड्स सरप्राइज, हर दिन एक नया तोहफा है. बट ओनली इफ वी एक्सेप्ट इट कैन वी सी, हियर और फील इट. बट वो तोहफा कभी और तभी मुकल्लम होता है जब हम उसे महसूस करते हैं, देखते हैं, एहसास को छूते हैं, उसे स्पर्श करते हैं. जब वो हमारे पास आएगा, हमें डरना नहीं है उस तोहफे से. हमें उसे महसूस करना है, उसका एहसास करना है. चाहे फिर वो हमारे सामने कठिनाई बन के आए या एक अपॉर्चुनिटी बन के आए, पर वो जरूर Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. We will be beginning shortly. जैसा कि हम बस कुछ देर पहले बात कर रहे थे कि जो अंग्रेज़ी में मैंने बोला था ईच डे होल्ड्स अ सरप्राइज, उसका मैं हिंदी में आपके लिए अनुवाद करता हूँ। हर दिन एक तोहफा लेकर आता है, पर वो तोहफा तभी मुकल्लम होगा जब हम उसे देखेंगे, उसे छुएंगे, उसका एहसास करेंगे, स्पर्श करेंगे उसे। पर जब भी वो तोहफा हमारे पास आए, हमें डरना नहीं है, चाहे वो तोहफा सौरों के रूप में आए, दुख के रूप में आए या फिर एक अपॉर्चुनिटी के रूप में आए। पर वो तोहफा यकीनन जब भी हमारे पास आएगा, वो एक नया दरवाज़ा खोलेगा, दरवाज़ा अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ का, विजडम का, नॉलेज का, जहां हम वेलकम करेंगे हमारे नए फ्रेंड्स और सेलिब्रेट करेंगे, उत्सव मनाएंगे मानवता का, संकल्प का, कन्विक्शन का, रिसोर्सेज का। As I said, it will open a new place in our hearts, a place where we can welcome new friends and celebrate more fully our shared humanity. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. We will be beginning shortly as all our guests arrives. मैं करण एनटीपीसी व एनएमएल परिवार की तरफ से आप सभी का स्वागत करता हूं। आप सभी का आगमन हमारे लिए गर्वनीय है। हम प्रफुल्लित और हर्ष के साथ ये कह सकते हैं कि आज का दिन इतिहास रचेगा। इतिहास रचेगा माइनिंग में। हम सिर्फ माइनिंग को शेप ही नहीं करेंगे, उसको बदलेंगे, चेंज करेंगे सस्टेनेबिलिटी की तरफ। We will define the definition of itself mining. We'll shape it. I believe, मैं आशा करता हूँ कि today the decisions, the discussions we'll do will become the decisions of tomorrow. आज जो हम बातचीत करेंगे, हम जो आइडियाज शेयर करेंगे, वो कल के फ्यूचर की नींव रखेंगे, वो शेप करेंगे कल को, क्योंकि आज हम इतिहास के बारे में बात करेंगे, इतिहास लिखेंगे। This revered platform will become a confluence of knowledge. आज ये मंच, ये कॉन्फ्रेंस हॉल एक सागर बनेगा जिसमें सारे थॉट्स, सारी नॉलेज इकट्ठा होंगी और शेप करेंगी कल की सस्टेनेबिलिटी, कल का सूरज माइनिंग के लिए। We will shape tomorrow's wisdom, tomorrow's sustainability goals and ideas. मैं करण एनटीपीसी व एनएमएल परिवार की तरफ से आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। You all are welcome to the mining conference Stratum 2025. We will be beginning shortly. हम बस कुछ ही क्षण में शुरू करने वाले हैं। Stratum 2025 is not just a mining conference. ये सिर्फ mining conference नहीं है। It is a visionary platform where future of India's mining sector is imagined, engineered and ignited. मैं दोहराता हूँ कि ये प्लेटफॉर्म माइनिंग को इमेजिन करेगा, engineered and ignited. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome all our guests with warmth and pleasure. Thank you so much for shedding your important time. We are proud and honored to have you amongst us. Ladies and gentlemen, the guests are arriving. धीरे धीरे करके विजनरीज, लीडर्स इस कॉन्फ्रेंस हॉल में आ रहे हैं। ये इतिहास रचेंगे, ये संकल्प देंगे हमें कल का। कल which is unpredictable in these times, will become secure and sustainable. Today, we are talking about mining, changing the itself concept of mining into sustainable mining, clean mines, safety mines. हमारा संकल्प ना ही केवल माइनिंग को सेफ बनाना है बल्कि उसको सस्टेनेबल ग्रीनरी के साथ. Stratum 2025 is not just a mining conference. It is a visionary platform where future of India's mining sector is imagined, engineered, and ignited. Conceived and organized by NTPC Mining, Stratum 2025 brings together nation's finest minds, regulators, industry stalwarts, academic pioneers, technology innovators, and research institutions, all united for a shared purpose to redefine mining through innovation, collaboration, and unwavering sustainability. आज हम सब यहाँ एकत्रित हुए हैं एक लक्ष्य के लिए. वो लक्ष्य है माइनिंग को इनोवेशन, कोलैबोरेशन एंड अनवेयरिंग सस्टेनेबिलिटी की तरफ लेके जाना. We are here for a mission, a vision, which we will shape in today's discussions. Now, I'll repeat that. Incidents at mining and extraction, when we see that, this is an anecdote from our mining grounds when as the coal dust shimmers on the face of our engineers like a sand rust born from the womb of the earth, as the sweat on their brows melt like dust, like molten gold, there arise an amalgam of efforts, devotions, and destiny. In that glowing mix of grit and grace, their faces gently curls with smile. A silent pride and a tender hope rests upon their eyelids. A hope kissed by dedication of countless hours, a reflection of success of tomorrow. जैसा कि कहा जाता है कि जहां कठिनाई होती हैं वहीं क्षमता जन्म लेती है. And NTPC and NML, with its discipline and excellence, continues to light homes, power industries, and strengthen our nation. We are ready, we are prepared, we are determined. हम तैयार हैं, हम तैयार हैं, और हम कल के लिए एक नया इतिहास रचने वाले हैं. Mining is more than just an industry. It is the backbone of infrastructure, the lifeline of power, the foundation of manufacturing, and the silent heartbeat beneath India's growth. Hello. Acha. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. We will be beginning shortly. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. We will be beginning shortly as our guests will arrive. Ano Bhadra Kritvo Yantu Vishwataha Udmev Neve Siddhyanti Karyani Na Manorathe. शक्ति का स्रोत राष्ट्र की आस एनटीपीसी ऊर्जा का विश्वास Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, we will begin in moments as we get the hall ready for the conference. We are waiting for some delegates as they arrive. Please take your seats as we'll begin our program shortly. सभी डेलीगेट्स से मैं अनुरोध करता हूं कि कृपया वो हॉल के अंदर आके अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें, क्योंकि कुछ ही क्षण में हम इस मंगलमय कार्यक्रम का आरंभ करने वाले हैं। यह आरंभ होगा फॉर इनोवेशन इन माइनिंग, फॉर सस्टेनेबिलिटी इन माइनिंग। मैं करण फिर से आप सभी का स्वागत करता हूं और बड़े ही हर्ष के साथ ये कहता हूं कि मैं आपको एनटीपीसी व एनएमएल परिवार की तरफ से आपके इस आगमन पर हर्ष से प्रफुल्लित हूं। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि आपने अपने बिजी स्केड्यूल से कुछ क्षण हमें दिए। वी आर डिलाइटेड टू हैव यू। थैंक यू सो मच। I would again remind a quote which says each day holds a surprise. हिंदी में मैं इसका अनुवाद करता हूं कि हर दिन एक तोहफा लेकर आता है, but only if we accept it can we see, hear or feel it. पर वो तोहफा तभी मुकम्मल होगा जब हम उसे देखेंगे, महसूस करेंगे, स्पर्श करेंगे। हमें डरना नहीं है उस तोहफे से। वो तोहफा सौरों या अपॉर्चुनिटीज को लेकर आएगा, पर यकीनन इट विल ओपन अ न्यू प्लेस इन आवर हार्ट। वो एक नया दरवाजा खोलेगा, दरवाजा अपॉर्चुनिटीज का, दरवाजा सक्सेस का, दरवाजा इनोवेशन का, दरवाजा सस्टेनेबिलिटी का। मैं पुनः सभी डेलीगेट से रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि वे हॉल के अंदर आके अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें, क्योंकि हम कुछ ही क्षण में शुरू करने वाले हैं। Ladies and gentlemen, I request all the delegates. Ladies and gentlemen, I request all the delegates to come. Greetings, namaskar, Shuprabhat. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to Stratum 2025. We will be beginning shortly. I request all the delegates outside to please come inside the conference hall as we begin the program in few moments. मैं आप सभी delegates का रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि वो हॉल के अंदर आके अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें, क्योंकि हम कुछ ही क्षण में शुरू करने वाले हैं। May Stratum 2025 be remembered as moment when India's mining vision aligned with India's future. चलो उठें और संकल्प लें ऊर्जा का भारत, सक्षम भारत हम सभी मिलकर बनाएं। With pride in our past, resolve in our present and fire in our future. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning shortly. As our guest arrives, मैं सभी डेलीगेट्स को पुनः रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें, क्योंकि हम कुछ ही क्षण में इस मंगलमय कॉन्फ्रेंस का आरंभ करने वाले हैं। ये आरंभ है सस्टेनेबिलिटी का, आरंभ है इनोवेशन का, आरंभ है इंजीनियरिंग का, ये आरंभ है टेक्नोलॉजी। Ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning shortly. मैं बड़ा ही गर्व महसूस करता हूं when we say संघर्ष ने हमें बनाया है और सफलता ने हमें निखारा है। आज हम सिर्फ ऊर्जा बनाते हैं। Ladies and gentlemen, I take a resolve again that हम संघर्ष ने हमें सिखाया है और सफलता ने हमें निखारा है। आज हम ना सिर्फ ऊर्जा बनाते हैं, हम भरोसा बनाते हैं। Ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning shortly as our guests arrive. Greetings, namaskar, shubh. We will start the program as our guests arrive. But for a moment, I feel pride in welcoming all the delegates, all the speakers, all the guests present here from the bottom of my heart. मैं आप सभी का अपने तहे दिल से स्वागत करता हूं। हम सर्व गर्व और हर्ष से प्रफुल्लित हैं। संग Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time. Now we'll begin with the lamp lighting ceremony. I would request our guest on the dais to light the ceremonial lamp. Mother Divine, we pray to remove darkness that clouds our heart, light our path with wisdom and grace. Let this flame not just burn, but belong to every dream, every duty, every dawn ahead. Mother Divine, we pray, remove darkness that clouds our heart.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापम् सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तुते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं
The flame
ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश्च मतिं स्वच्छामि मे सदा रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् यस्य तिष्ठे गृहे दीपः तस्य नास्ति दरिद्रता
ये क्षण है
शुभं
gratitude.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
Smiling spirit.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
Dignitaries and honorable guests, as the flame of faith now glows bright, I request everyone to please rise. We'll have the NTPC Geet. I would request everyone कि सभी अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएं. We are clicking pictures for moments. These are memories that we're building. Now we'll have NTPC Geet. Before that, I would thank everyone there. Now I would request the ladies to come for the NTPC Geet.
ID card, निकल जाओ।
check check
नहीं नहीं यार काफी कर दो। अगर दिन अच्छे से बुलाए ना अभी निकल जाओ।
hello
नहीं नहीं सही ना अभी बुलाए सब कुछ काम में कर हाँ।
check 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 check
जो वीडियो ये सब को देखते हैं।
Let each note remind us that the power we built, the people we empower, and the planet we protect. We will now have the NTPC Geet by NTPC team.
check check
अंधकार की घोर निशा पे ज्योति किरण बन कर हम छाए शक्ति निगम बन कर हम आए शक्ति निगम बन कर
Thank you so much. Stratum 2025 is not just a mining conference. It is a visionary platform where the future of India's mining sector is imagined, engineered, and ignited. Conceived and organized by NTPC Mining, Stratum 2025 brings together the nation's finest minds, regulators, and industry stalwarts, academic pioneers, technology innovators, and research institutions, all united for a shared purpose. Purpose. Purpose to redefine mining through innovation, collaboration, and an unwavering sustainability. In these halls, ideas become blueprint, dialogues become direction, and collective wisdom becomes the driving force behind India's march towards strategic self-reliance. Now, with the ideology of Atithi Devo Bhavaha, I would request CEO NML and RED Mining, Shri Naveen Jain sir, to welcome Director Fuel, NTPC Chairman, NML, and nominated owner of Mines, Shri Shivam Srivastav sir. Please welcome sir with a huge round of applause. We'll have Angvastram and Sapling. I repeat, we are welcoming Director Fuel NTPC, Chairman NML, and nominated owner of our mines, Shri Shivam Srivastav sir. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause. May this sampling remind us that every tree we plant and every promise that we make, that earth shall breathe easier and future shall shine greener. This is a token of gratitude. Thank you so much, sir, for giving your important time for this conference. Moving ahead, I will request, sir, to welcome former advisor, Ministry of Coal, Government of India, and advisory committee member, NTPC, Shri D.N. Prasad, sir, with a token of gratitude. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody. Thank you so much, sir. We are honored to have you. This is a token of gratitude. These are visionaries, leaders that shape tomorrow for sustainable, greener, and safe mines. Now, I would request, sir, to welcome ex-director mines, NLCIL, and advisory committee member, NTPC, Shri Prabhakar Chowki, with a token of gratitude. Please welcome, sir, with a huge round of applause. Sir holds a first-class certificate of company's coal under the Indian Mines Act. Thank you so much, sir, for coming. We are honored to have you. This is a token of gratitude from us. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would request, sir, to welcome Director Technical, Planning and Design, Central Mine Planning and Design Institute, Shri Ajay Kumar, sir. Please welcome, sir, with a huge round of applause. I repeat, this is not just a sapling, it is a promise that earth shall breathe easier, the future shall shine greener. We are honored to have you, sir. This is a token of gratitude. We will together shape visions, we'll together move to sustainability. Now, I would request, sir, to welcome Director Technical and Project Planning, MCL, Shri Sanjay Kumar Jha, sir. Please welcome, sir, with a huge round of applause. A sapling is a living gift that symbolizes growth, prosperity, and long-term relationship and the new beginning. Thank you so much, sir. I would also take an opportunity to welcome our guests who have joined us online. We are being lived through YouTube. We are also connected by Microsoft Teams, where delegates from other projects have joined us. I also wish a warm welcome to them. Stratum 2025 is not just a mining conference, it is a visionary platform where the future of finest India's mine, regulatory, industry stalwarts, and academic pioneers, technology innovators, and research institutes all united for a shared purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, guests, I would like to request that we are being joined by dignitaries on online also from YouTube and Microsoft Teams. We are waiting as they join, we'll move forward. For that, I will repeat again that Stratum is not just a mining conference. It is a visionary platform where future of India's mining sector is imagined, engineered, and ignited. Conceived and organized by NTPC Mining, Stratum 2025 brings together nation's finest minds, regulators, industry stalwarts, and academic pioneers, technology innovators, and research institutions, all united for a shared purpose. Purpose to redefine mining through innovation, collaboration, and an unwavering sustainability. In these halls, the ideas will become blueprint, dialogues become direction, and collective wisdom becomes the driving force behind India's march towards strategic self-reliance. Stratum 2025 stands as a testament to India's resolve to secure its resources, empower its industries, and shape a future where mining is not just about extraction of resources, but evolution, responsibility, and most importantly, nation building. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently being joined by our guests online through YouTube and Microsoft Teams.
आप सबको नमस्कार, जोहार। हमारे सीएमडी एनटीपीसी हैज़ ज्वाइंड ऑनलाइन। मैं उनका स्वागत करता हूं। डायरेक्टर फ्यूल एंड चेयरमैन एनएमएल उनका स्वागत करता हूं। वी हैव ऑनलाइन डायरेक्टर ऑपरेशंस ऑफ एनटीपीसी एंड डायरेक्टर एचआर ऑफ एनटीपीसी। आई जस्ट गिव मी अ सेकंड। हाँ संतोष, अच्छा मैं करवा माइक का एक्सेस डिनाइड आ रहा है।
We also had 3 injured, but 2 of them were on the hospital, ones who be okay.
यहाँ पे प्रेजेंट जितने डेलीगेट्स हैं, सीनियर हमारे माइनिंग फ्रेटर्निटी के पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं, आई वेलकम ऑल। आई वेलकम डीएन प्रसाद साहब, वेलकम चौकी साहब, वेलकम अजय कुमार जी एंड झा साहब हु आर ऑन द डायस। ये जो माइनिंग कॉन्फ्रेंस है एनटीपीसी माइनिंग ने पहली बार यहाँ पर ऑर्गेनाइज की है और इसका मेन पर्पस जो है वो सब जो हमारे स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं उनको साथ लाके एक डायलॉग को एस्टेब्लिश करना है। एनटीपीसी इज proceeding along with the government of India target, not only in the coal mines, but in other mining areas also. We are striving hard to enter into the critical minerals and other mining areas so that we can also contribute in the progress of the country. So in this context, this conference has been organized and I am very glad to see the hall is completely full. There are certain standing also available there. So that shows the interest of the conference that has generated in the mining fraternity. I will now ask CMD NTPC sir to give his inaugural address to the conference.
यहाँ से अनम्यूट कर देना।
थोड़ा ज्वाइन करने में टेक्निकल इशू आ रहा है. वी आर ट्राइंग टू सॉल्व द इशू. मैं थोड़ा ब्रीफ एनटीपीसी माइनिंग का देता हूं यहाँ पर.
Sir, voice is audible. Sir, we are audible, sir.
I request CMD NTPC to kindly give the address to the conference, sir. एनटीपीसी माइनिंग जो है 2019 में हम लोगों ने एक एज ए लीगल कंपनी स्टार्ट किया है. इट इज़ ए 100% सब्सिडरी कंपनी ऑफ एनटीपीसी लिमिटेड. एनटीपीसी इज ए पार्ट. कई बार कनेक्शन में थोड़ा इशू आ जाता है. वी आर वेरी ईगर टू लिसन फ्रॉम आवर हेड ऑफ द फैमिली. यहाँ कुछ सीट्स अवेलेबल हैं. अगर जो लोग खड़े हैं, मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है वो लोग बैठ जाएं. Yeah, welcome, sir. I request CMD NTPC to address the gathering. Sir, please.
Okay, thank you. Good morning to everyone. I hope that I am audible to everyone.
Yes, sir.
ये आपका तो है, लेकिन बैक बेंचर्स का पूछो. Can anybody respond from the back seat, back row? Okay, very good. So thank you. and again, let me start, Jaina, thanking the Director Fuel to organize this meet. I'm sorry that I have not been able to physically present among you, but I hope that we will be able to spend some time online, and we'll try to get into a few of the points. So the first thing first, that mining has really emerged as our one of the prominent business activity. So I would like to congratulate and thank each and everyone who is part of the mining team. I think it has been almost now a decade, and within this 1 year, we have acquired a position which really put us in a prominent players as far as the Indian coal scenario is concerned. The next one is important is that it's we had when we had made the NML NTPC Mining Limited. It's a mining limited. It's not a coal mining limited. So I think there are efforts which are being made to go beyond uh, the coal mining business itself. So with that thing in mind, I'm sure that the mining team is trying to explore whether it's a critical minerals, whether it is some limestone mining or any other which really gel well with our NTPC business and which can really add the value either on the standalone or for the NTPC business, which can really complement the NTPC's business activities. And I think uranium also we should be we were trying to look at whether we can go and join hands with some of the Department of Atomic Energy, this rare earth metals and others. But that is something which is a long shot. So first of all, let me just come back that our mining team, JNA, which has really established the coal mining, and now at least we can say with confidence that we have the capabilities, we have the competence in almost all the areas of the coal mining, starting from, let's say, assessing the mine through the some kind of exploration, making GR, then trying to put up the mine plan, then to have the good kind of structure, this how mine is going to be operated, and whether we should really go for a long-term contract or whether it has to be a short-term contract on all those things. We have developed a good competency what is required for the environment and forest clearance, and most importantly for the DGMS requirements. So I think with that, I'm sure that going forward our business will be much smoother and it should be faster. And there's no reason that we should be the NTPC Mining Limited becomes among the top 2 or 3 kind of miners in the country, not only the coal mining, but the total mining companies in the country. From our side, we are very clear that NML is going to be a kind of very different entity, which will be having its own board, which will be having its own structure, which is going to have its own systems, procedures, and so on. So in this regard, I would encourage Director Mining, Director Fuel, that we should be, the team should really start putting a lot of time on these activities and try to put up a very, very long-term view on this area. the few issues which are, I'm not sure that we are not really any kind of who all are present in the conference. So if there is any invited guest, so let me, I think, thank him then, and we would like to welcome them to this conference. Uh, so just to continue that, in the coal mining, what are the priorities? The priorities are that we should have a kind of our production activities which is taking place as per the our plants, and our plants has to be in a kind of on an increasing trend. We are probably striving to get 50 million ton this year, but our target should be that how soon we can reach 200 million ton, and in that way we will be able to get our fuel security as far as our captive mines are concerned, and then rest we have to really plan along with the fuel department, that fuel transportation and supply department, that what kind of long-term FSAs we should keep and what we should try to renegotiate with Coal India companies. So that is the next one in line. As I just mentioned that we have developed quite a good competency in most of the areas. I think the two areas which I must try to point out here are, one is that about the dispatch. Dispatch is still a concern. I had been talking to railways, including railway board chairman and honorable minister himself. We had been taking up these issues of the mining at a very highest level, including the group of honorable ministers, the three ministers. The group is coal, power, and railways. So we are trying to get maximum support from all the agencies, departments, and in that case, we have to make sure that we represent ourselves well. The another important, I think we have developed good requirements, as I said, the competency in what is required for environment and forest clearances. And it's not only the clearances, it's also the compliance. So we have to keep working on that, and we have to demonstrate, we have to set the new standards which are far better than most of the established coal miners, which they might have been doing for many decades, and they will also have the chance to look at the new things. And in that aspect, I'm more than happy to just support anyone and everyone. It's not only the experience and exposure within the country, but also please feel free to join, to visit or attend any number of conferences or the mine visits across the globe, and that should be encouraged so that we are able to go on implementing the best practices what is available today and coming out to be in future. Including in some kind of, it's not only the compliance towards the environmental, whether it's a fugitive emission or the other, or the very, very important part, which is the DGMS requirements, but also that is something, Jen, which is mandatory, but also we should start looking at how the world is going to move towards the transition going forward. I know that we are more or less dependent on the external agencies for the actual operations, but then being the owner of the mines, we have every right to start looking at how we can really go on improving the efficiencies in all areas. On the coal quality side, I think this has been a very big problem in the country for the many decades, and at least from the time when I had been I had been even managing the company starting from almost 2003 onwards. The quality issues have been always being raised by the power station people, and I think there has to be continuous dialogue. In our case, it's good that the issues are very minimal, rather it is not there, and it was there for some time, which is, I believe that it is plugged. Make sure that the mining team is also free to visit or to be stationed at the power station if there is any issue which is arising at any. As I said, I think most of the mines, there is no issue except I think there was one mine where there were many issues which were being pointed out, which is also more or less have been corrected. We should also start looking at that how to reduce the cost of the overall NTPC's delivered cost of coal with our captive mines in focus, but how much is the kind of the coal which we need to take from the different uh, subsidiaries of the Coal India, as I said. And now I think the time has come where it is not necessarily that you have to source from the one party. I think there has been one cabinet decision about 3 days back, which really further opens up the sector. So coal sector is also opening up, which is going to bring the competition. So we should be ready for the competition in the sector. And as we move forward, I think there will be a situation where everything, the new coal, whether it is going to be the commercial or whether it is going to be the purely captive, we must incorporate our practices, which is going to give the best of the output and best of the quality and with the least cost. The another one is that how we can uh, take back the fly ash from the power station. I think we had done some experiments in Tulanga coal mine from Darlipalli. My request to the team will be that we should expedite that. This is going to be the another far-reaching kind of steps which will help not only the power sector but on a greater extent I think concerns of the environment ministry that this disposal of the fly ash, which is now becoming mandatory, and the power stations are required to spend on the transportation when they are giving and delivering the ash to up to 300 kilometers. So there are many issues which will keep coming, but I'm sure that we have our competence. We will be able to deal with those issues and try to find some solutions. The next one in mind was that though it is too early for our team, but I think then start looking from today itself that how we will be able to utilize the mine void. And I would request the statutory agencies also, if they are available. I think then which I am now being given one paper is that there is somebody from CMPDIL, Mr. Ajay Kumar. I think then the same one who has been part of our team. So my request will be that this issue should also be started from our side, and how best we will be able to utilize. There had been some this pump storage and a kind of issues which were being raised. That whether there is a possibility or not. So please do some kind of study on this, and this whether it is feasible or not, I think that is the next stage. And also I think there will be some possibilities for going for the solar installation if it is possible. So these are the two kind of the parallel one. The first one was obviously then for the coal supply itself, which is the extended responsibility of the polluter, then what is being called, and ultimately coal is coming from the mine. So if it is going to come back, I think then this should be the responsibility of the mine operator to take and handle that. So this one initiative which we should push as NTPC from our side. I have said about pump storage. I have said about this. So what the another thing what was in my mind which was going was I think the Netra what they are trying to take up the initiative for if there is a possibility of carbon sequestration and we can have then some kind of drill there. Already there will be some deep void and the further drill if it is going to be some kind of strata which is available which is suitable for the CO2 sequestration. I think that will be another wonderful thing going forward. Let me share with all of you because I think it's a rare occasion that everybody is connected. We are actively now considering for the converting the coal into gas also. So there will be a mining requirement there, but I think then the input coal which is required for the gasification is will be having the ash content less than around 30%. So keep those things into mind. One area which has been, I think, ignored, and one of the ex-secretary has been pushing that idea for many years, that coal preparation. I think till now, we don't do any preparation of the coal. We just, whatever is mined, run of mine coal, we had been sending. So maybe I think then as the coal availability is becoming comfortable and there is a renewables percentage is going to go up, including the nuclear, which is I think now taking up. So maybe I think the pressure on the coal side will ease out. And once the pressure is going to ease out, I think there will be enough time and there will be requirement for sending the very consistent coal quality. And ultimately, I think the consumers have to really decide which the coal they should take or which coal they should not take. So those kind of things, let's try to then work in all fronts and try to set up the examples for rest of the miners to follow that. So now when I'm having the list with me, let me thank and welcome Sri D.N. Prasad, Sri Prabhakar Choki, S.K. Jhaji from MCL. I think we met around a few days back, and Mr. Ajay Kumar. I think this is the people who are whom I'm just told that they are present there. So thank you for giving this opportunity, and I'll be more than happy if there is anything then which any of the question or any of the deliberation which you would like me to indulge in next 10-15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, and for your encouraging words and elaborating all the issues which are facing in the mining industry. Sir, we are sensitive to all the issues and will definitely take up in an expeditious manner, sir. Now, I request Director Operation, who has also joined online, sir, to give his thoughts here in the conference. Director Operations.
Good morning. Namaskar.
Chali, okay, thank you. Let me, I think, then proceed and you please continue. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Most respected CMD Shah, I think he has gone offline. Our Director of Finance, I think he has joined or not, I'm not sure. Sri Jayakumar Srinivasan Saab, Director of Fuel and Chairman NML, Sri Shivam Kumar Saab, Director Project, I'm also not sure, but he is there. K. Sundaram Saab, Jadli Saab, Director HR, Sri Prabhakar Choki ji, Ex-Director Mines and NICIL, Advisor Committee Member of NTPC, Sri D.N. Prasad Saab, former Advisor Ministry of Coal and Advisor Committee Member of NTPC, Sri Ajay Kumar Saab, Director T and PND, Team PDL. Sri Sanjay Kumar Jha, Director T, PNP, MCL. Our R&D and CEO Coal Mining, Sri Naveen Jain Saab. And Patratu CEO Sri A.K. Sehgal Saab. All REDs, Functional Director, EDs, CEO, HOP, Coal Mining, and delegates from other industry. So, good morning to all of you, and it is a great organized with a theme of strategic transformation, research occasion, and technology upgradation. So, this is a great opportunity that to organize this conference. Actually, I wanted to be in person, but I could not make it. I'm sorry for that. And uh, whenever I will get chance, I will come to you and have a glimpse of that, whatever is being discussed. So let me discuss about the NML team and NTPC Coal Mine team. So these are the continuously, this group has given a steady and significant performance in the last several years. And recent development of a new high of 50 million metric ton in a year is really a commendable effort done by them. So I congratulate all the NTPC mining team and NML team, which has shown us exemplary performance. Recently, three mines, which because NML is now the owner of the mine, which is a subsidiary of company. So recently, three mines have been transferred, and or the rest are also on the line of transfer. So I congratulate for this also for the acquisition. So it is a great opportunity that you have organized this conference at the great time. And the theme of this conference is to aim at technical and commercial excellence and bring all mining activities to a platform for which for excellence in the mining area. So I congratulate all this for the NTPC mining team and NML for this. NTPC has taken very good steps in the recent past regarding the strengthening of coal supply or coal requirement of NTPC. I hope it is 1/5 it is getting now fulfilled by our mining team. And recently, as CMDs have told that we are getting very good quality coal and without any significant losses. So we are achieving. So I hope this is giving an idea how to reduce the grade coal grade loss, so that this is actually will help in the reduction of power cost. So this is also one step. I think you should spread through this conference so that we can get so that advantage can be given to the consumers. Let me congratulate NML, which is having a technical team and which is now aiming to acquire in the critical mineral areas. So I hope that this technical conference will give a lot of insight so that you can go ahead in the critical mineral area also. And this will make enable for a more strategic transformation, resource acquisition, technology, and upgradation also. So I will not much of your time. I hope that within NML you can make a mining excellence group along with all other mining fraternity, so that we can give a better advantage to the our country. Similarly, I want a strategic performance group also, which will reduce our coal cost and which is focusing on safety, sustainability, and environment. Efficiency is one of the parameter which is actually it's looking for efficient coal production. So use of efficiency along with the use of digital AI also. I hope this will discuss and implement it. So thank you for, because everything has been covered by our chairman Sahab, the expectation from NML and expression of mining fraternity. So I hope this will give you a guide to have a conference on a better outcome. So I hope we will discuss all these points in the conference, and I wish the mining conference a great success, which I hope is a very rare kind, and NTPC mining has, I think, have done for the first time. Thank you for once again. Jai Hind, Jai NTPC.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. Now I request Director HR NTPC, Shri Anil Kumar Jadli, sir, who has joined us online, to say a few words.
Thank you. Good morning. CMD in absentia, CMD NTPC, Director Operation, Director Fuel, Sundaram sir, Director Operation, dignitaries on the dais, Mr. Prasad, Mr. Prabhakar, Ajay Kumar ji, Sanjay Kumar, RD Mining, all the HOPs of the mining, NTPC, all the other dignitaries and my colleagues. At the outset, I congratulate Mr. Sundaram and his entire team for coming up with this idea and of this conference, actually, where everybody together in the mining industry is coming and discussing on strategizing on the use of technology and how collectively actually we can move forward as far as making the mining more effective, more productive, and finding new kind of innovative ways and solutions to the existing problems or the way forward. Mining, as we know that it is a different kind of area. But as far as the contribution is concerned, whether it is with respect to the energy secretary or security or the self-reliance of the country is concerned, or its contribution to the different, the industries, whether it is the steel, whether it is the power or any other manufacturing sector is concerned, that is about the mining as a whole, its contribution towards increasing the GDP and overall the progress or the growth of the country is immense. As we move forward, I think CMD Saab and DO Saab and also the themes which has already been covered up, I think the discussions throughout the day will be encouraging and some thought provoking and some kind of deliverables will be coming out in which collectively the entire mining, the organizations will get some points so that, how we can, whether it is improving the efficiency is concerned or improving, the cost, how we can be the mining, whether it is the coal mining or the other kind of mining, so that at the with a good operational efficiency and with the least cost, we are able to provide that kind of the product to the customer. And on the other important areas also, whether it is the safety, whether it is about the competence development, which is also a very important area of the mining, and the use of technology, I think it has immense potential as far as the mining is concerned. And I think when the discussions take place, already there are well set regulations and norms which are there for the industries. But the way forward, actually, what could be some kind of, those kind of improvements it is there. So collectively as a mining industry, we can probably, give our suggestions so that as far as the mining is concerned or the way forward, it is able to, those kind of ease out our progress journey into the future. one other important area is also resettlement and rehabilitation and environment and sustainability, because I think it is one of those two important parameters which are generally associated and discussed whenever we are discussing about the mining. I really am not really aware whether those aspects are also getting discussed, but I think it is also a very important areas, when collectively the entire, different heads of the mining and also the industry experts are there. So they have, this time for discussion for that. My best wishes and congratulations to the entire mining team led by Dr. Fuel Shri Shivam Srivastav Saab for organizing this kind of conference. And I certainly believe that as we take our steps into the future, the mining group from our NTPC sides, we have just maybe there are many other players who have been there for a long period of time, and I think we will be able to establish and progress and provide more kind of solutions as we move forward. So I think my best wishes, and again, I certainly wanted to wish to be there, but I think Shivam Srivastav Saab himself had called, but due to certain engagements, I could not be there. But again, I take this opportunity to congratulate and extend my best wishes to Dr. Fuel Shri Shivam Srivastav Saab and his entire team on this occasion and way forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I am thankful to Honorable CMD, sir, in absentia, Director Operations and Director HR, for joining the program online. Now, I would request Shri Shivam Srivastav, sir, Director Fuel NTPC and Chairman NML, for keynote address. Sir, please.
Thank you. Very good morning, Johar, and welcome to the land of Bhagwan Birsa Munda. Connected virtually, the visionary leader, the change agent, and the goat of energy sector, our beloved CMD, Shri Gurdeep Singh Ji, our fellow directors, Director Finance, Director HR, Director Operations, and directors on the board of NML, virtually connected my fellow NTPC and NML colleagues, dignitaries sitting on a dais, Mr. Prabhakar Chaudhary, Mr. Prasad, Ajay, Mr. Jha, Naveen, dignitaries sitting off the dais, official from government and regulatory institutions. Close to my heart, mining team led by HOPs, Shri Subrat Das, Akhilesh, Shri Chandrasekhar Ji, Arun, Naveen, and Mr. Prasoon. Representative from MDO, eminent speaker from industry and academia, delegates, media person, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, very good morning to all of you. To start with, on the onset, I'll share a very interesting story of NTPC mining. What has happened back in 2000, somewhere initial 2000s, NTPC was expanding its capacities to cater the energy requirements of the country. So to generate power, obviously we need coal. So we went to Ministry of Coal in 2003, asked for coal linkages. But they trusted more than of our capabilities at that point of time and allotted the coal blocks. In this sequence, the coal blocks like Pakri Barwadi as a basket mine was allotted to us, followed by Chatti Bariyatu, Kerandari, Dolanga, Talaipalli, and so on and so forth. Man, we were there to ask give us some fish. They decided to teach us fishing. You go and eat your, have your, I mean, there will not be any dearth of fuel. Well, it was a tough time. Believe me, at that point of time, we were not knowing even M of mining. But the can-do spirit of NTPC and our determined leadership took it as an opportunity for fuel security of the company. At that point of time, everybody was surprised as such. The mining industry was telling that NTPC and mining? I mean, that kind of questions were coming. We took it this challenge, and definitely we got a lot of support from different departments of ministry, from DGMS, from CMPDL, from our big brother Coal India, and we started learning mining. As a toddler, we started, experts were hired, clearances were taken, mining plans were prepared, and so on and so forth. We took each and every activity as opportunity to learn. And while moving ahead, on 7th of December 2016, this opportunity got converted into outcome, and we started mining at Pakri Barwadi mine. So what began as a fuel security initiative has today matured into professionally managed mining company, NTPC Mining Limited, driven by system, technology, and national priorities. Today, NML represents NTPC's commitment to integrate energy planning, where mining, power generation, sustainability, and national interest converge. It has 7 coal mines under it, and with a peak rated capacity of 74 million metric tons. And our team is relentlessly working on it to convert it into 100 million ton capacity. In this financial year, we are targeting 50 million ton production, and down the line, by 2030, we are looking at 100 million ton company. Ladies and gentlemen, mining today is no longer just extracting minerals from the earth. It has become a strategic enabler to the national security, economic resilience, and the global energy transition. While coal constitutes the critical element of the power, which is the base load and supports the grid stability, the mining sector is also being entrusted with far more complex and forward-looking mission of securing critical minerals required for clean energy technologies, energy transitions. Minerals such as lithium, nickel, cobalt, copper, graphite are the backbone of renewable energy systems, energy storage, e-mobility, and advanced manufacturing. The mining industry, therefore, faces dual mandate to continue supplying conventional mineral like coal for grid stability and ensuring the power security, while simultaneously enabling the development of new mineral value chain that underpin the low carbon future. Meeting this mandate requires not only incremental change, but systematic transformation. One of the key pillars of this transformation is digitization and automation. The mines of the future will be intelligent, collected, and increasingly autonomous. It sounds very, very tricky, but they are going to become autonomous. You instruct them, they will produce the minerals. Digital mine planning, real-time equipment and production monitoring, IoT-enabled safety systems, drone-based surveying, AI-enabled predictive maintenance, and digital twins are redefining how minings are designed and operated. Automation in drilling, blasting, and transportation not only has improved the efficiency, but also provided a lot of safety to our personnel by avoiding their exposure to the tough and rough environmental conditions. However, this technology must go hand in hand with workforce reskilling and organizational change, ensuring that people remain at the center of the transformation. At NML, we are increasingly adopting the digital solutions such as real-time production monitoring, integrated coal management system, INSAR, the satellite technology for slope monitoring, dump slope monitoring, and advanced mine planning tools. These technologies are helping us to improve productivity, enhance safety, and make better decisions. We are also significantly using the potential in AI, in predictive maintenance and equipment maintenance, and in logistic optimization. Further coming, the most importantly, I'm glad to share that we are enabling a more inclusive mining workforce. Historically, mining was seen as a predominantly male-dominated and physically intensive sector. Women empowerment and gender inclusivity are no longer optional ideas. They are strategic imperatives for modern mining organization. At NTPC, NTPC Mining Limited, we are committed to foster a workplace that is safe, inclusive, and enabling, supported by appropriate infrastructure, progressive policies, mentorship, and leadership development opportunities for women professionals. The example we can see, we have our mining lady professionals sitting here, and our Pakri Barwadi mine done by MDO Triveni Sainik has been one of the first coal mine in the country who inducted women operators for 100-ton dumpers, trucks, way back in 2019. Great to see the involvement of lady miners and lady employees in our company, NML. Friends, as we look ahead, mining is also expanding into a new technological and strategic frontiers. One such frontier is coal gasification, which represents the paradigm shift in as how coal is utilized. By converting coal into syngas for power, chemicals, fertilizers, methanol, hydrogen, and so on and so forth, coal gasification enhances the value realization, reduces import dependence, and supports clean energy pathways. As already indicated by our Honorable CMD that we are already taking up a project at Talaipalli coal mines with the help of our R&D wing, Netra, for surface coal gasification. For mining companies, this opens the opportunity to move beyond the raw material supply and participate in integrated downstream value chain. Ladies and gentlemen, environmental stewardship remains central of our future of mining. The concern raised by environmentalists reflect the legitimate expectation from our society. We cannot do away from that. The industry's response lies in transparent governance, measurable ESG outcomes, and continuous innovation. Sustainable mining today requires integrated environmental planning from exploration to closure, scientific land reclamation, water stewardship, emission reduction, biodiversity conservation, and meaningful community engagement. Our objective is to ensure that mining activities leave behind enduring social and ecological value, well beyond the life of the mine. The future of mining will be defined by our ability to integrate technology, sustainability, inclusivity, and national priorities. Mining must be safe, smart, sustainable, and socially responsive. My expectation from this young mining team sitting out there is that we'll set an example following these all things which I have just spelled out, taking people along with it, society along with it, and raise the flag of NTPC and NTPC Mining Limited across the globe. With this word, I once again welcome you all in this wonderful city of waterfalls and request you to deliberate the issues, exchange ideas, so that when we leave, we leave as a much enriched individual. Thank you. Jai Hind and Jai NTPC.
Thank you so much, sir. Your words will become blueprints for the further session. Now moving ahead, I would request Shri D.N. Prasad sir to say a few words. Shri D.N. Prasad sir.
Thank you, Karan. Good morning. CMD, NTPC, and all the functional directors of NTPC, and the Director Fuels, Ms. Shivam Srivastava, who is present here, my friends, Ms. Prabhakar Chowki, Mr. Ajay, Ms. Roja, and Ms. Jain, and others sitting in the audience. So thank you very much, Ms. Shivam, for giving me this opportunity to address the gathering today. I'm happy to see the mining fraternity and the power fraternity sitting together and running a corporate by name NML. This is the synergy which I am able to find today. It's a very great journey. I should appreciate that NTPC's forefathers who have laid the path in securing the fuel supplies to their power generation business. It's a good step that which has proved today. You have heard Mr. Chairman and also the colleagues stating that in the last 1 decade how they traveled all the way, and today where they are standing at 44 million tons just they touched last year, and this year they are expecting 50, and by 2030 100 million tons. It's not a small thing. As you know, to bringing a greenfield project into production is something which a person who is involved in the mining business can really understand. And today's business is not just everything by our own selves, and is the total services being offered by our MDO friends and other service providers all over the country and also from other sides. So the total business concept of coal mining, which started earlier, is totally a sea change today, we can say, with all this participation and and what our chairman was mentioning, the ultimate object is to meet the targets with the basic minimal cost of production, which matters for sustainability in the long run. What I was just observing, our chairman was clearly touching all these points, mentioning about how they have strengthened the NML over the last 10 years, right from exploration, preparation of GR, preparation of mining plans, mine closure plans, and taking up mining operations with proper regard to safety, then coming to your quality aspects, coal movement, reclamation aspects. Today they are also thinking about CO2 sequestration in one of their projects, which is a very old idea but not implemented yet in our country as of date, I should say, other than some oil drilling, some things were experimented earlier and being practiced. And then coming to your the pressing issues of disposal of bottom ash, how to reclaim and how this can be made more eco-friendly, how the afforestation is going on. And after setting up such a big company called mining company of NTPC, they are not only looking at coal, they want to enter into non-coal mining and looking at the future requirement of transition, energy transition. It is all the more important to secure some of these important minerals, critical minerals so-called, which are important for addressing all these transition aspects of the country. So now, not looking at other things, as our officers, our friends were telling, is not only energy by means of conventional fuels. He is also mentioning about entering into nuclear energy and also aiming at mining of nuclear fuels, which is a very big step forward. Now, where they will take the control of resources, we'll have to wait and see whether we indigenously or outside the country is a very big challenge for them. And as we are all aware, coming to the point of your uh, securing of the critical minerals, these are all very important for our clean energy, digital technologies, artificial intelligence, advanced manufacturing, etc., etc. Nowadays, everybody is aware of what is this meant by what is the AI and how these things are going on. The main thing, as you know, I will just give a recap of these things because today we are going to discuss all matters at threadbare by all the experts who are going to make the presentations. And just as a thought-provoking thing, whatever EV batteries, lithium, nickel, cadmium, which are important, cobalt, which are important, then for our wind turbines and motors, that rare earth elements, power grids, that copper we know it, semiconductors, gallium, germanium, then your green hydrogen, platinum group of minerals. These are all the very important aspects of mining point of view. And then comes your energy transition and electrification. They're all sharply increasing demand, trade volumes, and supply chain risks. So these are all the important business opportunities which are standing in front of us, and how we address and how we take care of them in providing the transition security, energy security to the country in next decades to come. So I wish this, the discussions, healthy debates, and a good knowledge sharing today. And once again, I thank all of you for providing this opportunity and for taking up this type of knowledge-based, knowledge sharing platform here. Thank you, one and all. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. Now, moving ahead, I would request Shri Prabhakar Chowki, sir, to say a few words and address the gathering. Sir, please.
A very good morning to all of you. Johar. Chairman NML, Sri Shivam Srivastava sir. Former advisor to Government of India, Prasad sir. Sri Ajay ji, Director CMPD. Sri Sanjay Jha ji, Director MCL. CEO NML Naveen Jain Saab, Red. I was really skeptical reading Red. So I am really happy, Regional Executive Director, Red Jain Saab. Distinguished guests over here, Sri Arvind Kumar Saab from DGMS, R.V. Prasad Saab, former Director and former Director of CCL and current advisor of NML. Dr. Blinderman, I think I saw him. He's a very eminent expert on UCG. He is present here. All experts and delegates, once again a very good morning to you all. It's really a very great initiative from NML. I would, from core of my heart, appreciate the idea conceived and executed by NML team headed by Chairman Shivam Srivastava sir. I understand organizing a conference is not an easy job, and collecting all such experts from different fields. Definitely, I would again appreciate the tough journey of NML. Rather than when NTPC was working hard in Pakri Barwadi coalfield, I was witnessing from Piparwar area. I had the opportunity to serve CCL here. So it was really very tough efforts. They lost many occasions, they lost many men, they lost a lot of energy, but yes, you have won. You have won. That is big thing. I really am very happy today NML having contributed plus 30 million tons last year and going to achieve half century. We are passing through, I think, cricket series, touching half century really is a big thing. And this year is going to be half century for NML. I really wish success for that half century. And we were happy to listen from Chairman NTPC that 100 million tons would be next target, and thereon the entire fuel security of NTPC from its own mines. That's big thing. We really wish success for that. Yes, sir. All the experts and distinguished delegates are here on the mining sector and on the energy sector. Definitely, I would subscribe to the idea told by our respected Prasad Saab that yes, both sitting together and the experts for future alternative energy also are here. So definitely, innovative, creative ideas would emerge in this hall. I wish for integration of all those ideas for the successful formulation of schemes that the nation would travel to witness these great challenges of transition from enjoying and cultivating energy of fossil fuel generated base to the energy of non-fossil fuel based. Yes, we are still dependent on our fossil fuel energies. Last year, as per government record, we have produced 1047, more than 1 billion tons of coal in our country, all together, Coal India, others, everyone together. It was 1047 million tons we have produced. Out of that, about 82% we have given to our boilers for energy security of our country. This year also till October, I think we have done, the government records are there till October, 537 million tons we have already done. This is from ministry side. And I think November we may have added another 75 to 80 million tons. 600 million tons we have already done. Another 5 months are there, 4.5 to 5 months. I believe we will be definitely crossing 1100 million tons again. So there are challenges. Yes, I have gone through the papers that would be presented and discussed, shared here. There are very good papers here. The challenges would be addressed through those papers. I really wish good creative ideas for sustainable mining, because coming 2 decades also we are going to depend on fossil fuel only. Nation's fuel security is not going to come from other sources other than fossil fuels. So the challenges which are emerging, which we have been as country witnessing around the powerhouses, around the coal mines, be it rehabilitation challenges. I have seen many mines, many fields across our country. Rehabilitation is a big challenge. Resettlement also is a big challenge. Replacement, displacement also is a big challenge. But rehabilitation and sustaining that rehabilitation, holding their hands till our project survives in that place, be it thermal unit or be it mines unit. It's a very big challenge. So also parallelly environmental challenges. There are some good papers. I have gone through the list. I believe a very good ideas would come out, and I wish all the success of the conference. I once again thank Shivam Srivastav Saab and his team to conceive this idea to integrate energy brain power at one platform. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. Now, I request Shri Ajay Kumar sir to say a few words. Sir, please.
Thank you and good morning to all. Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, Director of Fuel NTPC's Shivam Srivastav Sahab, Sri Digen Prasad, former advisor, Ministry of Coal, Sri Prabhakar Chauke, former Director Mining, Neyveli, Lignite Limited, Jha Sahab, Director Technical, MCL, CEO, NML, Sri Naveen Jain Sahab, and dignitaries, esteemed guests, colleagues from mining fraternity of the dais, and ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Once again, a very good morning to all. It gives me immense pleasure to be part of Stratum 2025, a premier platform that brings together visionaries, industry leaders, and experts for a meaningful deliberation on the future of mining and resources development in India. The conference titled Strategic Transformation, Resource Acquisition, and Technology Upgradation in Mining is highly relevant in today's context as the global energy and resource landscape is undergoing a rapid transformation. This event, spanning 1.5 days, stands as a confluence of knowledge, innovation, and collaboration. The program covers 4 key themes: strategic minerals, clean energy, digital transformation, and sustainability in mining. I am confident that the technical sessions and discussions scheduled over these days will provide valuable insights and pathways to help shape a more sustainable and technologically advanced future for mining in India. NTPC Mining Limited, NML, has rapidly emerged as a key contributor to India's fuel security by scaling up the captive coal production for NTPC's power plants. It operates multiple captive coal blocks with a target to reach 100 million tons per annum of coal output by 2030, which is expected to meet a significant share of NTPC coal requirement. Considering myself a founder member of NTPC coal mining, I will be more than happy to see the 100 million ton achieved as soon as possible. Alongside expanding production, NML is positioning itself as a key player by promoting knowledge sharing and best practices in efficient, safe, and responsible mining through collaborative platforms with other mining companies and agencies. It is imperative to embrace cutting-edge approaches such as digital mine planning, unified command and control centers, solar power setups, planning solar power setups on the overburden dumps, along with efforts in eco-friendly mine closure and land restoration. In this context, entire mining fraternity, along with NML, needs to exemplify the ethos of mining for tomorrow. CMPDI is long associated with NTPC mining in its journey from geological exploration to mine planning to adoption of cleaner, smarter, and more sustainable technologies. Together, we are driving the transition towards a future where mining is not only productive, but also environmentally conscious and technology empowered. In the context of the present seminar, CMPDI is actively engaged for clean energy, and we have a clean energy setup at CMPDI. We have a CBM environment lab, and we are also doing our R&D, through R&D, a pilot project on underground coal gasification. We are also doing some work on pump storage, and we are also providing transaction advisory services for critical minerals. So we are open, eager for any collaboration and association with anybody in these fields. I extend my best wishes to all participants of Stratum 2025. May the ideas exchanged and explored over the course of this event lead to the meaningful collaborations and innovative solutions for India's mining and energy sector. Thank you. Thank you once again to all.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request Shri Sanjay Kumar Jha sir to say a few words. Sir, please.
सबको नमस्कार, जोहार. First of all, respected Srivastava Sahab, respected Prasad Sahab, respected Prabhakar Sahab, respected Ajay Kumar Sahab, respected Jain Sahab, और सामने बैठे respected delegates, VIPs, press, media, and all respected persons present here. First of all, I must thank NTPC Mining Limited for organizing such a nice seminar Stratum 25, and I'm privileged to be part of it. While going through the topic being covered in next 2 days, in 4 sessions, is eye-opener, and that is the demand of the day. So NTPC, as usual, not take anything casually while finalizing, yes, while finalizing the itinerary of this seminar. They have been very particular as usual. First session will be our sustaining future, self-reliant future. The deliberation will be on critical mineral, which is very important, as our previous respected speakers told. Need not to explain you the importance of critical mineral nowadays in battery storage or EVs and etc. etc. So fantastic! It is going to be a great session and great papers. I was going through it little bit. Delighted to see that. The next session will be on gasification. This is also need of the hour. Actually, instead of producing quantum of coal, better to gasify it. Convert it in syngas, and whatever you want, you produce the derivative. So, in MCL, I represent MCL. MCL, you might be knowing, has produced 225 million tons of coal last year, being the largest coal producing company. And we have been practicing this gasification in a large level. We have formed a company with BHEL, and we have named it Bharat Coal Gasification and Chemical Limited. Land has been acquired, clearances are being obtained, tender of different LSTK, they call it, lump sum turnkey, 4 numbers will be there. So global tenders floated, it is being finalized. We have decided timelines. So we'll be producing 0.66 million tons per annum ammonium nitrate. So we have been going quite long way in that. Just for your information. So this topic, gasification, is very close to my heart actually. So thank you very much NTPC and this organizing team for selecting this topic for discussion and for presentation. Again, the next is delighted to see being given a space in this seminar, that digital transformation and automation. Actually, we as a MCL, we are having a large quantum of coal being produced and transported to different sidings. And with this, the help of IT initiatives and automations, we have established ICC, Integrated Command and Control System, that is operational there. We find it to be very, very essential. Otherwise, this quantum of fleet management is just not possible. So we have been practicing boom barriers, then GPS systems, what and what not. So this is demand of the day. IT initiative for the transparency, for the fleet control, and everything. So this is, thank you again for covering this topic. And the last one, sustainability and just transition. This topic is something which must be taken care of right at this juncture, because many of our mines are going to be closed in few years to come. And if we cannot close it logically, it will be a curse for the person living there, because their livelihood will be seized. If we don't, their infrastructure, you imagine, once you stop a mine, their road networks, their healthcare infrastructures, their livelihood. Suppose a person who is earning his livelihood by repairing tire of a truck, if mine closes, the truck stops, and the next comes his business. So you have to, if mining stops, they have, the community has to be taken care of. The ecology and environment has to be taken care of. This, and then you have to enable the people. It just not that you make a park over there and the people will sell mungfali. It is just not a just transition concept. You have to enable them to earn their life, and you have to support them. So great topic. Thank you once again. I think much has been talked, and I must thank you, the leader of NTPC team, great visionary leader. And last week I had opportunity to meet him in his office, and I'm delighted he still remembers it. You NTPC team, salute. Most of my family members, one of my elder brother-in-law is sitting. My family, two of my brother-in-laws are there. So NTPC is very close to my heart, and the amount of services NTPC has rendered and taken the country forward. Yes, we salute and thank you very much for inviting me. At the end, I invite you to MCL, the great land of Odisha, the land of God, Lord Jagannath. Whether you like to come individually or in a group, we are there to receive you. We will be very delighted to have, and we'll be very happy to show you what we are doing there, how we are producing 225, how we will be producing 239 this year, and how we are going to produce 300 million ton. We'll be very happy to receive you. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Before we move ahead, I would again take a moment to thank all the dignitaries present on the dais and also the delegates who joined us online. Now, with immense pride and reverence, as a collective wisdom, we will now unreveal the souvenir Stratum 2025. I would request the dignitaries to unreveal the souvenir. This souvenir is not just merely a publication. It is a treasure house of ideas, a living document of India's mining transformation, and a testament to the intellectual strength that derives our nation's energy future. It brings together the scholarly depth and technical brilliance of the Ministry of Coal, premier institutes and universities of national importance, colleges and young scholars, industry experts and providers, and our valued stakeholders. I would like to tell the House that we have received more than 30 technical papers in a very short duration of time, out of which 27 technical papers are published in this collection of treasure. Thank you so much. Now we will unveil the coffee table book. May we have the coffee table book? The coffee table book, you will find stories of innovation, partnership and sustainability, stories that remind us that every ton of coal carries with it not just energy, but trust, compassion, and commitment. As we unveil this book, we celebrate not only the milestones of NTPC Mining Limited, but also the people behind them, the engineers, the workers, communities, and partners who have made responsible mining a reality. This is not just reflection of our past, it is a blueprint of tomorrow. Together, we mine for a better world. With this, I would request all the dignitaries on the dais to take their seats below on the sofas as we move forward for the presentation. So, please take the seats on the sofas. Now we will having the presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a QR code of the coffee table also available. You can scan it and read it. It is digitally available. The QR code will be provided. Greetings, intellectual laureates, ladies and gentlemen. Every nation has its unseen heroes, and every story has its hidden heartbeat. As the screen hums to life, we invite you into a world that powers India from beneath its very soil. A world where the glow of lamp in a distant village, the hum of machine in a thriving city, and the dreams of rising generation are fueled. This is the story of NTPC Mining, India's emerging backbone in responsible and modern mining. A wholly owned subsidiary of NTPC, NML was born from a vision of focused competency and technological excellence. With mighty coal blocks across Jharkhand, Odisha, and Chhattisgarh carrying a combined potential of over 74 million tons per year, NML stands as the nation promise for secure, sustainable, and self-reliant energy. But behind every statistic, there lies a face. Behind every ton of coal, there beats a human story of perseverance, innovation, and hope. From 1975 to today, NTPC has grown into India's largest conglomerate, over 85,000 megawatts of power, lighting up millions of lives. But power is not just megawatts. Power is emotion. Power is dignity. Power is possibility. Soon, we'll be having a session of documentary. The documentary which we'll be watching is not just about machines, mines, or milestones. It is about the people, the hands that dig, the minds that design, the hearts that endure, and the communities we uplift through CSR and community development. It is about how NML do not just fuel the power sector, but it also fuels millions of dreams. So sit back, take a breath, and allow yourself to witness an unseen jewel of India's energy story, a journey of resilience, responsibility, and radiant promise of Viksit Bharat 2047. Welcome to the story behind power. Let's roll the roll. From 1975 to today, NTPC has grown into India's largest energy conglomerate. Over 85,000 megawatts of power, lighting up millions of lives. But power is not just megawatts. Power is emotion. Power is dignity. Power is possibility. Now let's roll the roll.
Welcome to the story of NML. With a vision to ensure thermal fuel security to NTPC and to expand the mining business vertical, NTPC Mining Limited was established in August 2019, marking a bold step towards self-reliance in coal production. The journey in fuel security began in 2004 with the allocation of Pakri Barwadi coal mine by the Government of India. Over the years, 6 more minings have joined our mission, including Chatti Baryatu and Chatti Baryatu South, Kerandari, Badam, and North Dhadu, eastern part in Jharkhand, Dolanga in Odisha, Talaipalli in Chhattisgarh. Together they boast a combined capacity of 74 million metric tons per annum. The turning point came on 7th December 2016 when we proudly joined the rank of global coal producers as production commenced at Pakri Barwadi. This legacy continued when the Honorable Prime Minister of India dedicated the Dulanga mine to the nation on 22nd September 2018. Shortly, Tilaipalli, Chatti Baryatu and Kerandari also joined the fray, and today we stand as the third largest coal producer in the country. Our commitment to increase coal production and providing consistent high-quality fuel supply remains unwavering. Through relentless dedication, we have overcome challenges like land acquisition, rehabilitation, and adverse socio-politics. Our 5 operational mines, Pakri Barwadi, Chatti Baryatu, Kerandari, Tulanga, and Tilaipalli, have delivered coals for powering over 20 NTPC power plants till date. Our workplace prioritizes sustainability, increasing green belt cover, land restoration, advanced dust suppression systems, water sprinklers, and continuous monitoring of emissions like SOx and NOx ensure eco-friendly operations. Our mines feature electricity-operated HEMMS, EV trucks, setting a new benchmark for green mining practices. Our long conveyor corridors and first-mile connectivity foster sustainability in coal transportation, reduced GHG emissions, and unhindered movement for wildlife. Beyond mining, we are transforming lives through education, school augmentation, skill development, youth empowerment, women upliftment, medical care, hygiene, sports and promotion of local art forms like Sonhari and Khovar. Women empowerment is a cornerstone of our mission, with women being trained and deployed as dumper operators at Pakri Barwadi, the first coal mine in the country to achieve this feat. Safety is our priority. Recognition from the Directorate General of Mines, Safety and other esteemed organizations underscores our commitment to safety and operational excellence. Our mines are IMS certified and have received a 5-star rating from the Ministry of Coal. As the saying goes, consistency transforms the average into excellence. NTPC Mining Limited is more than a story of progress. It's a testament to reliance and ambition. By 2030, we aim to meet 25% of NTPC's thermal fuel requirements, continuing our legacy of excellence. And by delivering sustainability, we do not aim to limit ourselves to coal, but to make our presence in the entire value chain of other minerals, both onshore and offshore recycling of wastes for mineral recovery. NML aims to be the leading mining company, ensuring energy security of the nation. Together, we power India's dreams. We shape a better tomorrow. We create possibilities. We are NTPC Mining Limited.
As we'll begin with the presentations, we invite you to witness not just our initiatives, but our intent to redefine mining as safer, smarter, and truly sustainable. What you will see is not our journey towards, but our initiatives towards responsibility, extraction, and unlocking the true potential of minerals and metals, while placing people, safety, and future at the heart of mining. Now I request Shri Neeraj Gautam Sir, AGM Mining, and Shri Aviral Sajan, Senior Manager, CMHQ, looking after operational services at Coal Mining Headquarters, to present. Sir, please do the honors.
Thank you, Karan. Good afternoon. Respected dignitaries present of the dais, connected online virtually, my fellow speakers, delegates, and colleagues. It's my proud privilege to present before you the journey of NTPC so far and the future roadway for NTPC Mining Limited. We are proud of the legacy of being an NTPCian. We bask in the glory of success story of NTPC. The story not only inspires us, but also makes us aspire
तो
to
इस
be
चीज़ को माइनिंग के पास
a
पहुंचना
force to reckon with when it
वो
comes to
माइनिंग
mining.
के बारे में डिस्कस करेंगे
The spirit is epitomized in the NTPC Geet when we say, अंधकार की घोर निशा में ज्योति किरण बनकर हम आए. 50 years ago, on 7th of November 1975, a star was born. Today, that star has completed 50 years of its service to the nation. Over the period of 50 years, we have grown to ensure that the aspirations of our fellow nation, countrymen are met, and they are never short of energy in their march towards being an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Our portfolios have grown, and the dynamics are a testimony of our resilience and transformation simultaneously in keeping pace with the changing realities. NTPC has diversified portfolio of power generation, but we have also gone into backward integration to ensure security of field for our power plants. NTPC over past 50 years has transformed into a power major which occupies almost the entire gamut of power value chain. We have formed collaborations, joint ventures, subsidiaries, and they are accounting for all the power verticals that you can imagine for. We are into nuclears, renewables, hydro, thermal when it comes to generation of power. We have got joint ventures getting to power generation. We are also into supply and services, trading of electricity, and then one of the newest entrant to this gamut of galaxy of rising stars is NTPC Mining Limited, the company I represent, the company which is increasingly becoming a force to reckon with. A brief snapshot of the history that we have been through. It all began with allocation of first coal block, the flagship coal block of NTPC, Pakri Brody coal block, on 11th of October 2004. We have had difficult selling. We were new to this business. We had our own difficulties. We were not aware about the constraints, but we have learned, and we have learned quickly. The red letter day in the history of NTPC came on 7th of December 2016, where we were finally able to break through. We started mining at Pakri Barwadi, and since then we have not looked back. On 10th of September, it was followed by production at Dulanga. Subsequently, production started at Talai. Last financial year, we have achieved 42 million metric ton of coal production. That is only with the blocks that we have with NTPC. Just to remind you, on 9th of December this year only, we have added another small jewel to our coin. Pakri Barwadi Northwest Pit has also started coal production. This is a brief overview of the portfolio, although majority of you must be aware, but just for the sake of information of others. NML has, as of now, 77 blocks with a total PRC, peak rated capacity of 74 million metric ton per annum. Then we have two more blocks. One is with TSGC that has a PRC of 5.6 million metric ton per annum, and one block Banadi with PVNL with the capacity PRC of 12 million metric ton per annum. Cumulatively, we have a PRC of 91.6 million ton per annum. This company that we are celebrating, that is organizing this conference, was officially born on 29th October 2019. This company was formed and it reflected a change in our thinking. Before forming of this company, we were only into coal business. With the formation of NTPC Mining Limited, that our vision was broadened to include other minerals also. These are figures, and I guess figures speak for themselves. This has been our journey over the past 7-8 years. Currently, the last financial year, FY25, we produced 42 million tons per annum, and NTPC Mining Limited is aspiring to achieve the PRC of the blocks allocated with NML only by FY30. If you take the other blocks into the consideration, it will be close to 100 million tons per annum. And we always say in NTPC, every fourth bulb that is lit in this country is lit by the power generated by NTPC. I'm proud to say by FY30, we should be able to say the similar thing. Every fourth or every 25% of coal that we will be firing in our plants will be generated in-house by NML. Figures alone are not sufficient. They are backed by performance, which is not weighted, accorded by us, but by external agencies. Here are some of the accolades that we have received over past few years. 5-star rating has been awarded to Dulanga coal mining project for the last 5 years. Pakri Barwadi received the overall rank #1. Talaipalli has also received Achievers rank. In the annual Safety Week celebrations conducted by DJMS, Pakri Barwadi has emerged as the runner-up at the national level. Then FIMI has awarded Dulanga with SHE Excellence. Pakri Barwadi has been awarded in Environment Management. Pakri Barwadi again has been conferred the SHE Excellence Award by CI. Ministry of Coal has awarded National Safety Award. These are just some of the awards of major national importance. So, some of the green initiatives that NTPC has taken over the course of our existence, we have been a responsible miner when it comes to mining. We have done our part to ensure that we are also responsible to environment and are doing our bit for reduction of carbon footprint. Some of the major initiatives that we have taken for reduction of carbon footprints are, on the side of infrastructure, we have constructed a 21-kilometer long cross-country conveyor. This is one of its kind in Asia. It has 2 streams capable of conveying around 15 million tons of coal per annum. This is integrated with stoker reclaimer arrangements, and together approximately 50,000 tons of carbon emissions have been reduced by these inventions or this technological advancement that we have brought into this system. This is about the similar kind of efforts that we have taken at Dulanga, wherein 7 million tons capacity coal conveying system is developed. Here we are able to reduce around 12.6 liters of diesel by augmenting or automating this entire system. Previously it used to be transported through truck. Now it has been automated, electrically driven. We have CHP which loads into the MGR racks, and it is directly fed to the power plant, resulting in a saving of around 33,000 tons of carbon emissions. Apart from that, we have extensively taken electrification of the HEMM that we have deployed in our mines. Some of the examples we are just showcasing before you. 5 numbers of electric rope shovels have been electrified. Apart from that, 1 hydraulic shovel has been converted. Approximate saving for this is around 7,000 tons of carbon emissions in this financial year. This is an ongoing process whereby we are taking other initiatives to ensure these figures grow year by year. Then it comes to the afforestation, carbon capture and sequestration is one aspect. We are trying to reduce the carbon in the environment by plantation of trees. Around 12 lakh trees have been planted by NML since its inception across 5 projects, and cumulatively they were able to reduce about 46,000 tons of carbon emissions per year. We have taken up solar installations in our mines and the area. Current transformation journey is we plan to install around 1 megawatt of solar install capacity by this financial year, and cumulatively we have plans to take up it to 50 megawatt by FY 27-28. This will lead to reduction of around 50,000 tons of carbon emissions. Safety is paramount to us. This is a virtue which we have taken from our parent company. In NTPC, we always say people before PLF. NML has adopted it, and we say production after safety. So that spirit is reflected in some of the initiatives that we have undertaken at our mines to ensure safety. We believe mining, though a risky and hazardous business, can be made safe for our working people if we put right emphasis at the right place. First and foremost point or the checkpoint is the entry of the manpower into our mines. If they are competent, capable and authorized, probably we are able to reduce much of this portion of risk into the mine. So we have implemented a system of QR code based helmets and ID cards through which it is possible to identify the worker and have a credential check about his eligibility or competence to work in the mine. May I request someone from the audience if you can just scan this QR code and tell me if it is working? Can you just tell the details that are available? So this system is not only available or handy for DGMS persons when they come to inspect, other persons also, the manpower that we have engaged, the safety supervisors, the officials, they can also check and verify themselves whether the person who has been employed, he has undergone VTC, he has got his medical examinations done, and other periodicals or other past histories also available. Similar way, we have a system of reporting deviation because we believe that if deviations are recorded at the very instance, we are able to curb that problem in the root itself. So we have made it transparent, we have made it known to everyone. If you find any unsafe act, if you find any unsafe conditions, don't wait, you don't have to think who should I inform, when should I inform, you simply scan this QR code and record your findings, whatever they are. We have a system whereby these recordings are directed to the concerned person for remedial actions as soon as possible, thereby removing the delay time. SOPs are an important part of mine management safety, and we have made all efforts to ensure that the management or the management's vision reaches to the lowest level, the workers. SOPs have been distributed, but at times they may not be available to the person as and when required. So again, SOPs have been made available through these QR codes. They are available at the HAMM machines itself or the workshop or permanent places. So the worker can refer to them if required before doing any particular job or activities. Some of the other initiatives that we have taken that we like to highlight before the mining fraternity at large, we not only have the safety features installed at our mines, we are not only DGMS compliant, but we also want to extract the valuable information so that it is transformed into action points. So we not only have these fatigue sensors installed, we also record the readings so that behavior of driver can be studied and corrective actions as and when required for the behavioral safety can be introduced. We have introduced this system of virtual barricading of equipment so that collision of the excavator with a dumper is a quite common phenomenon in the mining industry. So this is an initiative which gives a visual barricading to the dumper operator so that he maintains a safe distance from our machines. Then anti-collision proximity sensors are there. Third, 360-degree view camera is installed for better supervision and monitoring, because as our mines grow, the supervision by a person becomes increasingly difficult. Fleet is increasing, the number of persons are increasing, the area is increasing. So we have put in more and more use of technology to add into supervision and management of the mines. We believe that a worker is as good at workplace as his family is able to support him. So whenever a worker is involved in any unsafe act, we also sensitize their families, because it needs cooperation from both the sides. At workplace we can manage, but after the workplace, whether he is able to have that peace of mind, whether he has that support from the family to work safely, work diligently. So we involve family also into this day-to-day planning. Then we have banned one of the biggest nuisance, the mobile phones in our mines. Workers are not allowed to use mobile phones. And another nuance which may lead to unsafe acts and condition is the consumption of alcohols. So that is also being regularly checked and adhered to, that we ensure people are fit to work when they come to mine. They are trained. We emphasize a lot of time and effort in training our manpower so that able to deliver the work that is expected from them. Simulators and VR-based trainings are some of the latest initiatives that we are currently taking to educate and inform our workplace to make them future ready. So we have seen the figures. Figures are there to say, but how do we achieve the efficiencies? How do we achieve the productivity that we have been able to? So we have deployed smart mining technologies. They not only reduce time, increase efficiency, but they also reduce the chances of error. We deploy some of the most advanced equipments for surveying. Mining fraternity must be aware that surveying is an integral part of the mining business, but it more so in case of NML. We operate in a business model where we have MDOs appointed for the mining activities. So the survey assumes even more importance. It not only needs to be accurate, it also needs to be quite fast, because every month when we are supposed to do billings, these readings should be available. So we have employed DGPS, drone surveys, and terrestrial laser scanners, just to name a few hardwares that are enabling us to leverage this technology for enhanced efficiency and accuracy. Hardware alone is not sufficient. We have matching software which enables us to take care of the technology advancements. Mining softwares we use for modeling and scheduling. Mining there is a document called mining plan. Invariably it's a static document, once prepared and kept forever. But we ensure by mining software that it is dynamic. We keep on updating as we do the infill drilling, advanced drilling. We keep on updating our geological model. So we are up to date. Our mining plan, so-called, is dynamic. It's live. And then we have mapped up solutions for TLS, Agisoft for drone data processing, and Global Mapper for visualizations purposes. Safety, again, as I told you, it's not only limited to compliance as far as NML is concerned. We go beyond compliance. Normally, incidents do happen because of lack of illumination. So we have taken care, we have made it automated, we have made it man-less. So we have vehicle-mounted lux monitor systems, which not only gives the real-time data, it also focuses on the right areas for improvement, rather than just doing a survey which fulfills the compliance part of it. Some of the digitization automation, as Sir was also telling, we have all the man and machines being monitored through the means of technology. All the HMM that is being operated are GPS synchronized. We are able to control their movements. We are able to direct them to increase the efficiency, reduce the downtimes, and for the safety incidences if they happen. All the manpower that enters into our mines are not only trained, but they are also properly recorded for. Now coming to the future plans, as I told, NML was formed, and the very reason was we wanted to move, or rather explore the horizons beyond coal. So this is how it spans out. Ministry of Mines in 2025 has unveiled national critical mineral missions with the objective of having self-reliability when it comes to the critical minerals which are required for just transition. NML is proud to be one of the industry spoke to the hub, which is being led by IMMT, which has been identified as a center of excellence. Now we have tried to find, how we can convert the waste that we have into an opportunity for wealth. NTPC is a parent company, generates a lot of ash. And we as a mining company generate a lot of OB, which is waste for us. But we are trying to find out, we are trying to explore possibilities how these waste with the academic collaboration and R&D institutions collaboration can be converted into wealth. So currently NML is exploring potentials, how we can explore RE from the ash and how we can explore RE from the OBDUMs. It's just a business pitch for the larger mining fraternity out there. We are a notified exploration agency. which has been notified by the ministry to take exploration activities. We can do exploration for you, prepare GR. We are also in the way of acquiring accreditation for as a mine plan preparing agencies. So should a need be, we'll be more than happy to prepare mine plans, mine closure plans for the fraternity if required. Just window of opportunities. We are also into health, safety, environment audits. We have technical expertise available in-house, which you can extend to the mining fraternity at large if required. Geological report I've already covered. We are one of the pioneers when it comes to appointment of MDOs for development and operation of mines. We have a lot of experience and expertise. So if a need be, we'll be more than happy to take up that assignment for the fraternity if required. FR preparation, commercial petition and support to others, technical due diligence studies. These are some of the areas which we propose from this forum to the mining fraternity at large to give us an opportunity to collaborate and to share our expertise and capabilities. Some of the other gray areas which already our respected directors has covered, we are also going into gasification of coal, whether it is underground or surface. For underground coal gasification, we have identified 2 projects, Pakri and Talaipalli, where we have deep-seated reserves, which are traditionally non-economical for mining by conventional methods. So we are exploring ways and means how it can be, they can be exploited using these advanced technologies. Yes, this slide basically depicts the diversified portfolio of minerals that we are looking at. Copper, graphite, nickel, cobalt, Re and lithium. These are some of the minerals which you are looking for, not only in line with the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, but also to contribute our part for the just transition to a green economy. We have some collaborations. We have collaborations as of now with Institute of Mineral and Metal Technology, Macon and Hindustan Copper. And we are also we are also, striving to bring on board Indian Rare Earth Limited to take this initiative further. Having discussed about the technical and commercial aspect of our business, let's come to the human aspect of our existence. Being a responsible central PSU, we are very much aware of the responsibilities that have been entrusted upon us, and we have been trying our level best to ensure a just transition for the people. We want them that the people should feel that their lives have been improved by NTPC. So what you can see is the R&R colonies that we have had at Dulanga and Pakri Brody. These are the model R&R colonies that we have built for our R&R displaced people. We have provided them with all the basic amenities with a promise of a better future. This is one slide which is very close to me. I'd like to talk about this in detail. This is the flagship project of NTPC, Girl Empowerment Mission, commonly known as JAM Mission. For the past 5 years, NTPC has pioneered this initiative. Till date, around 10,000 girls have benefited from this mission. We normally select 10 to 12-year-old girls who have passed class 5. We provide them with 4 weeks of summer training program at our projects. It is designed to provide them with the future opportunities, explore the talent that they may be having which may they not be aware of, or to develop them for future leaders, not maybe in corporate style, but leader in their own itself. Because if you educate a girl child, you ultimately end up transforming that family in general and the larger society. So this is one initiative which is being taken up. Talaipalli for NML has been doing it for past 3 years. There are some other activities that we have been taking over. Methi is one of the name. It is fast, rising as a ITI in this Jharkhand region. Project affected people, children are normally trained here, and they are able to secure employment not only in the state of Jharkhand, but also abroad. Abroad means other states also. And we have almost 100% placement record from this institution for past couple of years. These are some of the trades being, undertaken at that. The picture at the bottom is about the CPET Institute, where training is given. We sponsor a batch for undergoing training at CPET. These are some of the other initiatives. I will not take much of a time. We have a video lined up dedicatedly for CSR initiative, which will be showing to you post-lunch. So I'll just like to reiterate that together we stand firmly resolved to do mining responsibly, empowering locally, and performing globally. I like to sum up my presentation with 2 lines. खोल दो पर मेरे परिंदा कहता है, खोल दो पर मेरे परिंदा कहता है, अभी उड़ान बाकी है, जमीन नहीं है मंजिल मेरी, अभी पूरा आसमान बाकी है. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Ellen Pradhan, Deputy General Manager, IT, and Sanjay Kumar Yadav, Senior Manager, CMHQ, to give a presentation on integrated coal management system. Sir, please.
Respected dignitaries and all VIPs and delegates. Respected dignitaries, VIPs and delegates, we are here to present integrated coal management system. That is a comprehensive digital solution for complete coal transportation process. It is a technology and digital solution for automation, and it has many benefits like this efficiency of the process, security, and to avoid coal privilege and other security and safety aspects. And we have used many digital technologies here like bridge integration and RFID based access systems and CCTV surveillance, GPS based technology and geofencing and many technologies. So further details will be given by my co-presenter Mr. Sanjay.
Thank you, sir. Myself, Sanjay Kumar Yadav. I will brief about the main feature of the ISMS systems, covering the background, why we need the ISMS systems, what we have done in the technology front of the ISMS systems, what are the major features of the IC systems and the cyber security concerns which were addressed in the ISMS systems. We will also see how the dispatch process strengthened the safety and security of the dispatch process was addressed, and in the last we will see the snapshot of the actual field implementation, and last the question and answer. First of all, why we need a digital solution for the dispatch process. If you see the quantum of dispatch, what we are doing in our mines, more than the 75,000 tons of the coal is being dispatched from the railway side, from mines to railway sidings, either the wharfalls, or the power plant per day through the tippers. And if you see the distance variations from different mines, it is ranging from 1 kilometer to more than 100 kilometers. More than 100 kilometers. If you see the trip per day tippers trip, it is more than 2100. More than 2100. Such a huge quantity of coal transports generally involves numerous challenges in the terms of susceptibility to coal privilege, security and safety, operational efficiency, real-time informations, and around-the-clock tracking and monitoring of the dispatch process. So these are the challenges we are facing, and we implemented the ISMS systems to address these challenges. So how we have addressed these challenges, we will see in the next slide. So ISMS system was implemented to automate all the dispatch process and to strengthen the safety, security, and around-the-clock supervision and monitoring of the dispatch operations. So what we have done in the ISMS systems, we have automated the Webris systems. We have implemented the GPS-based monitoring and tracking systems. We have implemented some inbuilt logics to do the to find out the exceptions and taking the corrective actions. We have also implemented the RFID-based control at the entry and exits and the Webris systems. We have also integrated the complete Webris data because in the mining operations, the Webrises are from the different manufacturers, and they are not comfortable to integrate the complete systems at the software levels. So we have integrated the complete Webris data. We have also planned and implemented a robust restorations and data backups. And for the dashboard, we have not covered only the mining operations, dispatch operations. We have also covered the mining operations, dispatch operations, and the finally dispatch to rake. So what technology we have implemented? We have implemented the RFID-based access control at the checkpoints. These RFID-based access control was integrated with the boom barriers, with the CCTV cameras, with the display, with the PA systems and all those things. And at the Webris end, we have integrated all the Webris software with the RFID systems. And we have also installed the CCTV boom barrier and the Webris positioning systems and all the Webrises. We have also introduced the GPS-based tracking monitoring of the coal vehicles. This is a very important part of the complete solutions because it ensures that along the flow of the vehicles, we get all the exceptions, we get all the around-the-clock monitoring. And we have also defined the rule-based alerts whenever there is any violations in the terms of speed violation, in the terms of route deviation, in the terms of geofencing violations. We always get the alerts in the mobile as well as on the web-based systems. We have also implemented the CCTV-based systems, ISMS softwares, and integration with the third-party systems like Khanish, GEMS, ensuring end-to-end paperless operation with minimum manual interventions. This is a very customized solutions because every sites have a different types of needs, and to suit all the sites requirements, we have implemented various types of system at different sites. Like in the Pakri Barwadi system, we have integrated a driver face recognition system with the integrated coal management systems. In the Chatti Bharyatu, we have implemented the common gate, which is generally used with the Kirandari and the Chatti Bharyatu systems. So it is a very highly customized solutions. It is not off-the-shelf software which we have implemented. It is a very distributed architectures. We have taken the distributed architectures to in this distributed architectures we have used the star topology, and we have also ensured that the operations is not hampered because of the unavailability of any of the digital device or the IoT digital device or the software level. So we have implemented the redundancy at the server level and the network level. At the network level, the optical fiber is backed by the RF network. So whenever there is any problem in the optical fiber network, it is backed by the RF network. We have also implemented the area-based approach. It is a very important because area-based approach ensures that whenever there is not an internet, we can do the operations because in the mining, the internet availability is also a challenge. We have implemented in a system in such a way that we can do the standalone operation. Even the internal network fails, the system can be operated and system can be do in the digital mode. We have also implemented the face recognition systems, GPR-based tracking, stepwise blocking. The stepwise blocking means that whenever there are steps defined in the mining dispatch operation, whenever any trucks or tippers violate any of the step, it is not qualified for the next step. So if anyhow it, for example, if anyhow it violates the entry rules, it is not qualified to for the web measurement and the web bridge operations. So we have also implemented the rule-based exceptions, blocking of the tippers on the speed violations, route deviation, step violations, expiry of the insurance and CTG. And one of the important thing is that the CCTV camera capture every event at the entry, at the web bridge, and the exit of the system. And the
next part is cyber security. In cyber security, new generation firewalls are implemented at each site and remote site also, so that our system is robust and it is very robust. Key-based remote support system through whitelisted IPs only, and all websites are SSL certifications. We do regular VAPT certs and panel agencies, and blocking up all unused USB ports, and so many cyber security measures are taken care of. So this system is robust, and it is working very well since last 2 years and more.
So what effect the ICMS has done in the system? Before implemented of the ICMS system, the system of entry and verification of the truck was manual. It was replaced by the automatic RFID-based entry and verification systems. Data in the web bridge was very fragmented. It was not at the integrated part. So we have implemented a distributed and the centralized database. The manual error which was done during the challan generation, it was also addressed, and now there is no manual error during the challan generations. We have around the clock 24/7 GPS-based tracking systems, ensuring that there is no coal preference and the tippers reach at the destination as desired. We have also implemented a robust data backup strategy. This robust data backup strategy, we have taken the data backup at the PC level, at the local level, and at the remote level. So we have implemented the differential spatial robust data backup strategy. And for the safety and security, there is no authorized entry at the mining end. There is a 24/7 tracking, and the rule-based exceptions are also generated. These are some of the snapshots of the GPS systems. You can see that we have also done the geofencing of the West Quarry, Banada siding, and all the routes. What you are seeing, there is a cluster of the clustering also we have done. So the number what you are seeing in the 8, 4, 12, 5, 3, these are the trucks which are number of the trucks which are there, and the color scheme what you are seeing, yellow, green. This show the status of the trucks, whether it is loaded, it is delayed, or it is unloaded. Okay. So if you see the down part of this vehicle tax expired, this is the snapshot which we have taken at the entry of the ISMS systems. Whenever there is any legal document expired, this screen looks like this, and it not allowed any drivers or tippers to enter into the mining area, the loading area. This is the typical dashboard which we have implemented for the GPS systems, which shows that how much trucks are tracking, how much trucks are not tracking, where there is a route deviations or not, The location-wise, the distribution of trucks is also there. And below the dashboard, there is also a GPS map of respective sites. What we have say, what I trying to show, this is the red color, green color trucks, which show the indications of whether the truck is loaded, whether the truck is unloaded, or it is delayed. This we have implemented for the CBCMP and Talaipalli. This is a snapshot of the face recognition systems, where the driver's face is automatically captured, detected, and filled in the challan generations automatically. This is the snapshot of the entry procedure, where if you see there is a RFID and traffic reader, there is a boom barrier, there is a display for the drivers whether it has authenticated or not. There is a CCTV for recording of the whole process, and the CCTV, whenever the trucks passes through the barriers, CCTV also take the snapshots of the driver and the trucks. So it can be used in the record keeping also. This is a typical dashboard which we have implemented for the CBCMP, KDCMP. If you see in the CBCMP, there is a blacklisted provision also. Some of the vehicles are blacklisted and assigned to the KDCMP. This is due to when the vehicles from CBCMP changes to the KDCMP, we blacklist for the CBCMP and assign to the KDCMP. There are also, if you see the blacklisted provision, there is also the driver is drunk, the vehicle is stopped at the bridge, and when the transport personnel asks to clear it, he then said misbehaving. So this type of blocking is also implemented in the ISMS systems. Whenever there is a blocking, it is done by the admin, and it cannot be unblocked by any operator. So we have not given any rights to operator to unblock, to install, uninstall any of the software. This is a QR-based delivery challan, which what is generated in the ISMS systems. This QR-based delivery challan also ensures that whenever there is a loss of internet network, this QR code can be scanned, and all the relevant data like the web bridge information, the weight, and date of dispatch, it is already recorded in our system whenever there is an offline system. So this is all the systems which we have implemented. Thank you. And any questions? Yes. Okay. Thank you, sir. Because we have not done the digital part, and it is a MDO scope. Truck providers. For the truck providers, they have a GPS device, and we have our static IPs. So we given the static IP to them, they configure the GPS device on that static IP, and we get the data.
Generally, they are reluctant to share their.
Sir, there are two provisions. If they are reluctant to provide the IP details, we have an API integration also. So we do the API integration also.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request. Generation firewalls which we have implemented for the secured and safety of the regions, and the firewall is not only implemented at the remote server, it is implemented at the local level as well as the remote level.
So these are all 4G based.
Sir, pardon, sir?
4G based networks?
It is not the 4G based network, it is a dedicated IRL line.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request Shri Dipankar Pal, Deputy General Manager, along with Abhishek Tiwari, Senior Manager, Pakri Barwadi Coal Mining Project, to give a presentation on rapid loading system. Sir, please.
Hello. Very good afternoon to honorable and most respected audience present in this prestigious platform. Here, our today's topic, the journey of NML, a paradigm shift from manual loading to rapid loading system. Now, what is manual loading? In mines, the truck is loaded through road transport. It reaches the nearest sidings, and there also it is loaded and goes to the different power plant of our country. And in rapid loading system, before going to this, I want to mention our previous speakers also said we are very much proud to be associated with the Pakris, Asia's one of the largest conveyor, the 21 kilometer. Here also we are using the rapid loading systems. Here, the system, here we load bulk materials like coal into the wagon after transporting to the conveyors. And here it is, weight is accurate and rake is loading within an hour. Yeah. Now, what is the advantage? This is the accurate loading. Automatically, in the software, we have made the provisions. It automatically adjusts if the density or flow characteristics of coal is changed. It can perform cyclic operation, means rakes moves continuously, they are with load, and it is a computer control, PLC control. Why we are showing this slide? In NML, we are using the best and latest technology available in the market. Here, this is the volumetric loading system. Here, we only feel, in RLS system, we only feel the volumes. But in Pakri, maybe it is Dulunga, maybe Pakri Barwadi, or in the upcoming RLS projects in Talaipalli or KD, we are using the batch weight system, not the volume. Here, the weight is the measuring tool, PLC control, and calculation is accurate. If you want to load 67.25 ton in a wagon, it will be 67.25 only. In RLS also, this is our Pakri Barwadi RLS 2. Here, why you are showing this? So here also, in some of the RLS, you also see that there RCC silo, that is 4,000 tons is used, but in Pakri, we are using the latest technology. What is it? The surge bunker 400 ton with a ground bunker. What is the advantage? The advantage is the material stock. 4,000 once is exhausted in one loading. The next loading, it will take time to load this great silo. And what are the other advantage of this bunker, surge bunker with ground bunker? The height of the silo, reclaiming conveyor length for this 52 meter or 50 meter, the drive size, land requirement, the cost, completion time, it is just half. Here the conveyor, the loading conveyor is a LT conveyor. So recurring power consumption is also low. That's what we are saying the earlier slide. In NML, we are using the best and latest technology. Here also plugging up coal, this is not there, only 21 meter silo. It is very easy if any choking of coal is there. Safety maintenance is also very much easy, and it is globally used. 98% of RLS is of this type. Now, just one or two sentences about RLS. The conveyor, this feeds the surge bunker. From surge bunker, this is the heart of the RLS, that is the hydraulic system. It operates the gate. Here the rake is moving, we want to move what I said 67.25. This hydraulic operated gates by its control of hydraulic fuel. We load only 67.25 and it goes to this bottom discharge gate through this telescopic chute to the wagon. The sensors, this the picture of the Pakri, it tells the operator, it warns the operator, this is the engine, you do not load. This is the guard wagon, you do not load. This also mentioned that the wagon is not in the position, you do not load. This is the system in Pakri. How we load? This is the length of a wagon, that is 9.6784. We load in this 6.784 meter, this 1.50, next wagon 1.50, the distance between it 0.9 meter. Here we batch in. Batch in means we be prepared for the next loading. And here we batch out. Here we profile. If you see in a railway station, a RLS rake, you can see that beautifully the profile it has made. In manual loading, multiple peak will be there. Here the opposite C is there. Now the time, here it is 0.8 kilometer per hour. The batch filling cycle takes 17 seconds. For batch out, that is empty 30 seconds, one wagon 48 seconds. For 59 batch, it is taken around this second. So 59 wagon, it is coming 0.78 hour. So loading a 3,700 ton in a rack, 1 hour, our conveyors are 4,000 TPH to feed this RLS that feed it rake in 1 hour. The report we developed, we have changed ingeniously with our team. Earlier it was only train origination, train destination, net and gross weight. But friends, we are in business. Overweight or underweight are both harmful for our company. So in each report, we include this column, deviation between the actual and target weight. We have our test weight. We calibrate after each wagon loading if any deviation is there. This is the study of Pakri Barwari for one road that manual loading to per rake 3700 ton. We are savings for one rake around 7 lakhs. If we load 12 rakes, it is coming around 92 lakhs. This is the tangible benefit of RLS we are telling. Intangible benefit, the safety cost, dear friends, and environment cost. It should not be counted in money.
Thank you, sir. Moving ahead, our system, RLS system, is protected through various interlocks for its preceding process, like the conveyor system which is feeding into it, and the forward, the RLS system, through various bunker level, temperature, pressure, and hydraulic system related interlocks. The second part, we have undertaken some improvement at our RLS at Pakri, and I'll be briefly discussing about all of them. The first is automatic car detection system. Here, the wagons, what we get the data, sometimes it is erroneous in nature, means what we get from the railway. So we have deployed this automatic RFID readers, which we are implementing to cross-check the data of the wagons of a particular rake. So this in terms help us save many, the turnaround time of the rake. The second, when an empty rake is coming up, so sometimes we find that it is filled with foreign materials. So manually inspecting it takes a lot of time, resources as well. So we have deployed a CCTV camera based system, and we are conducting this scanning through that. A sample control room of RLS is depicted here for everyone to see. The loading station is this one. It is, there are two joysticks. One operates our traverse chute, and the second controls the loading gates. We have upgraded the HMI displays that we received from the RLS originally. Means it was a very basic type of HMI. We have integrated the loading camera, its positioning, and the volume data along with the alarm screens, means the pressure, the hydraulic pressure, temperature, and other associated important parameters. System status screen also has been customized. So we have, currently we have undertaken this project, and what we have done is we are trying to integrate the train speed into the loading PLC of our RLS. So by doing so, we'll be able to maintain the flow rate of the loading. This is a sample video which will depict all the three ideas that we have discussed before. Here, the engine is passing, as you can see. Here, the readers are there. The various readers, AI-based, the RFID-based. As soon as this reads the data of this wagon, it comes up in the screen, and as you can see here, as soon as the position is red, the loading starts. And after loading, this is called a batch out process. Currently it is in process. Once it finishes, this process of batching, this is the surge bunker, gets started. And again, it is a cyclic process. And by doing so, we'll be having a system where we'll have a minimal human intervention, thus saving cost and resources as well. This is one, I would like to discuss one modification that we undertook. We were facing, as I discussed, there is a traverse chute. This is in the parking position. We have a line over here, the rail track. So once the engine crosses, it goes to the loading position. And the scheme, original scheme was rack and pinion type of scheme was there. What we were suffering is that the pinions got damaged very frequently. So it used to delay the loading system, and it also the maintenance and downtime was very high. So what we did was we took it up with OEM, and we have replaced it with a track on roller type of scheme without changing the heart of the system, which is motor with a small gearbox. So this upgradation just took 30 to 40,000 rupees. So we have done it way back in June, and it is satisfactorily operating over here. This is the test bed, like I will show you. We first of all made a pilot kind of thing over and we had tested it multiple times. And thereafter, we have deployed this system at our site at RLS 1 and 2, and it looks like this. It's a plain roller on a track. Originally, it was a rack and pinion kind of scheme. And post-modification, we have not faced any issue related with this, our traverse chute. Finally, this is how in real time a wagon loading looks. As you can see, the beautiful profile of a wagon loading at RLS. This is one sample from RLS 1 at Pakri Barwadi. Finally, I would like to thank the committee to invite us and give us this platform, and all our seniors. Thank you. Sure.
Sir, in our system, there is 4 in-motion wave bridge and weightometer, 2 weightometer associated with the RLS. For all the 6 devices, we have voice integration, we have license. But as weightometer has been approved by railway, so what's happened, we use weightometer. We don't have to wait for the in-motion wave bridge. So number of rakes will be more. So we have available 4 number of in-motion wave bridge, but we use weightometer in our system.
Sir, I would like to. Yes, sir. Sir,
RR is generated at the railway station or at the somewhere where it is weighed?
Railway station.
Railway station. And who certifies? Railway certifies your year?
Yes, sir. Our RLS weightometer is certified. Till August, we are measuring it through wave bridge, like you were speaking. After August, we have got the license, and we are doing it through weightometer of the RLS only, and it is accepted by railways.
I was asking, that is the payment of RLS is there,
Yes,
one
sir.
load cell is there,
Yes, sir.
and then you have that another weightometer for loading.
No, that same weightometer is certified by metrology, and it has been accepted by railway.
Meteorology or railways?
Both, sir. Yes, sir.
Because railway do not agree with this, that.
Right, sir. Yeah.
So, one more thing, actually, I rightly said, our DF sir, that our RLS siding has been declared as a separate siding, that is PNGS. Alpha code is PNGS siding. This is ownership is NTPC. This is a private siding. Earlier, we are inclusive of BNDH siding. By currently, around 2,000 rakes already we have loaded that NTPC private siding, that is PNGH.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, moving ahead.
Hello. Sir, is there any possibility of during the power failure? Hello. It is audible, sir?
Yeah.
Actually, I want to know that, is there any possibility of manual loading in your RLS system if there is a power failure between the batching or any cause of sensor failure? Sometimes it happens.
Very good question. I will answer it in A and B. RLS system is totally automated. If any power failure is there, we could not route because OHE is there. We could not load by payloader. And part B, in our RLS PLC system, there is 3 phases there. First is manual, second is semi-automated, third is fully automated. Already my friend Abhishek has told that we are moving from semi-automated to automated phase. So I answered your question in 2 parts. Part 1 is for power failure, we are not loading. But manual mode, we have 3 phases. In manual mode, that is maintenance mode. Semi-automatic, currently we are using, and we are going from semi-automatic to fully automatic mode.
And one more question, sir. Like that in previous, you have said that some sensors are there for to detect the any foreign materials in the railway wagons. But sometimes all 100% means what we say that foreign materials are not eliminated from the wagons. Then how the sensor will detect that as a foreign material and will not allow for the loading?
I want to answer your question in this way. Currently, we have normal camera, PTT camera on the above of the wagon. Here in the screen, operator screen, it has been shown any foreign material is there. Now, what we are doing, already we are in consultation with the vendors, that infrared camera. I want to give one example of yesterday's. In camera, it was shown that there was no float damage. But when we start loading during vibration, one plate, the welding was not proper. So it moves and coal started to falling in the ground. Actually, what we do during loading also, we don't take any chances. In operator, in both sides of the wagon, we place 2 unskilled workers. They also see manually if something problem happens during loading, they alerted the operator and stop loading. So we stopped the loading. If infrared was there, camera, so that welding failure, that also comes in our picture. That we going to implement very shortly.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, but what is the process for removal of the foreign material? Just like as he said, you have a process for detection. But what is the process for removal, sir?
Sir, I will just answer him briefly. Actually, that detection is done, and our system is so assigned that it declares that particular wagon into a sick wagon. So that is what I want to add.
I want to add something with Abhishek. We found some foreign material is there. Now, what foreign material is there? If it is sand, rightly said by Abhishek, it is if more than 2 ton or 1 ton, that's kind of degraded the quality, we declared as a sick. If suppose some foreign material like iron piece or others is there, manually by opening the side door, we are not going above because OHE is there. Opening the side door, man goes inside, empty it, and we load the wagon. I hope I have cleared myself.
Sir, you mean to say that you go into the empty wagon, into the box and wagon?
Yeah, by open the
so, but that is very unsafe.
Clear. If there is only 1 or 2, we declared it as 6. By we try to remove the foreign material and load the wagon. Because we have to give the transportation cost to the railways, if either we load it or not load it. So we tried it to load all wagons by removing the materials.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now moving ahead, I would request Shri Ravi Shankar, sir, Deputy General Manager from Kirandari Coal Mining Project, to present on features of KDCMP first mile connectivity. Sir, please.
Respected dignitaries and respected leaders and respected seniors, colleagues and friends. Today, my friends from our flagship project in Hazaribagh, Pakri Barwadi, continuing that what they have shared with you, I would like to take you further. Hazaribagh is also home to 3 more coal blocks of NTPC. They are Karandari, Chatti Bariatu and Badam, upcoming project. So, similar challenges faced by Pakri Barwadi are already also there in Karandari also. As I told you, we are a small brother of our flagship project in Hazaribagh. We are a 6 MTPA coal mine and in nearby to that. These are some of the basic vital statistics of our coal block. Here, the point that I would like to stress upon is the first mile connectivity from any coal block is very critical and essential for thorough evacuation of coal. Unless you evacuate in suitable quantum and suitable time, you cannot mine and you cannot reach the goals that you have set yourself. So what is the challenge? The Karandari has posed a serious and formidable challenge to NTPC. See, what's it? See, we are encircled with habitations, forest cover, severe right-of-way issues, undulating terrain, and wildlife constraints, all the usual problems that are faced by in the coal blocks in the same region. So where to find the solution? So we looked inside our company, inspired by the NTPC vision and mission and NML vision and mission. We found solutions for these problems from inside. So what is that? We have, for evacuating the enough quantum of coal from Karandari and loading and sending it to our plants, we have designed and synthesized a pipe conveyor based coal evacuation system of 9 kilometers in 2 long stretches with just 1 transfer point in between, so that we have the minimum amount of environmental footprint as well as minimal damage to the environment. See, we have, as I told, my friend Neeraj has already stressed upon the mission statement of NML. So drawing inspiration from the key aspects of that mission statement, we have built, synthesized, we are in the process of building this coal handling plant where the quality of the coal, as rightly and stressed by our CMD sir in the inaugural speech itself, coal quality is taken care by suitable placement of enough and sufficient crushers. Environmental impact, self-closing pipe conveyor with zero inherently spill-proof design, as we are traversing virgin forests which are having wildlife also. And it's a planned joint first mile connectivity between 2 adjoining blocks of Karandari and coal mining, which is also 7 MTPA, 6+7. We have envisaged, and finally we are going to load this onto Indian railway network, just like my friend Deepankarji has just now told you in Pakri Barwadi, a rapid loading system. And for all these we could synthesize these things only because we could see inside what is our mission, what are the key aspects that we have to stress. Agility and reliability of coal supplies to our thermal power plants. These made us design this type of innovative, forward-looking and bold decisions.
Check. Hey.
And next comes energy efficient. Transporting at any cost is different. Transporting in an efficient way, in the best possible cost, so that we give the best value to our beneficiaries. So these are all incorporated in core industries. Innovation happens incrementally. You all agree to that. But by virtue of the sheer volume on which these incremental changes appear, their impact is so huge that even the smallest of 1% increase in any innovative thing will bring you huge benefits. That's why the innovations that we are going to share this is a brief block diagram of what we are replicating or what we are trying to do in Karandari, starting from the mine, how it's crushed, processed, conveyed through a pipe conveyor, up to the rapid loading system, which is upcoming onto the Indian Railways. Just to give a brief outline of that. So what technologies make this possible? There must be some technologies which are there elsewhere. What again we saw inside and outside also this time. Outside the power sector, outside the mining sector, into the best practices of other sectors. See, the automated manufacturing plant in some China or India or Bangalore must be having lots of technologies. But bringing them, porting them, the best technologies into the mining industry, and that to Karandari project, is what makes this project unique and worth sharing. We have taken the best practices. Our parent company is a leader in the thermal power and other energy transitions, all the services related to power and utility services. We have took the best practices out of it. And you could see our material specifications, how we specify the quality of the systems that we purchase. There are technologies available for each efficiency gain, reliability gain. Efficiency gain and reliability gain are intertwined to each other. So we took out what best we can do, and you can see, just to give a glimpse of what we are telling, I'm taking only one example, that is the drives. Drives, you all know, in any industry is the main reliable, very critical equipment, as well as it is the major power guzzler of any process. So we have attacked that, and we have gone for variable frequency drives. Variable frequency drives of smaller scale, smaller rating are quite common elsewhere in all industries. But scaling it up to the medium voltage level and using it in megawatt scale for driving a conveyor of 8 megawatt, 6 megawatt level is what makes this unique point. So what does it, you might be knowing that fluid couplings are which are de facto standard for all conveyors, which are there from many decades. But the variable frequency drives, which were only there in niche applications for boiler draft fans of thermal power plants, very niche applications. But since the technology has evolved, it has become more robust, we have took out that and applied it to the Karandari coal mining first mile evacuation system of pipe conveyors. So what does it give? Even a small gain of 2 to 3%, the losses are reduced by 2 to 3% or 3 to 4%. That will give a huge benefit at the end of the year. As you all know that power electronics have evolved, and with the variable frequency drives works on the simple principle of AC to DC to DC to AC. That means you will get the speed without variable speed, whatever you want, by just entering it in the computer. I want this much RPM, it will run at that RPM. But driving a 6 megawatt 6 megawatt motors, through it requires something special, innovative technologies. That 6.6 kV, 1 megawatt VFD drives. This is, the pipe conveyor has some 2 or 3 head motors and 1 tail motor. Both are connected through fiber optic communication so that the better protection, control, and efficient start, smooth stop, monitoring, everything is taken care. And doing this in a first mile connectivity project in Karandhari is something which makes it worth sharing. So what are the gains out of it? Energy savings, as I said, energy savings will be there of the order of 4 to 5%. Our efficient VFT drive that we have chosen at Karandhari is 95% efficient. Enhanced control and flexibility. See, there are starting, stopping. These create jerks. These are mechanical shock, create mechanical shocks, and they eat into the reliability aspect of the conveyors. They may break the splices. They may create unnecessary damages to the shafts. So all these things are reduced by smooth start, smooth change of speed, stoppage, and acceleration, deceleration, and also the spillages are reduced because of lack of shocks. And safety, it increases both of the machine as well as the men operating them. So earlier, as I told, the only niche applications used to have this much of high, cumbersome, large VFD systems. But now they have become more robust, more reduced in size, and most importantly, they are easy to operate nowadays with normal kind of manpower. So just to give a glimpse, I have taken one example only. There are other n number of technologies which are gone into it because of, by virtue of the intellectual property, by virtue of the expertise that we have developed in power sector, and by learning from the other sectors and taking the best practices and incorporating into our specifications, into our material procedures, and the way we execute them at site. So these three aspects, these are the innovative, incremental innovations that we tried to go to realize our mission goals of reliability, low cost, environmental impact, less environmental impact. So the guiding principles have been our mission statements. So with this, we are going to go ahead on those lines. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
As the clock ticks 1:29, and we have already tickled our mind, now it is time to tickle our taste buds. The lunch has been arranged. Now I would request all the dignitaries to move to the area near the swimming pool, and you may start departure. And for your kind information, for external delegates, we have a hard copy of the souvenir and a QR code of our coffee table book has been placed at the registration counters. You may collect from there. We're also launching the e-copy of the souvenir, which will be given to you by a QR code or a link. Thank you so much. Dignitaries, the next session will be within an hour. You all will be requested to be in the conference hall after an hour. We'll start at approximately 2:45. We would request all the dignitaries to be a conference hall at 2:30. Thank you.
हाँ पुनीत जस्ट हाँ पुनीत हेलो ठीक है अभी तो नहीं आ रहा होगा बाकी ऑडियो वीडियो चेक करते रहना ठीक है कुछ भी इशू हो तुरंत फ़ोन करना लंच कर लियो ना हाँ कर लो टाइम है अभी 10-15 गुड 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 बढ़िया बढ़िया वेरी गुड तुम ही देखो है ना जो भी इशू हो ठीक है ऑडियो वीडियो बहुत बढ़िया क्वालिटी है कि क्या है हाँ वो कुछ लोग दूर से बोलते हैं ना बाकी वैसे क्लियर है ठीक ठीक ओके ठीक राइट ठीक कर लेना जो जो आ गया इससे इससे कनेक्ट करो एक बार देखते हैं फोन करते हैं हेलो बाद में फोन करते हैं ठीक है अभी तो ठीक आ रहा है अभी ठीक है अभी नेक्स्ट प्रेजेंटेशन यही है क्या नेक्स्ट यही है प्रेजेंटेशन जो भी हाँ वही है
आप है ना लैपटॉप से क्लिक मत कीजिए वो हिलता है तो छोड़ता है आपको पॉइंटर दे देते हैं तो इसे देखिएगा पॉइंटर पे दबाइए
अरे दिक्कत क्या है जो बैठता है जो आके करेगा उसको
वो आदत हो गया
वो हिलेगा इसको देखो ना कुछ टेप वेप मार दो नहीं तो कुछ कर दो
अब नहीं हिलेगा ये था ना
अच्छा वो था ठीक है इसको सबको पकड़ा देना आपका बंदा को बोलना क्योंकि उससे ना स्लो आ रहा है मतलब वो दूर हो जाता है ना तो पकड़ा देना साहस से दोनों से जब सब लोग आएंगे तब स्टार्ट करो
IMMT का है जी हाँ GMDC का दे दिया था 500 MB वाला था वो अभी किस किस का है अभी सीरियल में एटलीस्ट
Good afternoon, delegates. We will be beginning shortly. We will be beginning around 2:30. Delegates, we will be beginning at 2:30. Till the time, you may call your partners. And for the moment, we roll our CSR video. This is our CSR video.
NTPC और NML सिर्फ देश को ऊर्जा ही नहीं देते, बल्कि समुदायों को भी सशक्त बनाते हैं। हमारी CSR पहलों से जीवन बदल रहे हैं। पकड़ी बरवाड़ी, कैरिडारी, चट्टी बरियातू, बादाम, दुलंगा, तलाईपल्ली और उत्तरी धादु, इन 7 कोयला खदानों में पकड़ी बरवाड़ी खदान में विस्थापित महिलाओं ने कठिनाइयों को अवसर में बदला है। NTPC NML के सहयोग से 10 महिलाओं का समूह अब मिलकर मशरूम की खेती करता है। एक ट्रस्ट उन्हें कच्चा माल और बाजार उपलब्ध कराता है, जिससे वे आत्मनिर्भर बनी हैं।
With the mushroom cultivation program, we have started with 10 ladies, लेकिन हमारा जो विजन है इस प्रोग्राम में लगभग हम 10,000 लोगों को शामिल करेंगे और सब के सब अपने आप में प्रोप्राइटर्स होंगे।
पकड़ी बरवाड़ी में तरंग कोचिंग सेंटर भी है, जहां बच्चे IIT JEE की तैयारी करते हैं। यहाँ NTPC के IIT पास आउट इंजीनियर निःशुल्क पढ़ाते हैं। ITI सेंटर में भी युवा बिजली मिस्त्री जैसे हुनर सीख रहे हैं। कैरिडारी खदान में युवाओं को ज्ञान से सशक्त किया जा रहा है। कंप्यूटर शिक्षा और सिलाई प्रशिक्षण से लड़के और लड़कियां दोनों रोजगार के नए अवसर पा रहे हैं।
एक साल में हमें अटेंडेंस शीट, सैलरी चार्ट, बैंक रिपोर्ट, ये कंप्यूटर सीखने के बाद हम अपने जैसे अन्य बहुत सारे लोगों को हम कंप्यूटर सिखा सकते हैं और अच्छा सा कोई भी कंपनी में जॉब कर सकते हैं।
किसी के प्रति निर्भर नहीं रहेंगे। इस NTPC को हम धन्यवाद करना चाहते हैं।
छट्टी बरियातू खदान में हुनर और आत्मनिर्भरता की राह बन रही है। ब्यूटी कोर्स और हस्तकला प्रशिक्षण से महिलाएं अपना भविष्य गढ़ रही हैं।
हमें ये अच्छा लगा कि हमारे गांव में इतना बढ़िया प्रोग्राम लाया जा रहा है, वो भी फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट, और हमें बेहद लाभदायक ये हमारे लिए साबित हुआ।
यहाँ सोलर टंकी लगाकर हर घर तक स्वच्छ पीने का पानी
Dignitaries,
पहुंचाया गया।
please make sure that your presentations
गांव
are
वालों को
already
नल
reached the
से
dais.
साफ पानी मिल रहा
Those whose presentation have yet not reached the
मेरे
dais
गांव में
may kindly do so.
बेल्लापेट में एनटीपीसी खनन परियोजना के तहत जो डीप बोरिंग हुआ है उससे हम लोगों को पानी का जो किल्लत था वो दूर हो गया।
दुलंगा खदान में महिलाओं के समूह आत्मनिर्भरता की मिसाल बन रहे हैं। सिलाई और बांस के काम से उन्हें रोजगार मिला है। विस्थापित कॉलोनियों में अब परिवार गरिमा के साथ जी रहे हैं।
कंपनी एनटीपीसी आसला दिन सिलाई ट्रेनिंग देइथिले एंता बदली जाइछे आज्ञा एखन आगे आगर अपेक्षा नु एखन टिके बदली जाइछे आगे तो एंता महुल साग चार केंदु करिकरी एंता परिवर्तन हो जाइछे।
तलाईपल्ली खदान में 25 महिलाएं सिलाई प्रशिक्षण ले रही हैं।
यहाँ सिलाई सीख के मैं अपने घर परिवार अच्छे से चला सकती हूँ।
मैं यहाँ पर सीख जाऊंगी तो 2 पैसा कमा भी सकूंगी और अपना दुकान भी खोल सकूंगी।
तिलाईपल्ली एनटीपीसी रैकेरा द्वारा मैंने प्रशिक्षण प्राप्त की है। मैं अभी घर में खुद के मशीन से सिलाई करती हूँ, ब्लाउज सिलाई करती हूँ, पैंट सिलाई करती हूँ, डिज़ाइन कपड़े तैयार कर सकती हूँ। मैं एनटीपीसी का शुक्रिया अदा करती हूँ।
और यही संवेदनशील सोच अब आगामी परियोजनाओं बादाम और उत्तर धादु में भी पहुंच रही है, जहां संचालन शुरू होने से पहले ही शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य और सामुदायिक विकास की पहल शुरू कर दी गई है। साइकिल पाकर बेटियां अब आसानी से स्कूल जाती हैं।
बादाम कोयला परियोजना से हमें एक साइकिल मिला है, हम बहुत खुश हैं।
उनकी खुशी ही हमारी असली उपलब्धि है।
Good afternoon.
विस्थापित गांव में सोलर लाइट और सोलर टंकी से हर घर को सुरक्षित पीने का पानी मिल रहा है। यहाँ अस्पताल से लेकर खेल स्टेडियम तक हर जगह सौर ऊर्जा से रोशनी फैली है। इन 7 खदानों में एनटीपीसी एनएमएल की ये पहले बदलाव की गाथा लिख रही है। महिला सशक्तिकरण से लेकर बच्चों की शिक्षा तक, कौशल विकास से लेकर स्वच्छ ऊर्जा समाधान तक, हर कदम आत्मनिर्भर भविष्य की ओर है।
Greetings, dignitaries. We will be beginning within a moment. I would like to make sure that all delegates have made sure that their presentations have already reached the dais. If they have not, please kindly do so. Today is not just another date on the calendar. It is a moment carved in purpose. A day when ideas rise higher than machines, when knowledge shines brighter than minerals, when the future speaks louder than the present. As the Nobel laureates once said, words when written with truth can move nation. And today, the very papers we read, the black letters etched upon them, will not merely be ink on pages, they will breathe life into this hall, ignite thoughts, and illuminate our collective vision. A vision of strategic resources, shaping a self-reliant tomorrow of clean energy, rising courageously from the depths of the earth, of smart mining powered by digital intelligence and human brilliance, and of steadfast march, undaunted, unwavering towards sustainability. These ideas are not just topics, they are the pillars of India's mining resonance, the foundation stone upon which our nation's energy destiny will stand. Today, we do not mine coal or mineral. Today, we mine knowledge. We extract insights, refine wisdom, and process understanding, just carefully, just passionately, as we process the treasure hidden beneath our soil. For within this exchange of ideas lies the blueprint of a stronger India, an India that digs deeper, not just into the earth, but into innovation. An India that rises higher, not just in production, but in purpose. So let us step together into this transformative day, a day when knowledge becomes the new fuel and sustainability becomes the new horizon. We will be beginning with the presentations shortly. So I would request all the dignitaries to kindly make sure that their presentations have already reached the dais. If they have not, they may kindly do so. We now move into the session 1 of Stratum 2025, a session dedicated to one of the most defining pillars of India's energy trajectory, strategic resources for a self-reliant future. To lead us forward in this profoundly important discussion, it is my privilege to welcome Shri Neeraj Gautam, Sir, AGM Mining, CMHQ. This session will give technical insights and uncovering commitment to excellence, continues to strengthen the vision of resources, security, and nation capacity. Without more request, I request Sir to take over. Sir, please.
Thank you, Karan. After this sumptuous lunch that we have had, I'll now request the chairperson and the speakers for this inaugural session of the technical conference. I'll like to invite first upon Commander Gop Kumar K, Group Director, Deep Sea Mining NIOT, chairperson for this session. I'll also, please give him a big round of applause and welcome him. I'll now call upon Dr. Amit Jaiswal from IIT BHU, a young professional from IIT BHU. Second, I'll call upon Bhagat Lal Tudu, Senior Scientist, CSR, IIMT. May please come on to the dais. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Next in line is Ankit Patel, again from IIT BHU. we have in-house speaker from NTPC. I'll call upon Swapnil Singh, Assistant Manager, Pakri Barwadi, to complete the quorum for this session.
Check. Hello.
Yeah, please. Please welcome with a round of applause. So we have a very young, bright panel of experts, and topic is rightly apt, strategic resources for self-reliant future. So it gels well with the profile of the speakers and the theme that we are targeting. Before starting the proceedings, I'll like to request upon I'd like to request our RD sir to welcome the chairperson for this session by presenting a planter. RD Sri Naveen Jain sir. Next, I'll request HOP Kirandari Chandrasekhar sir to please welcome our young speakers by presenting a planter. Sir, may I request you to please felicitate Dr. Amit Jaiswal from IIT BHU. May I now request Rambabu Prasad sir to please come on the dais and welcome our young speaker. I'll request you to felicitate Shri Bhagat Lal Tudu, Senior Scientist, CSR IIMT, by presenting a planter. Now I'll request Naveen Gupta sir to please come on the dais and felicitate Shri Gokul, just a minute. Felicitate Mr. Ankit Jaiswal, Ankit Patel from IIT BHU, please. Now I'll request CGM FM sir to please come on to the dais. Sir, please. And facilitate the in-house speaker from Pakri Barwadi, Swapnil. Thank you very much, sir. To begin the proceedings, I'll first like to introduce before you the chairperson for this session. This session, which is themed on strategic resources for a self-reliant future, will be chaired by Commander Dr. Gopkumar K. He is Group Director, Deep Sea Mining of NIOT, National Institute of Open Technologies. He leads the technology development initiatives to harvest polymetallic modules from the depth of ocean in a responsible and sustainable manner. Before joining NIOT, he has over 2 decades of experience as a marine engineer in operations at sea and in research and development. Sir, I now hand over the proceedings of this session to you.
Thank you, Mr. Neeraj. Since we have already taken away 45 minutes of the planned session, we'll quickly get on the task. Our topic is strategic resources for a self-reliant future. And we have 4 speakers. One of the speakers from KPMG could not attend, probably coming tomorrow. So we have 4 speakers. So I'll request Mr. Neeraj to quickly introduce the first speaker, Dr. Amit Jaiswal, who will be presenting on characterization and quantification of rare earth and critical elements in fly ash derived from Singrauli coal combustion residues. The plan of the presentation will be, we'll have it for 20 minutes. At 15 minutes, you can just put a buzzer so that we can sum it up in 5 minutes. And we'll take all the questions at the end of the session. If it's that okay with the, everybody, so that there's no interruption in the flow. Over to you, Neeraj.
Thank you, sir. So the rules of the game have been explained by the chairman. I'll now like to introduce upon the first speaker for this session. May I have the privilege of having Dr. Amit Jaiswal. Amit Jaiswal is currently working at CSR Research Associate at Department of Mining Engineering, IIT BHU. He has earned his PhD in Engineering Geology from Department of Civil and Environment Engineering, IIT Patna. He has done his doctoral research and focus on the areas of slope stability assessment. So over to you, Mr. Amit Jaiswal.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction. A very warm good afternoon to all the academicians and industry experts present in this hall. I am Dr. Amit Jaiswal, currently working as CSIR Research Associate at Department of Mining Engineering, IIT BHU. And I will be presenting my lecture on characterization and quantification of rare earth element and critical metal in fly ash derived from Singrauli coal belt coal combustion residue. Along with myself, the co-authors of this paper are Dr. Bharadwaj Pandit, Dr. Shreya Agrawal, and Professor Rajesh Rai. These are the content of my today's presentation. I will briefly introduce what are critical mineral, its importance and need, future demand, circular mining, why to target secondary resources, especially in our country, how the critical metals entered in the secondary resources. Then characterization and quantification in fly ash. What are the key challenges in research for characterizing them? And lastly, I will conclude my lecture. First, what are critical minerals? As we all know, critical minerals are all those minerals which are essential for the development of a nation, its economic growth, technological advancement, and most important, national security. And at the same time, all these minerals are at a high risk of supply disruption. In the geopolitical situation where we are presently situated, the supply risk of these critical minerals are always present. So in order to get out of this supply risk, we have to become self-reliant, Atmanirbhar on our critical mineral part. And for that, we need to search for the secondary resources. First, what are the importance and needs of this critical mineral? Any country's development is based on 5 different kind of industry. First is defense, second, energy transition, third, transportation, automobiles, digitalization and urbanization. All these industry needs many different kind of critical minerals, and some critical minerals are needed for all these 5 industries. And what are the future demand? We have taken this from a paper that was published in 2020. In this paper, Vatari et al. Has shown how 45 critical minerals will be in demand till 2050. We can see that initially between 2000 to 2015 or 17, the trend was nearly gentler and demand was very less. But from 2015 to 2030, it is very steep, and some of the minerals will be even more have their demand even more steeper after 2030 to 2050. In this graph, we can see this is a blue dot, which show the need of critical minerals for the energy, for low carbon energy development, and red dot shows the demand for all other kind of uses. This is the same other minerals. You can see this dysprosium, which is a rare earth element, how it will get its peak after 2030. It is expected that this neodymium will also have a great role in energy demand. Now coming on to circular mining, all are expert of mining, so I won't be explaining it in very large, but circular mining is different from the traditional mining where we have a linear model of mining. We extract, we process, we take our useful material, metal from it, and then we dispose of the waste. But in circular mining, that waste will be again treated as an ore for any secondary resource. This is what a circular mining is. So with the background of circular mining, now coming on to the secondary resources. The secondary resources, this is a most easy example, that urban ore. We all have a mobile phone in this hall. We dispose of generally our gadgets in 3 to 15 years, and even a single mobile phone carries 21 critical minerals, right from its screen to its battery. And you can imagine how much amount we have disposed of and how much critical mineral is present in a urban waste. Similarly, in industry, we produce fly ash, red mud, slag, tailings. These are, tailing is not a waste, but this fly ash and red mud are basically a kind of waste. But the presence of critical mineral in this secondary waste make this waste as a resource. And since we have no very limited presence of this critical minerals primary resource, so we have to depend on the secondary resources. And while processing for the primary metal for which we have mined, we can 5 to 10 times we enhances this critical minerals in this secondary resources. Next is how this critical mineral enters in the secondary resources. As we all know, coal is a geological formation. It forms by a coalification process through plant waste, plant material which get deposited in swampy environment. Plant material itself has critical minerals. Its stem, its leaf, some critical minerals is present in them. Then it extracts some of the critical minerals from the regolith on which it has been grown. Then the burial part in the swampy environments takes place. There this dendrital materials comes from the weathering and erosion part and get mixed with that material. So some of the critical minerals are coming from this dendrital materials. Both of these are syngenetic type of enrichment. This take place with the coalification process. After then, hydrothermal fluid, if hydrothermal fluid is in any nearby area, is taken place. Some critical minerals comes from there. Marine and groundwater have some critical minerals that enriches this swampy environment. In India, we have both type of coal formations which are formed in marine depositional environment and some form in freshwater condition. Then then volcanic ash. We have recently witnessed how the 5,000 kilometer Utopia volcano, which is situated 5,000 kilometer from Delhi, how the ash came to Delhi. So this volcanic ash, they are very lighter in weight. They travel a large area, range, and they get deposited in the swampy environment. And in last, sulfides are polymetallic deposit. They also get buried along with this coal, and this is how coal get enriched in this critical mineral and rare element. Then we burn this coal during our energy production, and 5 to 15 times we enrich this fly ash in this critical minerals and rare earth elements. Indian coals generally have 65% of organic matter, and when this 65% of organic matter get burned, automatically the rest amount get enriched in this critical and rare earth elements. So now coming on to the characterization and quantification part of fly ash. For this, we have the coal. We all know that coal fuels 70% of country's electricity, and Indian coals have 25 to 45% of this mineral matrix. According to report of Central Pollution Control Board, nearly 300 million tons of fly ash has been produced in 2022 to 2023, and which is expected to be around 1,000 million tons in 2032 to 33. till now we have used this fly ash in cement industry, brick industry, cements and road and concrete embankments. But the research have shown that these these fly ash have a good quantity of critical minerals. So these cannot be waste in making the cement and bricks. So these are the analytical techniques through which we can identify the critical minerals. Since their presence is in very trace amount, it is in ppm, so it is very difficult to be analyzed through naked eye. We go for some chemical analysis like ICP-MS, EPMA, XRF, XRD, and SEM. These are advanced techniques for characterization. Basically, XRF and ICP-MS, both of these are bulk chemical analysis. So this was the methodology that we have adopted. We have taken fly ash from a power plant situated in Singrauli, Madhya Pradesh. Then we process that sample to make the desired kind of pellet for XRF analysis, through which we have analyzed for presence of major oxides and critical minerals. This was the process. You can see this was the fly ash that we taken to our laboratory. During transport, it absorbs moisture and forms clumps. So we first oven dry it to homogenize. Then our desired size was less than 63 microns, so we sieved it. Then again we homogenized and oven dried it, and then we formed this pellet. You can see this is a crucible where we mixed CFA with a binder in a ratio of 9:1, total 10 grams. Then it was pressed with this hydraulic pellet pressure machine, which has a 40-ton pressure, and a pellet has formed, which was analyzed in XRF. This is the XRF machine. This horizontal surface has this type of setup where we put our pellet. This is the processing of XRF. Here, from a primary source, the X-ray passes through this primary filter and is fall on this sample, and through this secondary filter, the detector captures it. What happens in this process, this incident ray generally bombarded on an electron of the inner shell, which get ejected due to high energy, and to fulfill this vacant place, an electron from the next shell comes to that shell, and between this a characteristic X-ray is being emitted. This characteristic X-ray is unique for a particular element. So we count this, actually that machine counts this XRF, this characteristic X-ray, and that intensity has been plotted here. And this is a calibration line which has a slope of 45 degree, and we just put that this count here, and perpendicular to the x-axis has been drawn so that we can get the exact amount of this material, this element. This was the result that we got. These were the major oxides in our fly ash, and these were the critical mineral presence. It is a kind of myth that the fly ash always have REs in it, but in our case, the REs were very less. Only scandium and yttrium was found, which was having more than worldwide cutoff grade, so that can be further processed for extraction. And one gallium was present there. Rest other these elements were present, but the worldwide cutoff grade was very high. So what are the key challenges? Actually, this XRF and this ICP-MS generally do the bulk chemical analysis. So we are unable to find the exact phase, in which phase these elements are present. So this will complicate the process of extraction, because if we don't know in which form it is present, what kind of chemical we have to treat it, it is very difficult to analyze. And since in furnace, the mineral matrix goes to approximately 1100 to 1400 degrees Celsius, the mineral get melts, and due to absence of natural ambience, they won't crystallize in any particular form. They have sudden cooling after 1400 degrees Celsius. They suddenly get cooled, so they form the this glassy phase. In many metals, many elements forms a glassy phase, and extraction through glassy phase is also a very challenging job. Second challenge is compatibility and integration of new process in the existing process. Since all this type of waste is generated in a area where already we are processing any material for any primary resource. So compatibility of this secondary process in that primary process is very challenging. Then there is a significant variation in concentration in the feed. The coal, because of different origin of coal, the concentration of rare earth elements and critical metals in this fly ash is very variable. So we have to always quantify and characterize our material for the presence of, for seeing the presence of this critical mineral and REs. Then industry basically works on profit concept, so the processing cost and market price is always a challenge. Then recycling is one aspect, but collection of the material for this recycling process is tough. So I'm concluding my talk. Fly ash is not a waste now. It is a strategic secondary resource for critical minerals. Natural enrichment in critical Indian coal, there is a natural enrichment of critical metal because of presence of high mineral matrix, and it will be a potential secondary resource. And advanced analytical tools like ICP-MS and XRF enables for reliable quantification. Large variability in composition and unclear host is a key for technical barrier. Then it will reduce the import. If we process these secondary resources, it will reduce the import of this critical minerals and make us more self-reliant, and our vision of Viksit Bharat will be fulfilled in Atmanirbhar way. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amit Jaiswal. I think as discussed, we'll have the questions at the end of the total session. May I request the next speaker, Dr. Bhagat Singh Tudu, Senior Scientist, CSIR, IIMT, Bhubaneswar, please. This topic will be on critical mineral processing.
So let me take this opportunity to introduce the next speaker. Mr. Bhagat Lal Tudu is currently working as a Senior Scientist in Department of Hydro, Bio and Electrometallurgy at CSR Institute of Minerals and Material Technology, Bhubaneswar. He has done his dual degree, BTech and MTech honors in Metallurgical and Material Engineering from IIT Kharagpur. Over to you.
Hello. Okay. Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, all. Respected dignitaries of the dais, on the dais, and members join online. Today I'll be presenting on the critical mineral extraction technologies at CSIR IMMT. Okay, first introducing CSIR IMMT, we are actually an autonomous organization under the Ministry of Science and Technology, and CSIR stands for Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. And we are a group of 37 laboratories which work on various fields from biological, chemical, engineering, information, and physical sciences. The projects that we take up are based on various themes those outlined here. And we are basically working in the 4M theme, that's mining, minerals, metals, and materials. Out of these 37 labs, 25 labs are involved in this theme. And our lab is the nodal lab, and our director is also the theme director of this theme. So basically what we do, we develop technologies. Okay. If you can see the periodic table, the ones outlined green are the ones where we have developed some technologies, and the ones with orange are the ones in progress. We are pursuing them, and the gray areas are yet to be explored. And the type of technologies that we give are strategic, which don't involve any commercial interest, but do involve strategic interest, like the ones necessary for defense applications or aerospace, which are critical for a nation's development. And then there are commercial technologies, which include the commercial aspect of the technologies, which usually we all are generally involved. And then there are capacity building and HRD. While developing technology, if we don't develop good quality human resource, then there's no point in developing the technologies. So the type of facilities that we have includes characterization facilities, which complement the extractive metallurgy infrastructure at our institute, the mineral processing facility at our institute, and the materials processing. We can process from gram scale to ton scale. The facilities are available at our institute. So finally, how do we go for this commercialization pathway? We first start with the characterization and analysis of whatever materials we have. I think Dr. Amit Jaiswal just did that. He did the initial step. And then we do the lab scale development of the process. We need to finalize which type of unit operations are going to work based on the characterizations. Then we do a lab scale study on a beaker level, like on a gram scale. And then we check the results. When the final flow sheet is developed, we start testing it at a higher scale, at a gram scale, at a kg scale, and based on the availability, then we go for piloting to see the actual implementation of the flow sheet in a real world scenario. And once that is proved, the technology is ready for commercialization. So we have already got mineral processing pilot plants at our institute and our extractive metallurgy pilot plants at our institute. So coming into the critical mineral resources, we have been working in nickel and cobalt for the past 30 years, and we were the first ones to bring out the first cobalt plant called the Rubamin Limited. And then we have also given technologies for nickel for 1200 TPA that is still running, and currently it is being operated by Vedanta as NICO. And we have also given technologies for copper, zinc, and iron ore beneficiations. So some of the commercial activities that we have taken place are, we have ran the 10 tons per day technology for chromite overburden, and we have successfully demonstrated the technology. And we have processed 100 tons vertical gold mine tailings, which was a strategic application. This was for tungsten, which was initially barred from the import from China. So we started looking into indigenous resources wherever tungsten is available, and we developed a technology which can be used to extract tungsten from this scale. Now, if you judge this process in a commercial aspect, this will fail, but if you really want tungsten from whatever resources available, this will definitely work. And then we are also working in some scale-up technologies, like for Manganese Ore India Limited, which is already producing EMD, we have given BEP for 10,000 tons per annum production of EMD. And while developing these unit operations, we come into situations where the standard equipments don't work. The unit operations that demand those type of equipment are not available in market. So we take up the designing part of it to how to develop the equipment and support our local manufacturers to actually develop those equipment. And we also supply those equipments to the ones who have sponsored in the project. And this year alone, we have transferred 3 technologies. One was for onshore construction private limited, which is an EP company. They came with us with an imported ore from low-grade ore from Africa, Congo, DRC Congo, and they wanted to extract copper out of it. So we took the challenge and we developed a process, gave them a basic engineering package for 12,000 TPA copper and 1,000 TPA cobalt, and we transferred that technology this year. And then we also worked in black mass, black mass is generally the byproduct after processing spent batteries. You shred them, you get a black mass out of it, which contains a lot of nickel, cobalt, and you can develop. And we developed a process and transferred the technology to Excel India, who were the sponsors of the project. And then we also worked with Midhani. We developed a process for extraction of nickel and cobalt from spent scrap. They import a lot of this specialty alloys and super alloys. So they generate this scrap in-house and they wanted to somehow use it. So we gave them a process, they came with us and we gave them the process of taking back this nickel and cobalt from the scrap. So what are our current efforts that we are doing for the critical mineral resources at IMMT? We are working in various mission mode projects, which are actually large projects, and they take a lot of combined efforts to go through it. So we are working in a mapping and tapping of critical metals, which includes both aspects. You need to look into the various resources and how much critical minerals are available in those resources. That is called the mapping part of it. Now, we are also mapping various fly ash in that aspect. And we are also looking into other primary resources also. So a lot of our labs which are into exploration and survey, they are working into the mapping part of it. And then comes the tapping part of it. Now, if you know how much of critical minerals are available in those resources, you need to be knowing how to extract those resources for your purpose. So that is called the tapping part of it. There is where we are working. We are working for various tappings like rare earths, cobalt, nickel, which already we have expertise, graphite, PG, selenium, tellurium, copper, silicon. And then comes battery to battery. Since a lot of green technology now involves usage of batteries or storage, energy storage devices. So a lot of spent batteries is also coming into your market. So we are developing technologies how to use those spent battery to again make materials which are suitable for making the batteries again. So the concept is called battery to battery, and likewise I've shown that we have worked from black mass. Similar, we are working for a circular approach to create battery materials out of spent batteries. Then we are also working in lithium projects, where we are trying to find out various resources for lithium. We have some survey have shown we have found lithium deposits in Amreshwar, spodumene deposits about 5% to 0.7%. And then we are also looking into urban mining. Urban mining is like this CS project where you have solar panels, electrical appliances, and air conditioners. You process them and you try to get back sustainable materials out of it. So it is called Cs, solar panel, electrical appliance, air conditioner, to sustainable materials. So we are using our spent appliances, spent solar panels, and air conditioners to get back some sustainable materials out of it. And coming into the rare efforts in rare earths, we have looked into the rare earths from fly ash. So where we started with a project where the rare earths were not the main objective. We wanted to recover alumina out of fly ash because NALCO was sponsoring it. So they wanted to take out the alumina part, which they can use back into their refinery. So we saw that while doing that, we are getting a residue, iron hydroxide residue, which is again getting enriched in this rare earth. So the enrichment of rare earth, which Mr. Amit was talking about, from 15%, which comes around 400 ppm of total rare earths, can go up to 3000 ppm of rare earths in the final residue. So now this makes a good case because you have a low mass with a high rare earth content, which is suitable for again further extraction of rare earths. So to do that, actually, the content of rare earth is very small. It's in ppm level, so in fly ash. So I know that if I'm going to process 1 ton of fly ash, I'll be getting only 200 gram of rare earth. So I need a facility where I can process 1 ton of fly ash. So for that, currently we are now setting up a pilot plant with NALCO to process fly ash at 50 kg per day, which will help us make this iron hydroxide residue, which can go further into your RE extraction process. Now similarly, we'll also look into red mud, which is the bauxite residue. For every 1 ton of bauxite you produce, for every 1 ton of alumina that you produce around 1.5 ton of bauxite residue. So there's a huge residue out there. So all the alumina producers of India, NALCO, Vedanta, and Hindalco, and 3 of our research labs, CSIR, IMMT, NML, and JNR DDC, we came together trying to solve this red mud problem. So the main way of approaching this problem is not by directly attacking the rare earths. You have to see the material as a complete material. You need to address each of the larger mass fractions first, then you can get into a material which is actually enriched in RE. So the way we tackled this red mud is first we took out the major iron mass, that is called iron mass, which is the major mass. Then we take out the alumina, which is the smaller mass, and then we look into the RE. So we completed this project recently, and we have submitted this report to Niti Aayog. Actually, Niti Aayog was the one driving this project by making a consortium of these 3 organizations. And then once you have this rare earth concentrates, you usually will get it as a mixed rare earth form. So you will never get individual rare earths while extraction. So you also need to see into technologies how to separate each rare earth. Now IREL has already been doing it with solvent extraction technology. But apart from that, we don't have a facility in India to actually check which type of solvent extraction or stripping stages are going to work. So we are actually setting up a 200 stages RE separation pilot plant at CSIR MMT to check all these rare earths, because separation of rare earths is difficult with solvent extraction because the separation factor is low. Around 80 stages are required just to separate neodymium and praseodymium. So we are actually setting up this, and it's going to come up very soon. And then once you have the individual rare earths, you will generally have those rare earths in form of some kind of salts, not as a metal. And those salts will be generally as oxides or chlorides. And to actually put those rare earths into application, you need to make products out of which is generally with the metals of it. So the technology to produce metals out of these salts is well established by China, but they haven't given this technology out because they want to control this supply chain. So we are working with, currently working for molten salt electrolysis cell to fill this technology gap for converting rare earth fluorides into metals. So we have achieved a fair bit of success with the lab scale. We are going for the 3 kiloampere cell for production of metals. And just to outline, we are also working on other technologies for setting up pilot plants. For SX pilot plant that I have already mentioned, we are also working with polymetallic nodules, which is a deep sea nodule. I think Gopkumar sir can tell you more about that. But they are working on the equipment development for mining, and we are working on the extractive metallurgy part of it. So we are setting up a pilot plant for that as well. And also for coal gasification, I listen that the NTPC is really pushing hard for coal gasification. We are also putting up a pilot plant for coal gasification that's going to come up. And we are also working on many international collaborations because if you're mining, it's not necessarily you mine in India itself. Overseas resources are also now open. So once you have those resources, you need to have technologies to start extracting your valuables from there also. So working with CSIRO Australia and University of South Australia on the same, and we are also working with GREDMET, which is the atomic division of Russia, metallurgical division of atomic division of Russia. And finally, coming to capacity building, we are doing training programs from Hindalco GT for past 2 years for their training in alumina and copper extraction. And apart from that, we also do training for mid-career officials. We did one for IOCL this year for capacity building in battery value chain. And then coming into the Center of Excellences, this is an initiative under Ministry of Mines to bring, to actually make consortium of industries, academia and industry and research institute to work on critical, to accelerate the research on critical minerals. So CSIR IMMT is one of the hubs, and I'm glad to announce that NTPC was one of the first members who approached as a spoke, and now we have gone ahead with them. And we have also started to look ahead for projects, and 2 are already on the pipeline. We'll be working on them soon. And that's all.
Thank you, Dr. We go to the next speaker, Dr. Ankit Patel from IIT BHU. His topic will be rare earth element exploration potential in India.
So I have the privilege of introducing before you a bright young mining engineer. He has done his BTech in mining engineering from GEC Jagdalpur, and he is currently pursuing his master's in rock mechanics from IIT. Over to you, Ankit.
Good afternoon, respected sir, ma'am, and my dear friends. My name is Ankit Kumar Patel. I am from IIT BHU, Varanasi, MTech second year. Today I am here to present a review paper of rare earth element exploration potential in India. So start करते हैं. सो इंट्रोडक्शन देखते हैं रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट का. रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट होता क्या है जनरली? इट्स 17 ग्रुप ऑफ 17 एलिमेंट्स जिसका केमिकल प्रॉपर्टीज नियरली सिमिलर टाइप्स का रहता है. ये हमारे अर्थ क्रस्ट में बहुत ही स्मॉल क्वांटिटीज में पाया जाता है, जिससे हमका प्योर स्टेट में इसको एस्टेट करना बहुत ही मुश्किल होता है. रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट की डिस्कवरी फर्स्ट टाइम 1787 में स्वीडन में लेफ्टिनेंट कर्ल एक्सेल अर्नियस के द्वारा की गई थी. उन्होंने एक डार्क ब्लैक मिनरल की खोज की, जिसका नाम गैडोलिनाइट रखा गया. उस मिनरल्स उस ओर में 7 मिनरल्स थे, जिसमें आउट ऑफ 7 ओनली 4 मिनरल्स आर रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट. बिफोर 1980s हम देखेंगे कि जो बिगेस्ट प्रोड्यूसर था रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट का वो यूएसए था, एंड यूरोप बिगेस्ट प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट रखता था. बट आफ्टर 1980s चाइना बिगेस्ट प्रोड्यूसर प्लस बिगेस्ट डिपॉजिट्स एंड बिगेस्ट प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट्स हो गया. रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट को 3 कैटेगरीज में बांटा गया है. फर्स्ट कैटेगरी होता है लो रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट, एंड सेकंड मीडियम, एंड थर्ड हाई रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट। लो रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट का जो आयनिक रेडियस रहता है सबसे ज़्यादा बड़ा रहता है एज कम्पेयर टू अदर टूज, एंड इसका एटॉमिक वेट सबसे लेस रहता है। और मीडियम रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट इसका एटॉमिक वेट लो रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट से कम रहता है एंड एटॉमिक वेट इंटरमीडिएट रहता है। एंड हाई रेयर हम देखेंगे कि इसका जो आयनिक रेडियस है सबसे छोटा है एंड इसका एटॉमिक वेट सबसे ज़्यादा है। पीरियोडिक टेबल में लेंथेनाइट सीरीज हम देखेंगे कि 15 एलिमेंट्स लेंथेनाइट सीरीज में रहते हैं एंड 2 एलिमेंट्स डी ब्लॉक में रहते हैं। लेंथेनाइट सीरीज जो है एफ ब्लॉक के एलिमेंट्स हैं। एप्लीकेशंस हम देख लेते हैं। डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री में हमको यूज़ होते हैं, एग्रीकल्चर इंडस्ट्रीज में। डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रीज में हम सेमेरिडियम कोबाल्ट मैग्नेट का यूज़ करते हैं जो कि गाइडिंग सिस्टम हमें शिप्स में यूज़ होता है, फाइटर जेट्स में यूज़ होते हैं। सीरियम्स का हम यूज़ करते हैं थर्मल बैरियर्स में, जो कि थर्मल बैरियर्स हम फाइटर जेट्स में यूज़ कर सकते हैं। पॉलिसिंग में ऑप्टिकल लेंस के पॉलिसिंग में यूज़ करते हैं इसको। टर्बियम हम यूज़ करते हैं सेंसर्स में, गॉगल्स में। जो नाइट विजल्स कैमरास रहते हैं एंड जो गॉगल्स रहते हैं उसमें हम टर्बियम्स का यूज़ करते हैं। एग्रीकल्चर इंडस्ट्रीज़ में लेंथेनाइट्स एंड सीजियम का जो हार्मफुल इफेक्ट है सबसे कम देखा गया है, जिसके कारण हम इसको एग्रीकल्चर इंडस्ट्रीज़ में यूज़ कर सकते हैं। मेडिकल एंड केमिकल इंडस्ट्रीज़ में गैडोलिनियम एमआरआई के लिए, ल्यूटिटियम ट्यूमर के लिए यूज़ होता है। ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्रीज़ में लेंथेनियम बैटरीज़ का यूज़ करते हैं हम, न्यूडीनियम मैग्नेट्स का यूज़ करते हैं रोटरी असेंबली के लिए। सिरेमिक इंडस्ट्री में इट्रियम का यूज़ करते हैं स्ट्रेंथ के लिए, हीट रेजिस्टेंस के लिए। लेंथेनियम का यूज़ हम इसकी प्रॉपर्टी लो वाटर एब्सॉर्प्शन प्रॉपर्टीज़ के कारण हम इसको सिरेमिक इंडस्ट्रीज में यूज़ कर सकते हैं। ग्लास इंडस्ट्रीज हम देखते हैं तो इट्रियम, यूरोपियम एंड टर्बियम्स का यूज़ करते हैं। डेली लाइफ एप्लीकेशन में हम स्मार्टफोन एंड टैबलेट्स में यूज़ करते हैं, कंप्यूटर्स में यूज़ करते हैं, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स में, विंड टरबाइन, एरोस्पेस एलॉय, लेजर सर्वे, पेट्रोलियम रिफाइनिंग में। वर्ल्ड रिजर्व में देखेंगे तो सबसे ज़्यादा रिजर्व जो है वो चाइना के पास है, अबाउट 44 मिलियन टन्स। बट इंडिया फिफ्थ पोजिशन पे आता है 6.9 मिलियन टन आउट ऑफ 130 मिलियन टन्स में। एक्सप्लोरेशन सिनारियो में हम प्रेजेंट का देखें तो जीएसआई, अकॉर्डिंग टू जीएसआई रिपोर्ट, तेलंगाना, कर्नाटक, असम एंड अरुणाचल प्रदेश में इसने REE के रिजर्व्स आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं, जिसमें तेलंगाना में जो रिजर्व्स आइडेंटिफाई किया है उसका रेगुलिथ का कंसंट्रेशन 202 to 605 माइक्रोग्राम पर ग्राम है, एंड बेड रॉक का देखेंगे तो 112 to 1581 माइक्रोग्राम पर ग्राम है। एंड कर्नाटक का जो रिजर्व्स है उसमें 5666 to 7530 माइक्रोग्राम पर ग्राम कंसंट्रेशन पाया गया है। एंड अरुणाचल प्रदेश में 2.15 मिलियन टन्स REE को फाइंड किया गया है, एंड असम में 28.6। इस एंड GSI के अकॉर्डिंग 195 एक्सप्लोरेशन प्रोजेक्ट अभी कंटिन्यू है। एंड डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एटॉमिक एनर्जी में देखेंगे तो इसने 1.1 लाख टन बारमा डिस्ट्रिक्ट जो कि राजस्थान में आइडेंटिफाई किया है रिजर्व्स को। क्यूमुलेटिव मिनरल्स देखेंगे जो प्रोजेक्ट इंडिया में कंटिन्यू है 2012 से 2025 देखें तो ये हमेशा इंक्रीजिंग रेट में है, और कंपेयर करते हैं तो अब अप्रॉक्स 25 टाइम्स 2012 में 10 था और 2025 में 245, अप्रॉक्स 25 टाइम्स इंक्रीज हुआ है। जियोलॉजिकल रिजर्व्स में इंडिया के पास जो मेन सोर्स हैं जिसमें REE के ओर्स के एक्सनोटाइम, बेसनासाइट, लोपाराइट एंड मोनाजाइट। मोनाजाइट इंडिया में सबसे ज़्यादा पाया जाता है, जो इसमें मतलब हमारे इंडिया जो है पूरे वर्ल्ड में थर्ड लार्जेस्ट रिजर्व्स में है, एंड 7.6% रिजर्व जो है इंडिया में पाया जाता है। और इसके जो मेजर मोनाजाइट के जो मेजर सोर्स हैं वो कोस्टल एरियाज में रहते हैं, और इंडिया में ये रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट जनरली फॉस्फेट्स, सिलिकेट्स, कार्बोनेट्स, ऑक्साइड्स एंड हैलाइड्स के फॉर्म में मिलते हैं। स्टेट वाइज में सबसे ज़्यादा तमिलनाडु के पास डिपॉजिट्स है, अबाउट 50 डिपॉजिट्स तमिलनाडु के पास है, एंड केरला 35, आंध्र प्रदेश 24, उड़ीसा 12 एंड महाराष्ट्र 5। एंड गुजरात, वेस्ट बंगाल एंड झारखंड। रिसोर्सेज में देखेंगे तो सबसे ज़्यादा रिसोर्स जो है आंध्र प्रदेश के पास है, उसके बाद सेकंड उड़ीसा, थर्ड तमिलनाडु, फिर केरला, वेस्ट बंगाल, झारखंड, गुजरात। रिजोनेंस सर्वे 16 स्टेट्स में अभी कंटिन्यू है, जो कि जीएसआई एंड अदर प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस एंड एएमडी के थ्रू कंटिन्यू है। प्रीमिली एक्सप्लोरेशन 7 स्टेट्स में है, जो कि G3 स्टेज में इसको बोला जाता है। एक्सप्लोरेशन मेथड 2 टाइप्स के होते हैं, जैसे जियो फिजिकल एक्सप्लोरेशन मेथड एंड सेकंड है जियो केमिकल एक्सप्लोरेशन मेथड। जियो फिजिकल जनरली फिजिकल प्रॉपर्टीज़ पे डिपेंड रहता है, REE के जो फिजिकल प्रॉपर्टीज़ हैं उस पर, और इससे हम टू मेथड में इसको भी डिवाइड करते हैं, पैसिव मेथड एंड एक्टिव मेथड। पैसिव मेथड वो होता है जो हम उसके कलर, टेक्सचर बिना उस पर सेकेंडरी सोर्स लगाए उसमें हम मेजर करते हैं, उसको पैसिव मेथड बोल सकते हैं। एंड एक्टिव मेथड में हम सेकेंडरी सोर्स जैसे कि इलेक्ट्रिकल करंट, इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक फील्ड या फिर सिस्मिक वेव का यूज़ करके उसको हम आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं। और इसका सर्वे का सबसे ज़्यादा मतलब चीपेस्ट एंड फास्टेस्ट कोई सोर्स बोलेंगे तो एयरबोर्न सर्वे होता है, जो REE के नॉर्मल फिजिकल प्रॉपर्टीज़ हैं, पैरामैग्नेटिक होता है, हाई थर्मल कंडक्टिविटी एंड गुड इलेक्ट्रिसिटी। डेंसिटी देखें तो लोपराइट का 4.6 to 4.89 ग्राम पर सेंटीमीटर क्यूब होता है, एक्सोनोटाइम का 4.4 to 5.1, मोनाजाइट का 4.98 से 5.43 एंड वेस्टर्नाइट का 3.9 to 5.2 ग्राम पर सेंटीमीटर क्यूब। जियोकेमिकल एक्सप्लोरेशन टेक्निक देखें तो हमारे पास 6 टेक्निक्स हैं जिससे हम REE को फाइंड कर सकते हैं। फर्स्ट है 1936 में डिस्कवर हुआ था न्यूट्रॉन एक्टिवेशन एनालिसिस। इसमें हम लोग गामा रे का यूज़ करके REE को फाइंड करते हैं। सेकंड है 1970 में एक्सरे फ्लुरेसेंस का, जिसको फर्स्ट प्रेजेंटेशन में डॉक्टर अमित जी ने अच्छे से एक्सप्लेन किया था। थर्ड है 1974 इंडक्टिवली कपल्ड प्लाज्मा ऑप्टिकल एमिशन स्पेक्ट्रोस्कोपी। इसमें हम लोग डिफरेंट वेवलेंथ का यूज़ करके उसमें जो लाइट्स एमिट्स होती हैं उसको रीड करके हम रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट को फाइंड कर सकते हैं। एंड फोर्थ है लिक्विड क्रोमेटोग्राफी इंडक्टिवली कपल्ड प्लाज्मा मास स्पेक्ट्रोमेट्री। इसमें हम सैंपल्स को एक आयनिक फॉर्म, लिक्विड फॉर्म में कन्वर्ट करके उसके आयंस को हम डिटेक्ट करते हैं। फोर्थ है हाई परफॉर्मेंस लिक्विड क्रोमेटोग्राफी इंडक्टिवली कपल्ड प्लाज्मा मास स्पेक्ट्रोमीटर। इसमें हम हाई मिक्सर हाई परफॉर्मेंस लिक्विड्स का यूज़ करते हैं एंड उसके एब्जॉर्प्शन रेट को मेज़र करते हैं। ये हम लोग फूड इंडस्ट्री, माइनिंग एंड केमिकल इंडस्ट्री में यूज़ कर सकते हैं। और सबसे लास्ट है 2011 में इन्वेंट हुआ माइक्रोवेव प्लाज्मा एटॉमिक एमिशन स्पेक्ट्रोमेट्री। ये सबसे लेटेस्ट है जो अभी हम प्रेजेंट में यूज़ करते हैं। चैलेंजेस देखेंगे तो सबसे ज़्यादा चैलेंज हमको ये डिपॉजिट आइडेंटिफिकेशन रहता है, क्योंकि रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट बहुत ही मिक्स्ड फॉर्म में एंड बहुत स्मॉल क्वांटिटी में पाया जाता है। सेकंड है क्वांटिफिकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी, द मिक्सर रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट का जो ओर रहते हैं उसमें बहुत टाइप्स के इम्प्योरिटीज़ फाइंड होते हैं, जिसके कारण इसका जो रियल स्टेट क्वांटिफाई है उसको भी मेज़र करना एक चैलेंज है। थर्ड है इकोनॉमिक विजिबिलिटी, हम स्टैटिस्टिकल आइडेंटिफिकेशन एंड क्वांटिफिकेशन मेजर करने के बाद भी कभी कभी इकोनॉमिकली एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं रहता है। फोर्थ है प्रोसेसिंग टेक्नोलॉजी, देन वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट। ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इसमें एक्सप्लोरेशन एंड माइनिंग में कौन कौन से ऑर्गेनाइजेशन वर्क करते हैं, तो फर्स्ट है इंडियन रेयर अर्थ लिमिटेड, जो कि जिसका मेजर काम है माइनिंग एंड प्रोसेसिंग का काम करना। सेकंड GSI, जिसका मेजर काम है एक्सप्लोरेशन एंड अंडरस्टैंडिंग करना जियोलॉजिकल कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स पे। थर्ड गुजरात मिनरल डेवलपमेंट कॉरपोरेशन, जो कि अभी अंबा डोंगर प्रोजेक्ट जो सबसे हार्ड रॉक डिपॉजिट पाया गया है रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट में, वो उस पर वर्क कर रहा है। फोर्थ नेवेली लिग्नाइट कॉरपोरेशन इंडिया लिमिटेड, जिसका मेजर काम है लिग्नाइट माइनिंग करना एंड पावर प्लांट साउथ में प्रेजेंट है। और इसने कोलैबोरेट किया है IRL के साथ मतलब REE को माइनिंग एंड एक्सकेवेशन करने के लिए। सिंगरेनी कोलरीज कंपनी लिमिटेड, जिसने इसका ये प्राइमरी काम है कोल को एक्सट्रैक्ट करना, इसने कोलैबोरेट किया है IIT हैदराबाद इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मिनरल एंड माइनिंग टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ। ये जो इनका मेन वर्क है सेकेंडरी रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट को फाइंड करना एंड उसको एक्सट्रैक्ट करना। लास्ट एटॉमिक मिनरल डायरेक्टरेट फॉर एक्सप्लोरेशन एंड रिसर्च, इसका मेन वर्क है एक्सप्लोरेशन एंड जियोलॉजिकल स्टडीज करना। कंक्लूजन एंड रिकमेंडेशन देखेंगे तो इंडिया के पास टोटल 11,097 किलोमीटर सी शोर है, जिसमें से 6,000 किलोमीटर सी शोर मोनाजाइट रीच है। और हार्ड रॉक का रिजर्व देखेंगे तो राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश, छत्तीसगढ़ एंड बिहार के पास है। रिकमेंडेशन ये देखेंगे कि अगर इंडिया अपनी फुल पोटेंशियल के साथ वर्क करता है तो दूसरे देश के साथ डिपेंडेंसी जो है उसको ईजिली छोड़ सकता है। फ्यूचर ग्रीन टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए REE का बहुत ज़्यादा डिपेंडेंसी है। अगर कंपनीज कोलैबोरेट लेके करके चलती हैं तो वो रिपीटिंग वर्क्स को छोड़ सकती हैं। एंड रिसाइकलिंग टेक्नोलॉजी पे भी हमको ज़्यादा वर्क करना चाहिए। थैंक यू।
With this, we go to the last of the presentations. Rare earth permanent magnets for the clean energy transition. Technology, supply chains and India strategy.
तो पूरा चट गया है
pathway. By Shri Swapnil
खाली
Singh.
प्रेजेंटेशन दिखा हम सब पागल हो गए। देखो कमाता मेरा नोट्स हो
We now have the privilege to introduce before the house our in-house talent, Swapnil Singh, who is currently working as assistant manager at Pakri coal mining project and is currently responsible for mine planning activities. He has been with NTPC for the past 4 years. During the course of this association with NTPC, he has worked in shift as shift in charge, blasting officer and mine planning engineer. This is the next generation of mining engineers, and I hope in future you will be seeing or hearing more from them. So over to you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Fuel sir, RED sir, and all the dignitaries. Myself, Swapnil Singh, I am currently working in Pakri Barwadi coal mines as an assistant manager. The subject of our research was rare earth permanent magnet for green energy transition. These are the contents. We'll broadly touch upon what are the REDs, their uses, and what is permanent magnet, temporary magnet, and global scenario, Indian scenario, and key takeaways. So, first of all, what has motivated us to do this research? So, since we are going for green energy technologies, which includes EV motors, wind turbines, basic automation, and in defense system also. These all systems include permanent magnets. The second thing was tariff war, since we have seen how China disrupted the supply chain during this tariff war. So this has also motivated us to do this research. So what are critical mineral? Our previous speakers have already touched upon this. I have put it definition of critical mineral used by Ministry of Mines. So the main thing is they are indispensable for the clean energy technologies. And what are the critical minerals for India? For this reason, Ministry of Mines has formed a committee to identify what are the critical minerals for India. So this committee comes up with 30 minerals, and they have identified these 30 minerals to be critical for India, and it contains rare earth elements also. So since we have seen what are the critical minerals, what are the REs? REs are rare earth elements, as my previous speaker has already said. Basically, I have highlighted what are the rare earths are basically group of 17 chemically similar metals, mostly lanthanides, and these lanthanides I have circled out the two main elements which is the most important element to form permanent magnet. First is neodymium magnet and second is samarium magnet. So its compound I have highlighted here. This is a neodymium iron boron magnet, and this is samarium cobalt magnet. So these are the most powerful permanent magnets for current time. So what are the temporary magnets, permanent magnets, and where it use comes? So consider an example of electric motor. So electric motor, what it does, it converts electric energy to mechanical energy, and for this conversion we need two electromagnetic field opposing to each other. So one field would be DC and other one would be AC. So in previous times DC current was applied to a coil or a iron rod, and after that iron rod magnetizes and emits electromagnetic properties. So replacing that, as we have found or identified the permanent magnet, so these electromagnetic property it inherently has. So the temporary magnets are nothing but coils or iron rods which are being electromagnetized by the application of electricity, and permanent magnets are nothing but compound of few elements which naturally has electromagnetic properties. And here also these are the permanent magnets. These two are the conventional permanent magnet, ferrite, aluminum, nickel, cobalt magnet, and these two are the rare earth permanent magnets. So where are the use case of this permanent magnet? So here we can see in all electric vehicles, as I told you, in motors and generators it is being used, and also in electronics, and to convert electric energy to sound or mechanical energy in speakers, and they have also role to play in medical technologies like MRIs and all these equipments. So what is the importance of rare earth permanent magnets? So rare earth permanent magnets are those magnets which has high magnetic energy density, so which conventional magnets don't have. If we compare the magnetic energy density, it is nothing but it shows the per volume power of electromagnetism that a magnet possesses. So it basically it is a power. So almost they are 10 to 15 times more powerful than conventional permanent magnets. So how they are important? They are important in small compact places, in the places where high temperature and pressure situation if we want better performance, and also in wind turbines. So here I have shown the importance of RE by disruption potential and economic dependency. Disruption potential is shown by x-axis. What is disruption potential? Is basically if a element is concentrated in particular country or region, or it can be easily disrupted by socio or geopolitical scenario, like we have seen in tariff war situations, and the y-axis shows the economic vulnerability. So any element which is economically important for growth of any country, it shows y-axis shows that. So if any element falls in the first quadrant, so we can see neodymium is there. So if any element is in this first quadrant, that means it is highly susceptible for disruption potential, and it has economic value for growth. So here we can see a brief historical chronology. First, conventional magnets were being used, and second, in 1960s there was a birth of rare earth industries, where they mined out the rare earth oxides. In 1970s in US, first time they have established a alloy, and that was samarium cobalt magnet. Sequentially, neodymium iron boron magnet was also developed by the USA. In 1990s, there was a shift due to regulatory restrictions and low carbon emission regulation in USA. So China then overtaken the US and actually invested in the Magnequench mine. That was the total mine to magnet facility, and from here on, that was basically mines in USA. So from here on, China has learned few skills, and they have developed their expertise in mining, refining, and magnet manufacturing also. So in current scenario, we can see China controls around 65% of production and 95% of refining. 95% of refining of rare earth is being done by China. So what are the major properties which make rare earth permanent magnet most powerful and important? As I have told, this maximum energy product, it is nothing but high energy density. So we can see for neodymium iron boron magnet, it is around 50, and for conventional magnets, it is around 10. So it is 5 to 6 times more powerful than other conventional magnets. So other properties like temperature. So this Curie temperature means like how an element loses its electromagnetic properties in high temperature conditions. So here it can survive up to, or it loses its electromagnetic property from this temperature. So in high temperature pressure conditions, they will perform better. So here I have tabulated the properties of magnets and their uses. Now all the EV motor manufacturer like Tesla, Toyota, BYD are using this neodymium iron boron magnet due to its high efficiency and compact uses. So here we come to process of magnet manufacturing. So we can divide the whole process of magnet manufacturing in 4 stages. First, mining of monazite. As my previous speaker had told that India has monazite deposit which contains RE. Second stage will be production of these oxides of these elements. Third one would be extracting the metal out of these oxides, and the fourth one would be magnet manufacturing, that is allowing of few critical minerals to other minerals, and this is basically the permanent magnet. So few other stages are also there to enhance the efficiency and capability of magnets, like powder and pressing, sintering, coating, finishing, and at last recycling. My previous speaker has also told about recycling, because these REs are very much important and critical for our India, so we can also focus on recycling. Global scenario and China's dominance. So rare earth permanent magnets, this shows in million tons. So rare earth permanent magnet has around 0.2, it's around 250,000 tons. So, and ferrite magnet is around this much. When it comes to China, this orange shade is for China, and other countries are this blue. So when it comes to magnet manufacturing, China controls over 90%. When it comes to refining, it is around 95, and when it comes to production, it is around 65%. So global permanent market is expected to grow at around 9.5% CAGR. So here we can see, since the ferrite magnet was high, around 6 times more than this permanent magnet, but if we compare the market valuation, they are almost 50-50. And why this will grow at around 9.5% CAGR? Because of the rapid electrification, electric vehicles are coming, renewable energy is there. So, and sectoral division is I have shown here. So where India stands? So Indian rare earth resources, we have monazite deposit. They are basically beach sand deposits. We contain around 6.9 million tons of rare earth, and it is, after China and Brazil, we are in top 3. And state-wise reserve is there: Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Odisha. What are the properties, like what our monazite deposit contains? So neodymium, it's around 10 to 15%. Samarium is around 1 to 2%. One catch is there: our monazite deposit is also higher in thorium oxide. It is 6 to 10% of this monazite deposit. So it makes whole mining and refining process difficult, because thorium is a radioactive element and we have to separated by Atomic Energy Act, and so whole process becomes a bit difficult. So India has this green shows what India has, mining India has, and extraction up to oxides India has, and it is being done by Indian Rare Earth Limited. Two facilities I have mentioned here. A pilot project is being run by BARC. It is Bhabha Atomic Research Center, where not alloy, these oxides are generated, and after these oxides are generated, then magnet manufacturing comes into picture. So we don't have these facilities, but we have up till oxide. So we produce rare earth oxides, but not magnets. So few nascent stages are there. BARC has in consultation with CSIR, they have make a facility which extracts the iron of these metals. And first samarium cobalt permanent magnet manufacturing facility is also developed in Visakhapatnam by this Indian Rare Earth Limited. So what are the gaps? We extract the oxides, but we are not able to extract the ions or metals, and let alone the fact of manufacturing the magnets. And the oxides which we produce, it's only 1% of the global output. So oxide production is also less. So what are the research recommendations? First, we have to invest in pilot projects, joint venture with IREL or other field experts. Mine to magnet manufacturing, we have to invest, or R&D work has to be done to make our own permanent magnets. Thank you.
Thank you, Swapnil. Yeah, we are ahead of time, so we have half an hour for Q&A. Before we go into Q&A, quickly sum up the four speakers so that it sort of sets the tone for the Q&A session. Dr. Amit Jaiswal brought out this characterization and quantification of rare earth elements and critical elements from fly ash. It's a very interesting thing, because putting fly ash to good use has always been one of the challenges, because we have been one of the biggest consumers of coal. And while circular mining is a very well thought about, or circular economy is a well thought out endeavor, however, the challenge from fly ash will be how are we going to extract this low concentration minerals out of fly ash, because it's going to be a very energy intensive and byproduct intensive endeavor. So I think there is a lot of scope for research, probably will be driven by cost and demand, because if we don't have some minerals and metals, we are going to invest into those things. But it certainly is an area which requires a lot of attention, and I think many labs in India are presently working on that. The next speaker, Dr. Bhagat Lal Tudu from IIMT, brought out the critical mineral processing endeavors in work. And same, he also was on a related topic of how to extract useful materials from waste, or the discards from various processing, which IIMT has been pioneering. In fact, they've been doing a lot of good work on nickel, tungsten, palladium, and cobalt from various waste products. However, I think they're also going to be plagued by the same question: where is energy going to come from, and how is that waste, the byproduct of extraction from waste, going to be? I am sure that that's also going to be a challenge. But certainly India does require a lot of investment. May I request the audience to be kindly be silent? Yeah, there's a lot of interest the government also has in investing into spent battery extraction, because it's something that we have not invested much into. And most batteries are actually highly concentrated sources of these critical minerals, which we are otherwise losing. So while India has a very good waste collection system in the informal sector, but however, it probably requires to be much more formal. Solar panels is going to be a challenge, because while we are investing huge amounts of money and huge amount of material into solar panels, there are going to be a lot of waste generated over the next 6 to 7 years to 10 years. How those are going to be recycled does come out from IMT's useful study. I'm sure that IMT Bhubaneswar would be setting up some benchmark in this regard. Mr. Ankit Patel from IIT BHU did look at the exploration potential for rare earth elements in India. Yes, there's no denying that the center of gravity of rare earth production and refining shifted to China in the 1980s for reasons best known to US and Europe, because it's a very polluting industry. So they want to put their pollution to somebody else's environment. That's how the shift happened. And China was a welcome sort of producer for that. But then they had a long vision ahead of them, why they want to do that. But I think you didn't touch upon the coastal sources, the placer deposits, which is our biggest source of rare earth. While there are a lot of rare earth in the hinterland, but placer deposits on the coast is something very valuable and very little we speak about. And the next speaker did address this topic. The next speaker did address this topic of the transition to clean energy. Yes. Clean energy is something that we all speak about. It's very fashionable too, now that we talk of renewable energy and magnets and motors and stuff like that. Yes, the magnets are the key, what drives renewable energy, because the motors and the dynamos. Just to give example, while we in underwater, we do have the conventional motors and conventional generators that we call as dynamos. But permanent magnets make a big difference, because we can put small motors into the system. We can miniaturize these systems. So it's a niche area, and with the proliferation of drones, which has also been one of the drivers of permanent magnets, that both it requires for our society as well as for a lot of strategic applications. In fact, Op Sindoor did bring out that how drones can be a game changer in terms of both offensive as well as defensive measures. Yes, there's a lot of computing applications also. Rare earth has a lot of computing applications, which is not spoken about. Many of the high-end computing does require certain specific rare earth metals in traces, of course, but it is also one of the drivers for the demand for it. And India has a lot of rare earth. Can I request the audience to be silent, please? We'll break for tea very soon. While we have a lot of rare earth sources in India, we have very poor extraction technologies in India. I think that's something that should sort of trouble all of us here, because we are net exporters of the raw material and net importers of any of these high-end refined products from China. And Japan, which is actually a resource scarce country, is still one of the biggest exporters of permanent magnets. So that should pick us that we, being one of the biggest consumers or untapped economy, should be looking at this. So there's a lot of scope for extraction technology and capacity building in this field, also extraction. With this, I have the floor open. Anybody has questions? Yeah, please, over to you, Neeraj.
Sorry for interrupting you, sir. We cannot thank you much for the way you have conducted this session. We have come to the end of this session much before the time, and the way you succinctly described the proceeding, it was awesome. We are awestruck. But before I thank you, sir, I seek your permission. We had one presenter who could not make up during the inaugural session. So as the chairperson, I seek your request, if you allow, we'll ask that speaker to deliver the presentation and we'll utilize the time. So,
sure, sir.
Thank you, sir. So with the permission of chair, may I now request Mr. Kunj Kalra, COO, Soluj Energy Private Limited. They'll be delivering a presentation on installation of solar panels on OB-DUMs. And sir, after this presentation, we can have the question answer session, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kunj Kalra. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Soluse Energy Private Limited. First of all, on behalf of Soluse Energy, I would like to thank NTPC Mining Limited for organizing this opportunity, for giving us this platform. And as a vendor and as an implementation partner, we work very closely with public sector undertakings. And we see these forums extremely important, not to sell our solutions, but to showcase what we have done in the past and has worked for other organizations and can be the stepping stones for the future products. So let me introduce Soluse Energy to you. Soluse Energy is a decade-old solar EPC company. We are headquarters in Gurgaon. We are more than 70 professionals working across the length and breadth of the country. And we are very esteemed, privileged, I'll say, to be working with reputed organizations of the country like the Airports Authority of India, NTPC Limited, Military Engineering Services, Coal India, and IOCL. Most of these organizations which were being showcased, we work for most of them. All right. Our vision is very clear. We want to be the global leader in sustainable energy solutions, driving the transition towards a carbon neutral future and offering innovative solar power technology solutions. Our mission is to deliver cost-effective and reliable solar power solutions while maintaining the highest standards of safety, quality, and sustainability. We have been honored to get the Best Engineered Project by Mercom India in the year 2025. Our projects were also being showcased and acknowledged by multiple rating agencies. So we were ranked number 17th in the country as a top solar EPC company for the rooftop project segment in terms of volumes. Our projects, like this particular 5 megawatt project for a recycling giant in Warangal, was being acknowledged as one of the best projects in the Asia Pacific region. We have been rated as 1B by SMERA rating for solar grading. The solutions that we offer are rooftop solar power plant, open access, microgrid, wind and solar hybrid, green hydrogen and energy storage solutions. At Soluse Energy, our EPC and O&M approach is built around engineering accuracy, compliant procurement, safe construction and reliable long-term operations. So whenever we do a project, all the projects are really custom projects and are tailor-made projects. So today, the presentation would be in 5 different categories: the current power sector in India, the renewable integration into the power sector, overview of solar sector in India, problems and challenges in the mining industry, and the possible solutions and renewable opportunities we have hidden in these problems. So let's understand the power generation capacity in India. So we currently have around 501 gigawatts of power generating capacity. Thermal is leading the race with 241 gigawatts, followed by solar power, which is 130 gigawatts, hydro at 55 gigawatts, wind just tailing behind hydro, 54 gigawatts, bioenergy 12 gigawatts, and nuclear 9 gigawatts. And we are really happy to showcase that this year, renewable power has surpassed 50% of India's installed power generating capacity. As per NITI Aayog, we currently have 251 gigawatts of installed capacities, power coming from renewable sources like solar, like hydro, like wind. So I'm sure everybody would have the basic understanding how solar power works. The sunlight falls onto the PV module through photovoltaic technology. The PV module generates DC power, which is further converted into AC power. So why is it important? I'll say A, it gives us low carbon emissions. It gives us energy security for the next 25 to 30 years. And it has really low maintenance. People who have worked from thermal power plant would acknowledge that running a thermal power plant is actually a tedious task. So let's understand the evolution. It was first discovered in the year 1839 that electricity can be passed when generated, when light is passed through substance. It was in the year 1954 when the first solar cell was developed. I'm sure all of us have used these calculators and the solar cells on top of it. When you put a hand on that solar cell, the light used to drop. in the year 1970, 1980s, the first commercial deployment of polycrystalline and monocrystalline silicon cells was being done. The manufacturing capacity started coming in place in the late 90s, and it was only up till 2010 and 2015 when we saw the global solar boom, when the manufacturing capacity started to increase rapidly and the cost of solar power started to decrease. And that's when we all started to hear more about solar. Today, as we talk, there are multiple technologies available, starting from monocrystalline, TOPCon, heterojunction technologies. The efficiencies today in solar panels have surpassed 23%. And for a utility scale, the module ratings are now as high as 710 watt peaks. So the typical solar PV module, which is the most commercially used today, is monocrystalline TOPCon N-type module. It is a bifacial module capable of generating power from both the front and the rear side. The advantage that it brings on the table is it has better temperature coefficient, so it performs better in hotter climates, which is why it's very important for India. Then it has better annual degradation as low as 0.25 till 0.4% year on year. So that means earlier where we used to get ROI, say, for around 3.5 years, today we can easily get close to 3 years ROI. All right, so this is really interesting to see how the solar prices have gone down in the last decade. In the year 2010, it was around 200 rupees per watt, and today it's close to 17, 18 rupees per watt. So that is more than 10x price drop. And the reason is because economies of scale. Today we have at least 20 times more module manufacturing capacities, and with the new government incentives in place, PLI schemes in place, India is now no longer going to be dependent on China for raw materials and cell. By the year 2026, we'll have multiple cell manufacturing capacities being installed in India. So really interesting to see India ranked number 3rd in the world in terms of annual solar, total solar generating capacities. India has 129 gigawatts of solar capacities, and it was merely 3 gigawatts in the year 2014. Non-fossil fuels have surpassed 50% of India's generating capacities, and we are just behind USA. USA stands at 266 gigawatts, China at 1 terawatts. All right. We are also in line with the global COP commitments. Our 2030 ambition is to achieve 500 gigawatts through non-fossil fuel. Today we are at 129 gigawatts, and our main aim is to go net zero by 2070. Let's understand what are the key challenges in mining industry. So as we all know, mining industry is a really high energy consumption industry. There are a lot of carbon emission, a lot of offbeat locations where the grid is not available. We use a lot of diesel generators. Water is scarce. There's a water pollution problem, land degradation, environmental impact, ESG compliances, waste management, higher operational costs, health and safety risk, and operation downtimes and power reliability. So we'll take a few case studies today and understand how things have worked for other organizations in the past, how we can take examples from them into the mining industry. So this is an example of a of a Taluka government hospital in Gunlu-Preet. It's a small town near Mysore. So during COVID times, Google did a lot of CSR funding and gave 180 pressure swing absorption oxygen generating plants via donations through an NGO in India called by the name of PATH. These hospitals were identified by understanding where we face the maximum amounts of deaths due to oxygen shortages. So they deployed the PSA plant, really nice, but the challenge was the hospital never had the money to run these PSA plants. The grid was very unstable. They didn't have the money to run these heavy PSA plants on diesel generators, and henceforth most of these PSA plants remained underutilized. As you can see from the next page. So path approach Solus, and we were given a task to solarize these PSA plants. The operational costs of these PSA plants were targeted to be zero, so there should be no capital expenditure from the hospital to run these PSA plants. What we understood over here was these PSA plants were never meant for solarization. So these PSA plants had really huge motors, 75 horsepower motors, which were running on direct drives, resulting into 4 times more startup load as per the running load requirements. As you can see, the running load was merely 130 amperes per phase, but the startup load was around 541 amperes. Any best installation, any solar installation for this kind of a load would have failed. What we did, we offered a retrofitment, we installed the VFDs, we reduced the startup load, and we made the plant capable to run on battery energy storage systems. We install around 200 kilowatt of rooftop installations with around 720 kilowatt hour of battery banks. And based on the success of this project, today this project is running successfully for more than 2 years. This project became a benchmark for PATH to replicate in the continent of Africa, where they were facing the similar challenges. And this project was also showcased in the COP Dubai Summit as one of the best medical practices, and was also highlighted in the World Health Organization magazines. So like in this particular example, we had a 75 horsepower motor wherein we had a challenge of high startup load. We have similar applications in mining industry as well, wherein we have huge motors, generally HT motors, wherein we are running on direct drives, the startup load is really high. If you go for best installations, we'll have to install at least 4 to 5 times more capacity of BESS to run these. So we can also retrofit VFDs. We can save money through VFDs, and we can make these products viable for battery energy storage systems. The next is for various other entities in a mining operation. So mining is not only about mining. Mining is about the infrastructure that we build around the people who are involved in the mining infrastructure. So we have a lot of schools, we have a lot of colleges, we have hospitals, we have administrative blocks. So this is a perfect example. Like this is an example of a school wherein on a rooftop we can install rooftop solar power plants. In front of a car parking lot, we can do solar car parking installations. If you would have ventured into Deoghar International Airport, you'll see Deoghar International Airport has a huge car parking installation, which also has solar on top of it. So it's dual advantage. A, we give the shading to the our cars, and B, we are generating power through that application. Solar trees is now coming really popular nowadays. So BIPV is basically integrating solar into the building. So this is a retrofitment that was done on a vertical wall, wherein on a vertical wall surface, if we don't have space on the rooftop, we have space on a wall, we can install solar power plants on the wall itself. On the metal sheds also, nowadays, rather than installing metal sheets, corrugated metal sheets, we can have purlins, and on top of purlins, we can directly install solar panels with gutters, so that the water never penetrates down into the shed. It's always flowing through the gutters, and the roof is covered through solar panels. All right, this is the next case study for NSPCL Bhilai. NSPCL Bhilai gave us a project for their township in Bhilai, wherein they wanted to make this township as green township. So by green township, I mean whatever carbon emission was being done, whatever power requirement was of the township had to be met through the in-house power generating capacities. So we installed a 900 kilowatt ground mounted solar project over there, coupled with a 522 kilowatt hour of lithium ion battery bank. Over here, during the daytime, whatever power is being consumed by the township was being consumed through the in-house solar power plant. And during the non-solar generating hours, which is post 6, whatever power was being consumed was being rolled through the battery energy storage system. So the biggest challenge in solar never gives you dispatchable power. But when this solar power plant is coupled with a battery energy storage system, we come out of that problem. So we can have dispatchable power as per the need. So NTPC Mining gave us, so we recently were awarded as L1 contractors for NTPC Mining. So all mining applications have a lot of overburdened dump yards. So these are acres of land parcel, kept idle. There's no utilization that can be done over there. So NTPC Mining did issue a tender wherein they conceptualized that this vacant OB dump yards can be utilized as a renewable asset. So all these acres and acres of land can be utilized for solar power plant installations, and the best part is the consumption is happening right below these or right nearby in the proximities of these OB dump yards. So we generate power in the OB dump yards, we transmit the power through HME transmission lines to the source where the power is being consumed. Now, the challenge in OB dump yards is the load bearing strength. It's not like normal soil wherein you can get proper load bearing strength out of it. Although these dump yards have been kept idle for 4 to 5 years, the soil have been compacted. But what can be done is we can increase the piling depths so that we can compensate the load bearing strength of these dump yards. The next problem was since these are huge mountains and we really don't have any, we have a lot of mining activities happening in the nearby proximities. So we require a lot of cleaning over here. And since these OB dump yards do not have any water access, so what NTPC Mining did was they conceptualized that we'll have a tractor cleaning system. The tractors will go to the nearest ponds, fetch water. On the dump yard only we'll have a water purification system, water storage system, and through these tractors we'll do the wet cleaning processes. We can showcase a small video on how the modules would be cleaned using tractors. And not only is it a viable option for these dump yards, but it also saves water. In a traditional cleaning, we might require 2 to 3 liters of water to clean every panel. But with this setup, we require only 0.5 liters of water to clean every panel. As you can see, the tanks are right behind the tractors. And that's how the cleaning process is done. So we'll showcase a small video on how how we have conceptualized this OB dump yard. And thank you. As per Indian philosophy, we believe that everything in this universe, including us, is made of 5 elements: earth, water, fire, space, and air. Interestingly, modern energy systems are also built on the same very principles. Earth stores our coal, our minerals, and even the land on which the solar plants are being built. Water moves energy through rivers, dams, and pumped storages. Fire transforms energy, whether be it in a thermal power plant or through sun, our greatest source of renewable energy. Air drives motion, powering our wind turbines, supporting our cooling systems, and space allows energy to flow through transmission lines, grid, and intelligent controls. Sustainability is not new. It's simply rediscovering what we have already known. Thank you so much.
Gopal, over to you for the Q&A session.
I think we can go ahead with the Q&A if anybody has any questions.
the audience to address the question to a particular speaker. Introduce yourself and then the question.
Good evening to everyone. Thanks for the beautiful presentation. Myself T. Perumal, AGM Geology from North Dadu Eastern Part Coal Mining Project. I have 3 questions to 3 speakers. First is Mr. Ankit Jaiswal. You have shown the gallium, scandium around 30-35 ppm. What is the maximum value you have been encountered, analyzed in the sample? How many quantum of sample you have analyzed? One question. Second is, since as you have explained there, each and every geological process during the formation of coal, either it is during intrusives of lamprophis or dolerite, the enrichment of RE in the coal seams will happen as well as in the interburden. So, in which type of coal mines you have been taken for analysis, so that we can get an idea, this is a prospective coal mines where we can go for the RE analysis. This is for you. And yes.
First, I will answer your second question. Actually, the sample was of fly ash.
Yeah.
So, from where exactly the coal was taken to that power plant was unknown to us.
Okay.
And because of the request from the power plant, we will also not going to disclose the name of that power plant.
Okay.
But that part has only shown that the critical minerals are present in the coal.
Okay.
And the formation of coal are in 2 different geological environment. One is in marine, have some marine influence, and second is freshwater. Freshwater generally has less mineral matrix in comparison to marine. So marine will have little more sulfur and more some critical minerals, while this freshwater will have less sulfur and some critical minerals. So it will depend on your need from where you have taken that coal. You can get an idea. And second thing, the sir has also told us that their organization is mapping this fly ash for critical mineral identification. So that will take this part ahead and tell which coal will have which kind of critical mineral. But one thing, what as a geologist I will tell, that there will always be a lot of heterogeneity in coal in terms of this critical mineral. So you have to characterize your material every time. Before using it, you have to characterize it every time with chemical analysis, and also if possible go for phase analysis with SCM.
Okay.
And please repeat your first question.
What is how many sample you have been analyzed? What is the maximum of the
Actually, total
analyzed?
20 kg of samples were taken from the that power plant. We homogenized it, mixed it, and we need only 9 grams of sample for for making 1 pellet. We have made approximately 6 pellet from that 20 kg of sample. We homogenize and take nearly 100 grams, and that 100 gram has been divided into 6 different 9 gram crucibles.
No, I am asking what is the maximum analyzed from each pellet? You have analyzed 9 pellets, 9 pellets, 10 by whatever.
Oh, okay.
And what is the maximum analyzed value, which you have shown is 30-35 ppm,
Yes,
like that?
That was the minimum range was 30 and maximum range was 35.
Okay, thank you. My next question to IMT, Mr. Scientist, to do. You have told about the technology for lithium and other aspects. What for designing the technology and whatever, what is the minimum quantity or grade, cutoff grade you will consider for designing a technology from base to critical minerals water? And second question is, you are talking about the lithium and other aspects, even nickel from the overburden of nickel cobalt mines. Since the uranium mines in India, apart from uranium, we have a lot of critical minerals as well as the associated copper and all in this copper, manganese and all. So is there a pilot project you have undertaken for the analysis of the waste burden of the uranium waste or IRL waste? This is my second question.
Okay, I'll be starting with the minimum amount of sample that is required for the technology. Usually we ask anywhere starting in kgs because a lot of repeated trials is required to develop a process. We try with the characterization which will give us an initial result. Then we'll start with different unit operations where whether how much of acid leaching is required, which acid works best, If that trials fails, then we restart again those trials. So it's fair to say anywhere around 20-25 kgs is good. But to put in perspective, the amount of the metals that you are targeting, that will dictate how much of raw material is required. For suppose the amount of valuables is pretty high in your samples, then a low amount of sample is also good. But if you have low concentrations, that we generally deal with, because we usually deal with secondaries and effluents where the concentrations are really low. A higher amount of sample is suggested. Then once it is done, we usually go for a bench scale testing to validate the process at a higher scale. So there we then further request for a higher amount of samples. So whenever a party approaches to develop a process, we usually put in perspectives that what is the security of that raw material supply. Because even if we develop a process and then there's a dearth of the supply of the raw material, then even if the process works, then there's no point in making just a process for 50 kg raw material of total supply. Because we have seen those cases. It's usually like if the supply of the raw material is low, it's usually advisable to keep a big part of the raw material and design a smaller capacity plant so that it can run for a higher time, and then after running for that higher time, then you can again get a bigger batch of the sample. So that's how we proceed.
Okay, thank you.
And the question regarding, I think you asked for
that dump waste of uranium mines or IRA.
The overburdens that we work with from chromite overburdens from Sukinda. Those are the only land-based resource for nickel and cobalt currently in our nation. But the level of nickel and cobalt is still lower than the global benchmark. So that's why we are actually looking into deep sea nodules. And the uranium overburdens we haven't come across, but still we find that anything which is radioactive is actually dealt by Department of Atomic Energy. We are usually left out of it. So that's why the monazite sands that Ankit ji told is dealt by IRL because of the thorium content.
Yes.
Otherwise we could have taken that as well.
Okay. Thank you. My third to Mr. Ankit Jaiswal about the RE potential in India. Ankit Patel, sir. You have shown the geographical potential of the map in that, from Kerala to up to Odisha, West Bengal. The beaches and deposits from Kerala, Manawalakuruchi, Tamil Nadu to the Gopalpur coast of Odisha. Since basically it's of thorium rich and all. So what are the geological domain of the block of the Indian potential? They're like carbonatite and cyanidate, which is rich in yttrium and xenotime. But you are told about the yttrium and xenotime and all. Both are having the radioactive element of thorium as well as uranium in that concentration. So what are the non-uranium thorium potential, geological domain potential in India? Do you have any idea of that? Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Good evening, one and all. Sir, I am Jivanendu Mahapatra from PVNL. Sir, this is my query with reference to the fly ash management from Singrauli area. As you know, NTPC is a 80 gigawatt power company and we produce coal of 45 million ton. But the biggest challenge we face is our fly ash management. Per annum, generally we produce 75 million ton of fly ash, out of which 80% is fly ash, 20% is bottom ash. So the proposal you have given us, that's sort of biggest opportunity for us for the fly ash management. So my questions prima facie belongs to two policy level questions, one is technical questions. First, coming to the technical questions. Whether the experiment you have made that demonstrate the relationship between the presence of trace minerals in the coal and the same coal burnt out as a fly ash. Have you demonstrated any relationship between that, the trace element of the coal, subsequent to the fly ash coming out as a critical mineral? Second question is a policy level. How confident you are your quantification will meet the domestic coal requirement to the tune of critical mineral requirement to meet the shortfall of critical mineral availability to the demand supply gap. Third is whether your project is to the level of BTC. BTC means build to concept. Whether your concept is ready for any kind of invoicing or all. If it is, then we'll think of any kind of collaboration to meet these mitigative measures for the fly ash management. You can answer 3 questions in at a go, sir.
First of all, your first question. Actually, you can ask one by one question and I will answer you.
The first question is the relationship between the trace element present in the coal and the same coal burnt out as a fly ash. And the
we have
presence
not
of
taken any coal sample. We have taken the fly ash sample itself. And we do not know from where that coal has been taken to that power plant. We have taken our experiment for only fly ash.
Actually, what happens, sir, coal has specific trace elements also like molybdenum, nickel and cobalt. And if the same elements are found in the fly ash, then we can establish a good relationship whether this percentage of cobalt or this percentage of cobalt is from the same fly ash. That would be better determinant.
Directly from coal, it is very hard to determine the quantify in coal because it is in ppb level sometimes in coal. In fly ash, it get enriched because of combustion of the organic matter. It generally comes to ppm level. So we can chemically identify. Still, it is very minute level to see with the scan micro SCM technique. So in coal, I don't think anybody is directly working on coal. They bond for more specific answer to your question or for more specific studies. We can take a coal sample, we can put it in a furnace in a laboratory, then we can identify from where that coal was brought for generation of that fly ash.
Absolutely, that would be really helpful. Yes. The second question is whether your quantification is going to quantify the demand supply gap.
See, we have first we have that sample with us, so we just saw what is the amount and which mineral is present there. It is not yet completed our study. We have only done XRF. XRF has some limitations, so we will now proceed for ICPMS, which will give us more reliable results. And we are also trying for some physical beneficiation process so that it can be enriched further and we can see the phase in HCM. Then we will be able to answer the extraction process and then we can also suggest some what you have said, the demand and the supply, what can be done from that. Till now, we have only quantified and we have only identified the mineral.
That means it needs further examination,
yes,
right?
It's, it's continuously going on process in lab.
Okay, thank you.
We'll go to the last question. Before,
yes, sir.
Yeah, one last. The lady here, please.
Do you see any operational difficulty like OB dump height, any constraint for that?
Well, I'll say it's more of a blessing because on the ground level, we have a lot of mining activities, high amount of residual dust is there on the ground level, but on the OB dump yard, since we are at elevation, so a lot of dust is still on the ground level, and B, it's easy for us to maintain these plants because we are out from the peripheral of that mine area. So these OB dumps are actually a blessing for us rather than having any.
So any maximum height of the OB dump you have installed the solar panels? Any recommendation you can make?
See, height has no limitation to the installation of solar panel. The only thing is that what is the load bearing strength of that soil? If the soil is compacted for 4-5 years, the soil is good enough for solar panels. But again, we'll be able to make that call once we have the soil testing reports, and also to compensate if the soil testing reports give us a slightly lower value, we can compensate that with higher piling depths. So the general depth of piling is around 2.5 meters. We can go till 5 meters to compensate that lower soil compactness. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir. Since we are going to the next session, we are already.
Sir, can I ask one question, sir?
Sir,
can I ask one question?
Just one sec. Since we are going to the next session, we'll break for tea for 10 minutes and then come back by 1650.
Right, we can catch up during the tea time if required. Sir, if you say so, we'll declare this technical session 1 over.
Yeah, we
With your
will.
permission.
Thank you to all the speakers and the active participants. We'll close this session and then progress for the next one.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for all the speakers and the chairman for successfully conducting this session. We are really indebted to you all, sir, for sparing your valuable time and enlightening us. As a token of our love and affection, we'd like to felicitate you. So I'll request chairman of this session, Gop Kumar sir, to felicitate. I'll call upon Dr. Amit Jaiswal from IIT BHU. You can come in the center so that. Next, I'll call upon Mr. Bhagat Lal Tudu, senior scientist from CSR IIMT. May I now request Mr. Ankit Patel from IIT BHU. Mr. Swapnil Singh from NTPC, Pakri Barwadi. Shri Kunj Kalra, COO, Soluj Energy Private Limited. At last, but not the least, I'll call upon Subrat Kumar Das sir, HOP Pakri Barwadi, to felicitate chairman of this technical session. Please, a big round of applause for Gop Kumar sir for having wonderfully commanded this session and completed it within time. Thank you one and all. We'll be breaking for tea, but before breaking for tea, I'll like to present before you a teaser for the session number 2, technical session number 2. We have lined up a very interesting session number 2, which will be focusing upon clean energy from the depth, and to showcase the speakers for that session, we have our chairman of this session presenting a very good paper there, and we have an international presentation also lined up. So please do hurry up, complete your tea and get back on time so that we'll have the session number 2. And I'll now hand over the proceedings to Karan.
Thank you so much, sir. As it is said that great discussions happen over hot beverages, now we'll move for the tea break. We'll be reuniting at 5 o'clock. You might enjoy your hot tea or coffee with snack and a little of discussions that shape the next conversations. One another reminder, for those who have not yet submitted their presentations, please submit them to the dais so that we can get things ready for the next presentation. A gentle reminder for those who have not yet submitted their presentations on the A gentle reminder for those who have not yet submitted their presentations, please submit them on the dais so that we smoothly move to forward for the second session of presentations.
Hello? Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, sir. Actually, I am Sandeep Goyal from BHEL. So, I want to, I have not shared my PPT with you.
Yes, sir, you can share from your end, sir. You can share your screen, sir.
From my end, I will share it. Okay, I will share it from my end only.
Yes, sir. You may do, sir.
और इसको जेब में रख। ये चलेगा? कहीं पे फिट नहीं होता है? हाँ? अच्छा अच्छा, ये भी ठीक है, आ जाएगा ना? हेलो हेलो, थैंक यू।
I would request all the guests to be seated. The dignitaries have entered the hall. All the delegates are requested to kindly be seated as we will be moving forward with the presentations. I would request all the delegates to kindly be seated as we move forward with the presentation sessions. I hope the soft aroma of tea and caramel must have rejuvenated the energy, and we will be moving forward with the presentations. Today, we are sharing ideas that will become blueprint for tomorrow. We will convert these discussions into decisions of the future. We will be beginning shortly. And the members of NTPC Parivar who have joined us online, I hope they have also rejuvenated themselves with the caramel and the aroma of the tea. We will be beginning shortly now. Delegates, I would request you to kindly be seated as the guests have arrived, and we'll be beginning with the second round of presentation shortly. हम बस कुछ ही क्षण में हमारा प्रेजेंटेशन का दूसरा अध्याय की तरफ आगे बढ़ेंगे. आप सभी से आग्रह है कि अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें. An important announcement for the participants of the second presentation to kindly submit their PPTs on the dais. If they have not, do so. We now proceed to session 2 of Stratum 2025, a session that captures the very essence of India's evolving energy journey, clean energy from the depths. At a time when the world is redefining its energy priorities, this session reminds us that the future lies not only what we extract, but how responsibly, intelligently, and more importantly, sustainably, we bring the energy to the surface. To lead this transformative discourse, it is my honor to welcome Shri Carmegan N., Deputy General Manager Mining, CMHQ. With great respect, I invite you, sir, to take this session forward. Sir, please.
Thank you, Karan. Ladies and gentlemen, after a refreshing tea break, and an insightful discussion on the first theme, that is strategic resources for a self-reliant future, which was focused on the vital roles of critical mineral. Now we move forward to the next important segment for today's program. It is my privilege to welcome you once again to the session 2. The theme name is Clean Energy from the Depths. This session is dedicated to coal gasification, a technology that holds significant promise in India clean energy transition while effectively leveraging our abundant domestic coal resource. And for India, the coal gasification is of strategic importance with a vast coal reserve and a growing demand for the energy and industrial feedback. Coal gasification supports energy security and self-reliance, reduction in import dependence on oil, gas, and chemicals, value addition to coal beyond direct combustion, and transition path towards cleaner and more efficient utilization of the coal in India. To steer today's technical deliberation and guide us through the important theme, we are honored to have our distinguished professional as the chairperson of the session. I request Sri Bikesh Kumar Pandey, General Manager, Clean Energy Department, CMPDI, to take the chair on the dais. Welcome, sir. Today we have 6 presentations lined up for this theme. And the first one is Mr. Sandeep Goyal, Senior Manager, BHEL. Unfortunately, could not make to the seminar today, and he has joined online. Welcome, Mr. Sandeep Goyal. Next, I request Mr. Vikrant Gupta, HOD, CMPDL Business Development Group, to come on the dais. And next, I call upon the earlier chairperson, Commander Gop Kumar Sir, Group Director, Deep Sea Mining, NIOT, Chennai. Now I call upon Mr. Michael S. Blenderman, Director, Exo Energy Technologies, Canada, the international delegate. Welcome. And also I call Mr. Shubham Narayan Jha, the in-house expert and engineer mining from Pakribadi Coal Mining Projects, Hazaribagh, Jharkhand. At the last, I would like to call Ms. Anuksha Chodwa, Assistant Manager Geology from GMDC. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, as a customer in NTPC, I request the person chaired here to be welcomed from NTPC. I request Akhilesh Singh Sab, HOP Talepalli, to give the planters to Mr. Vikrant Gupta. I also request Akhilesh Singh Sir, HOP Talepalli, to facilitate Commander Gop Kumar Sir. Thank you, Akhilesh Sir. Thank you, Akhilesh Sir. Now I request HOP Dulanga, B.R. Prasun Sir, to please come on the dais. I request Sir to facilitate Dr. Michael Brennerman. Yes. And next, I request Prasun sir to facilitate Subham Naranja, engineer mining from Pakribadi Coal Mining Project. Thank you, Prasun sir. I request HOP Badam Sri A.K. Saxena Sahab to come to the dais. I request sir to facilitate Anuksha Chaudwala, Assistant Manager JMDC, please. And I request sir again to facilitate the chairperson, Mr. Bikesh Kumar Pandey sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. To begin our session, I like to give the introduction of the chairperson. Sri B.K. Pandey sir is a seasoned mining professional with over 27 years of experience in the coal sector. He holds a B.Tech in mining engineering from IIT ISM Dhanbad and an MBA in finance. A first-class mines manager, he began his career in Coal India Limited in 1997 and he has served till 2017. He subsequently joined CMPDI Ranchi in the open cast divisions of RA3, contributing extensive to mine planning and consultancy for both CIL and non-CIL clients. Since October 2024, he has been leading the Clean Energy Department as General Manager Mining, focusing on development of coal-bed methane and underground coal gasification projects, the key initiatives towards sustainable mining and cleaner coal-based energy solutions. Sir, we are honored to have you as a chairperson. Thank you, sir. I would also like to announce that similar to session 1, the Q&A session will be conducted after the conclusion of all the presentations, enabling focus on the meaningful discussions. And with the permission of the chairperson, Pandey sir, may I request you to kindly declare the session open. And the first session you can take over and it will be from the BHL, sir. You can announce it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon. This session is on coal gasification. Primarily, one session is on surface gasification and other speakers are on underground gasification. Our first speaker will be from the BHEL. So you may call him now.
Before Mr. Sandeep Kumar Goyal starts, I will give a short briefing about him. Sri Sandeep Kumar Goyal is a chemical engineer from IIT Madras and is currently associated with BHEL, where he is engaged in business development for coal gasification. He brings rich technical expertise from the prior to BHEL R&D division, where he contributed to the advancement of gasification technology. Now the stage is yours, Mr. Sandeep Kumar Goyal. Thank you.
Good evening, sir. Sir, my screen is visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Good evening, all the respected dignitaries. I am Sandeep Goyal, Senior Manager Business Development in Coal Gasification. So today our agenda, my presentation agenda would be coal gasification in BHEL. Since BHEL has been a pioneer in coal gasification in India. So first, yes. Let's come. So what is coal gasification? Actually, coal gasification is partial oxidation of the coal. In the thermal power plant, we do complete oxidation and we convert carbon of the coal into CO2 gas. And the resultant energy, coal energy, is converted into the through the steam, but heat energy. But in the coal gasification, coal is through partial oxidation, coal is converted into effective syngas of CO and H2. This CO and H2 can be further utilized to generate any of the chemicals like the methanol, ammonia, urea, ammonium nitrate. Like there is a Talcher Fertilizer Limited plant in Talcher, which is upcoming. There, coal gasification is being used to generate urea and ammonia. In the BCGCL project, a JV of BHEL and CIL, coal gasification is being used for generation of the ammonium nitrate. In China, coal gasification is being used extensively for generation of the methanol, ammonia, and all types of the chemicals. So coal gasification can be used almost like a refinery where rather than the crude oil, coal is the input, and gasification process. After the gasification process, you get useful gases in terms of CO and hydrogen, which is further converted into the resultant chemicals. So coal gasification in India. First, in the 2020, why coal gasification has come up so much in India? Because government of India has put extensive, massive push for the coal gasification. In 2020, government of India came out with a coal gasification mission, where the target was to gasify 100 million metric ton per annum. In the line of this, there were multiple JVs set up by the BHEL. Similarly, private players were also engaged for the coal gasification projects. In the same thing, CIL and BHEL had set up a JV called BCGCL for production of the ammonium nitrate using BHEL's PFBG technology. So first we look into what are the technologies for the surface coal gasification. So there are basically three major technologies of the coal gasification: entrant flow, moving bed, and the fluidized bed. And if one look at the major criteria for the differentiating factor, it is the temperature where each one of them operates. Entrant flow operates at higher than the ash fusion temperature, which comes around 1400 to 1500 degrees centigrade, while fluidized bed and fixed moving bed operates lower than the ash fusion temperature. So in the entrant flow, if the ash content in the coal is very high, it puts a thermal penalty on the gasifier and the overall plant. In the fluidized bed, temperature is around 1000 degrees centigrade, and the major technology supplier for the fluidized bed is BHEL, Wrinkler, UGAS. For the entrant flow, major technology suppliers are Air Product, E-Gas, Siemens. And in the moving bed, Air Liquide, Lurgi is the major technology supplier across the world. So a JSPL plant in the Angul is based on the moving bed technology, while Reliance plant and the upcoming PFL plant on coal gasification is based on the entrant flow technology in India. BCGCL plant for the coal to ammonium nitrate will be based on the fluidized bed technology, pressurized fluidized bed technology developed by BHEL. So let's come to the BHEL's technology of pressurized fluidized bed technology. So basically in the gasifier, these are the basic major equipments which are used in a fluidized bed gasifier. There will be a coal bin to feed the coal. Then since it's a pressurized equipment, lock hoppers are used to pressurize the coal up to the 30 bar. BHEL is offering the gasifier, so up to the 30 bar we will be pressurizing the coal. Then coal is gasified in a gasifier. From the top of the gasifier, you get syngas as the output. Syngas is basically a gas comprising CO, H2, H2O, CO2, and other trace elements. And from the bottom, ash is discharged in the dry form. It's in the entrant flow, it is converted into the slag form, but here in the pressurized bed, fluidized bed, it is discharged in the dry form. So after the syngas is emitted from the gasifier, it goes into the cyclone. From the cyclone, it is again the particles which are entrapped in the syngas are again recycled back to the gasifier, while syngas is further channelized into the syngas cooler, where the syngas temperature is brought down from 900 degree to 300, around 300 degree, and the steam is generated. After the syngas cooler, the syngas is passed through a candle filter. Candle filter is used to remove all the trace ppm particle matters, because the gas purification island, which is necessary for further production of the chemicals in the downstream island, requires particle-free syngas as its feed. So after the candle filter, the syngas is fed into the gas purification island, where different technologies are combined to produce the gas as you require. You may be requiring pure hydrogen from the complete different compositions of the syngas, or you may be requiring a different combination of CO plus H2 as per your downstream chemical need. Next, this is how BHL has started its journey. Actually, if in 1970, 80s, world had witnessed a oil crisis, because of which across the globe oil prices gone skyrocketed high, and world took interest in the coal gasification technology. And at the same time, BHL also developed. Initially, it started with moving bed gasifier, because moving bed gasifier was a very successful technology in the Sasol, South Africa, and it operates at lower than the ash fusion temperature. And given the Indian coal is generally having characteristics of high ash, it does not entail a thermal penalty as entrant fuel. So BHL started in Trichy with a 150 ton per day demo plant in 1988. But BHL's experience with moving bed gasifier was not very welcoming, and there was a challenge of formation of the tar in the moving bed gasifier. So from there, BHL set up a fluidized bed unit process, PEDU unit it is called, in the corporate R&D division, Hyderabad, where BHL undertook a study of the fluidization phenomena and the fluidized bed gasification phenomena. Based on the study and based on the output on the PEDU bed gasifier, BHL retrofitted its CCDP plant with a 168 TPD pressurized fluidized bed gasification. So actually, BHL is having experience of the two technologies which are preferred for high ash moving bed and the pressurized fluidized bed. And then based on its own learning, BHL moved ahead with the pressurized fluidized bed gasification. So this CCDP plant was set in the Trichy. It was a 10 bar pressure and 168 TPD coal plant. It was set up in 1997, which worked almost till 2017, since it was a demo plant. It was not continuously running, but multiple studies was taken up. And in the 2000, similarly, for undertaking further study, BHL had set up an advanced APFBG plant in corporate R&D Hyderabad. So effectively, BHL had experience of 3 different type of plant with 3 different pressure parameters, with 3 different coal feeding parameters. This APFBG plant is basically running even today. It's a pilot plant scale model having coal throughput capacity of 1.2 ton per day coal. And in this APFBG facility, BHL has gasified lignite, biomass, and different coals from different mines. Since BHL do not have any long-term tie-up with any single mine, generally the mine coal has been of varying nature, but BHL's technology is being able to gasify all types of coal and get a good amount of the CO plus H2, which is a critical gas parameter you observe in the sim. In the 2021, APFBG plant was further upgraded in the coal to methanol facility, and it was used to produce 0.25 ton per day methanol plant. This facility was inaugurated by the Niti Aayog member Dr. V.K. Saraswat, and the purity of the methanol was 99.99%, which was a remarkable success for an indigenous technology development player. So as we told, this is moving bed gasifier plant photo, which BHL had established first time in India, and the plant was inaugurated by the contemporary president of the India, Shri R. Venkatraman in 1989. So, and the initially BHL target was to generate power. Because coal gasification was being promoted as the, and being in the power industry, this was promoted as the, so in the CCDP plant, syngas was used for generation of the 6.2 megawatt of the power, in which 4 megawatt was of the gas turbine and 2.2 megawatt was of the steam turbine. This is the basic, these are the photos of the CCDP plant, which was set up in the 1997. It is the same plant which was set up in 1989, but because of the technological challenges, BHL had retrofitted the PFBG in the by removing the moving bed gasifier, which in itself is a significant achievement for the BHL because the same plant was retrofitted with the different technology. And these are the basic characteristics of the CCDP plant. Coal throughput was 168 TPD. Temperature was around 1000 degrees centigrade. Design pressure was 13 bar, and generally BHL operated at 10 bar pressure. Coal size is fed at less than 6 mm. So what was the success of the CCDP plant? That BHL was able to do more than 10,000 hours of the cumulative operations. BHL has been able to run the plant for more than 13 days continuously since the output was not required, and BHL had exported a significant amount, more than 10 lakh units to the Tamil Nadu electricity board while it was running, and more than 50,000 metric ton coal has been gasified in the CCDP plant. And so why BHL moved from moving bed to PFBG? This is because these two technologies are promoted for the highest coal. So first of all, PFBG technology, there is no restriction on the coal type. Whether you can feed a 25% ash coal or you can feed a 40% ash coal. Definitely because of the lower carbon content, syngas content will be, syngas composition and content will be affected, but the gasifier will work and it will produce a quality of the qualitative syngas as an output. Second thing is ability to accept fines. In the moving bed, it is generally observed that fines are not accepted. There are issues faced with the fines, like 1 mm, less than 1 mm particles. But gasifier, since each and every particle is kind of suspended in the air or oxygen, fines are not a issue in the fluidized bed gasifier. In the entrant flow, less than 1 mm size is given, less than 0.1 mm size is given. So pulverizing, coal pulverization is needed, which requires massive amount of energy. In the fluidized bed gasifier, no such pulverizing is required. And in the fluidized bed gasifier, there is no rotating equipment, which makes that maintenance is not required. At means general maintenance is required to maintain the fluidized bed gasifier. Because of the one of significant characteristic of the fluidized bed gasifier, which you can see in the graph at the right lowermost side, it is that the temperature within the fluidized bed gasifier remains constant around 950 to 1000 degrees centigrade. Because of this uniformity in the temperature, tar do not form in the fluidized bed gasifier, and you get a clean syngas which is having only the particulate matters, not having the tar. So tar removal is not a concern in the fluidized bed gasifier. BHL has run multiple three fluidized bed gasifier and never observed the tar formation in its gasifier. And because the temperature is less than 1000 degrees, around 1000 degrees centigrade. Yes, sir.
Your time is up, so please wrap up in a few minutes.
Okay. Next, once BHL was thorough with the demo scale plant, BHL intended to, for a commercial plant, the size of the gasifier needs to be at higher side. So BHL did its design of a almost 2,400 TPD at 30 bar pressure, which was vetted by the national committee set up by the office of the principal secretary scientific advisor, and it has recommended that the BHL gasifier can be upgraded to 100 megawatt, and this was done for the NTPC 100 megawatt plant. Later, BHEL has undertaken multiple studies to ensure that its design is. It has undertaken reactivity studies at 30 bar pressure. It has undertaken fluidization studies at 30 bar pressure and engaged multiple national as well as international experts for the same. And the same design is being offered for the BCGCL BHEL's JV project. So this is the block diagram of the gasifier system gasification, which we have already discussed. This is the important slide. What is the generally syngas composition which we get from the BHLs? Around 55 to 60% of the syngas is CO plus H2 in the gasifier. From the gasifier, so CO is around 28 to 32% and H2 is 22 to 27% depending upon the coal quality. And syngas calorific value comes around 1800 kilocalorie per normal meter. And the carbon conversion achieved in the BHL gasifier with recycle is 93 to 95%. So why BHL is offering at 30 bar? One major reason is because of the downstream downstream gas purification island requires syngas to be at higher pressure for keeping the capex at lower side. So the gasifier has been designed at 30 bar pressure. So sir, these are the photos which you can see that many dignitaries have visited BHL at time to time. CIL visited in January 22, then MHI visited in November 22, then MOC visited in August 25. This is the coal to methanol pilot plant inauguration by the Dr. V.K. Saraswat. And next, Niti Aayog had visited in August 21. So almost all the research agencies have visited BHL's pilot plant at Hyderabad because it's a functioning plant, and and this is the basics of the BCGCL project, where BHEL is offering its PFBG technology, and CIL role is to ensure the offtake of the ammonium nitrate, which is further used in the mines. And broad gasifier details are that coal is 2400 TPD, syngas output is approximately 1,50,000 normal meter cube per hour. It has been designed for 32 to 35% ash content because MCL washed MCL is provided.
Your
Yes, sir.
time is up.
Sir, just so this is the basic and the below are mentioned my contact details. So if anybody is having any doubt,
We will later part at combined after completion of all the presentation. We will take up question later on.
okay, sir. Okay. Sure.
Next speaker.
I call upon Mr. Vikrant Gupta from CMPDL. A quick introduction of Mr. Vikrant Gupta. He is an electrical engineer from NIT Raipur with over 13 years of experience in CMPDI, contributing across the mining and allied services. Over the past 2 years, he has been actively associated with underground coal gasification initiatives within Coal India as well as in CMPDL, supporting the development of clean and innovative mining technologies. Presently, he is heading the business development group of CMPDL. With this, I will like to hand over Vikrant. Please take it.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed an honor and a privilege to be standing here because, as I said, I'm an electrical engineer and very recently associated with UCG. And to be presenting CMPDI's point of view on UCG in presence of such distinguished industry leaders and even Mr. Michael Blenderman, one of the renowned personalities globally in UCG arena. So CMPDI is a mining consultancy company, and I'll be presenting to you a brief overview. We will not be going into much detail, but a brief overview as per our experience of last 2 years of what UCG is, how, what our experiences are regarding development of UCG in Indian mining conditions. So UCG is not something new. It has been talked about, experimented about for more than 100 years. The ideas that were initiated in 1800s by Germans, then taken up by Russians, experimented upon by Americans, and even in there was a patent in early 1900s by an American, and even UK gentlemen wanted to have an industrial level pilot project, but because of World War it did not happen. And then again in 1940s, 50s, Russia again took it up, the erstwhile USSR took up the coal gasification and established multiple projects. And one of them is still running in the present day Uzbekistan, which is an Angren coal field. I, along with CMPDI team, has been one of the visitors of those. I was lucky enough to visit that project. CMPDI has also visited certain other Australian projects in Lake Creek. So that is where we have come up with this presentation to initiate a dialogue on why UCG is important. Now, so the next question comes is then, when this has been around for more than 100 years, why UCG now? So UCG typically had its own constraints when the ideation happened. And since there was cheaper conventional fuels available, and because of political and war conditions, the UCG did not come up commercially. But the idea has been here since last 100 years. So just to give a brief energy scenario of the country, we have around 400.7 billion tons of coal as of now in the national inventory. And out of it, maximum is within the 0 to 300 meter, but beyond 300 meters, it becomes a bit difficult. We do have underground mining, but as we all know, the amount of underground coal mining is very less compared to open cast coal mining. And then beyond that, it becomes very, very difficult. So when we have such huge resources of the country, almost 47%, which is there, difficult to mine, and some portion even almost not possible to mine in the present mining condition with the present technologies. So that is where UCG becomes important. And even why? Now, this has been shown multiple times throughout the day. But I won't go into the details. We all know what are the commitments of COP26. But what is the significance of it? Now, the significance of it is that we know conventional energy is still accessible to us. It's still cheaper to us. Then why UCG? That is where it becomes important, because it's not about the money anymore. It's about how the coal is being used or how that conventional fossil fuel is being used. And when we are talking about environment, sustainability, always there's a picture that comes into mind that coal burning is non-sustainable. So since we are all a part of that industry, thermal power industry, it becomes important for us to kind of take that narrative head on, do something from our side to tackle that narrative, because we are doing very hard work to fulfill the energy aspirations of the nation. And even after that, when you are seen as a polluting industry, so that's where we thought of, start to talk about UCG again. That started almost 2 to 3 years back. Surface coal gasification is of course there for more than 7-8 years. Mr. Sanjay Goyal showed how things have been rolling, and now they are in mainframe, and Coal India and BHEL are taking it further. But UCG is something which started, the dialogue started again 2 years back. Because of that, we made very quick visits to the entire projects that were available globally. And from there, these experiences came. Now, when we talk about that dialogue, that when we want to tackle that narrative, that is where non-conventional use of coal becomes important. Why? Because again, coal, as we have shown, is one of the only abundant resources. We do have oil, very limited gas, some of very limited potential of CBM. So coal is probably the only abundant resource that India has. And in the present geopolitical conditions, when the world is again moving towards a very bilateral order of the world, from a global village breaking up to everyone looking for themselves. So it becomes important from us, not only from an environmental point of view, but also from a energy independence point of view as a country, as a large country. India being a large country with responsible aspirations of economic considerations and still thinking for the development of its nation, becoming a Viksit Bharat, fulfilling the aspirations of its citizens. So that is where we thought of bringing UCG again into the mainstream dialogue, that if we are able to create a non-conventional use of coal, which is much more sustainable, then probably this abundant resource that country has will be able to support the aspirations of the country even more. That was the main highlight behind our thinking, and that is, it is with this aim that we are working towards UCG. Now, again, since Indian coal resources mostly are graded low rank inferior in terms of the global standards, and that is where UCG may offer some solutions that we all have seen what comes out of gasification, it's syngas, and syngas can contribute towards a majority of the sector. The syngas can become feedstock for various industries, and the main aim of UCG would be to, again, techno-economically unviable coal resources that are there, to utilize those, because at present they are idle, and something which does not come, the coal, if it does not come out of earth, is of zero value. So we are trying to create value out of that abundant unclaimed resource that India might be left off, and if we are able to do that even to certain percentage, it might contribute to a lot towards the energy independence. And UCG, again, on a very broader aspect, because there will be people, again, in the presentation will be talking in very detail about how the syngas is produced. But syngas, and that syngas, again, works as a feedstock for various industry. Now, the process of UCG is very simple. There are two boreholes on either side of a coal seam. The seam is burned down through high pressure injections of gas and other minerals. And when this ignition happens, gas is formed. That gas comes out of the production borewell, and then it is used downstream. Now, the slide may seem simple, but there are various important aspects. That's where UCG is differentiated or becomes difficult. Now, the formation of linkage between the boreholes. That formation, there are various technologies which have been developed over a period of time, and to assess those technologies is important. Some may be using high pressure to fracture, some may be using directional drilling to connect the actual boreholes. There is another technology called CRIP. So the formation of linkage between the boreholes is where technologies differs, and based on that, the gallery size of the coal gasification is important, and that is where an important assessment part is. Further, UCG becomes important in the sense that what is the end use that you have? Based on that end use, the site characterization, based on the possibility of formation of that linkage, the site characterization becomes important. And that is where technologies are differentiated, and these are the important factors that have to be kept in mind. What are the advantages of UCG? If we talk in simple terms, again, first of all, it is able to make true of the idle resources that we might have left in the conventional mining forms. Mining-wise, minimum surface disruptions, no problem for ash or slag disposal since they are left in situ only. Reduced CO2 emission, and no production of SOx, NOx, etc. since gas which comes out is scrubbed again in the downstream processes. And it gives a kind of a green energy in terms of the present use of coal. overall, we have done a study at CMPDI that overall, mining of that coal, the depth at which we are talking about, mining of that coal vis-a-vis UCG. So UCG has lower overall capital and operating cost compared to mining of that coal. So economically also it offers an advantage. And it reduces a lot of other paraphernalia of activities that are required to be before starting a coal mining project, and also during the operation of the coal mining project, such as coal stockpiling, washing, waste disposal, etc. And of course, one of the biggest problems that the deepening mines today are facing, and it has been reiterated multiple times throughout this morning, which is of ash disposal. So ash disposal is again something which gets handled by this UCG. As I told that underground coal gasification offers syngas, and then syngas again has multiple uses in chemical industry, and there are even now cycles in lower energy turbines which can be used for power production if the marketability of further downstream chemicals which can be made from syngas is not available. Because ultimately for UCG to succeed, the end use of UCG has to be determined in advance, and that is something which is constrained by the marketability of that product in that near vicinity. That is also a very important consideration. Now again, if there had been no limitations or threats, then it would have already been in vogue as of now, but of course it has its own potential threats. Two main threats, groundwater and subsidence. Groundwater again, there have been instances world over during the pilot projects when underground water bodies have reported to be polluted from UCG. They were then stopped, and because of that there was a big no-no for UCG, but this is something which we are now trying to tackle, and it can be, both of these underground contamination and subsidence can be tackled through careful site selection and through careful development of these technologies. There are organic compounds which are there, but they are regularly processed and can be monitored through strategic monitoring wells. And we do have to understand that UCG again is at a very native stage in terms of Indian mining conditions. So with Indian mining conditions, there might be more other limitations such as geologic and hydrological features which have to be countered and which we have been assessing for various sites in India. Through our experience, we have come across some of the parameters which we are going to list, which are usually have to be taken in mind while thinking of UCG in any mining project. So as I had said, selection of site is very important. There are numerous tests which have to be done, 3D seismic to start with. Then there are a lot of hydrogeological tests, coal analysis. Certain boreholes have to be dug for coal analysis. The ideal depth of coal seam which is preferred is more than 300 meter, because up to 300 meter you can very well do open cast mining as well. Thickness of coal seams for proper gasification galleries is 3 to 15 meters. And usually, since even if the coal is of high grade and high rank, of course, then we can go for underground mining. So the advantage of it is that low rank coal, which might be economically unviable, even if technically possible through underground mining, that can also be taken. And sometimes even the impurities that are present in the coal, that offers an advantage, a blessing in disguise, in terms of it improves the kinetics of the gasification by acting as catalyst during the burning process. Dip of the coal seams, of course, it is required for better drainage and hydrostatic balance. But what has been an experience that even if it is steeply dipping, there are, through their experience, technology providers who have been able to counter that, and dipping of seams may not be a very critical constraint as such. Groundwater and impermeable strata over coal seam, that at least if the coal seam has an impermeable strata over it, then there is a very less chance, and with careful designing of the operations, underground water contamination can be stopped. And as I said, there are certain geological limitations. So faulting is one of those. We need an unfaulted block of at least 1 to 2 square kilometer between the faults, so that the panels can be designed for UCG. So that is where I can say with a certain pride that CMPDI has been successful in their effort in the last 2 years, that there had been a lot of talks going about UCG, but we have been able to bring it in India. And what we are trying is implementation of UCG in Indian geomining conditions. Pardon my naivety, but as someone who is new to the sector, I am also hopeful that when the country has such a big prowess, a big pool of technical and scientific minds, that we will be able to develop a useful UCG project which can be replicated, and scalable UCG project which can be scaled in multiple projects. To start with, sure sir, just 2 slides left. So to start with, what we have done is that we have taken up an R&D pilot project, R&D under Coal India, for UCG in Indian geomining condition at Kasta West Block. It is undergoing. It is happening with Ergo Exergi Canada, and the major proponent, Mr. Michael Blenderman, is here to tell you further details about it. And what it has made us learn is that as a mining consultant, now we are in a position to at least start the discussion at various sites. We are already in touch with multiple stakeholders, one of them being Government of India as well. And based on our feedback, based on the encouraged results from Kasta, Government of India, Ministry of Coal has come up with this 14th round of commercial coal mines, where blocks for underground coal gasification were also launched. And one of the major wins for CMPDI has been the exemption of EIEMP requirements from MOEFCC for pilot UCG projects. So CMPDI has been working on 2 fronts, developing the technology in Indian geomining conditions, but also helping the regulatory bodies in developing those regulations which will govern the future commercial UCG projects. So it is a very big way forward for commercialization of the technology. And this is just a detail about the block. The details, the live pictures for you to see about the drilling rig units and how the borewells have been set up. Compressor unit has been set up at Kasta West. Phase 1 is completed, which is about drilling the borewells and designing the gasifier. Now, the second part, which is running the pilot, is going to start soon. So with this, I thank you everyone for your patient listening. And I hope we have set the dialogue started for UCG. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikrant.
Thank you, Vikrant. It was a very wonderful and it was an insightful session where our audience could have gone through the underground coal gasification. This has set the tone for this session. But I'd let just deviating with this underground coal gasification, and now I introduce Gop Kumar sir. He will be telling about how to mine from the ocean. I request, welcome you, sir. Thank the presence. Thank you.
Just connect it. Good afternoon. I'll quickly go through because evening time, and I think people. Yeah, sorry.
Even though sir has been introduced, I want to again introduce the gem of a person. Mr. Gop Kumar sir is a director, group director deep sea mining, and he is a former commander from Indian Navy, and he brings over 2 decades of experience as a marine engineer. He encompasses operational roles at sea as well as research development assignments. His work reflects a strong commitment to advancing India's deep sea mining capabilities through innovation and environmental strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'll quickly run through since it's evening and it's quite a overdose through the day. I'll give a brief overview of deep sea mining. More for the ocean. I think we have been discussing too much on land, so we'll go to the water. So, and this is something that many may not know. So this is an overview on that. Before I go to that, I come from National Institute of Ocean Technology. This is in Chennai. We were spawned out of IIT Madras Ocean Engineering Department. Now we are presently under the Ministry of Earth Sciences. We have a mandate to bring about the developments in blue economy. We look at harvesting non-living as well as living resources from the sea. So we have these areas we work upon, that is renewable energy from the ocean. We also are into desalination, just to bring up that many of our islands in Lakshadweep are on our desalination plants, which is something which they were not exposed to earlier. We have deep sea mining technology development, deep sea technology of submersibles, ocean observation systems, coastal observation, and also into biotechnology of deep sea. Incidentally, much of the forecasting that you see, ocean forecasting and the tsunami warning, come from the equipment that we make and deploy, and many institutes take it and send the forecast. This is a pictorial view of what we do. So that, and what you see in the top middle, the sort of the bridge that you see is actually a desalination plant, Kavarati. I'll bring out under these heads so that you get an overview of what deep sea mining is about. Seabed mining is not new. Since humans have been there, we have been doing pearl mining by diving. It has been since then we have been doing mining for sand, placer deposits, and it's been going on across the world. Sand mining is something all of us know. There's been tin mining going on in Indonesia in a very brutal way because they just don't, there's no environment concept there. You just want tin. And you also have diamond mining happening off Namibia. It's been going for many years. In fact, most of the diamonds that we see today comes from this place, De Beers mines from Namibia. And this is all brutal, just brute force method mining. Not much of thing, just suck, bread up, remove the items and throw back the debris. But that's not what we do in international waters. Mining in shallow waters, there are very developed systems of dredging. You have something called a trailing suction hopper, up to 35 meters, you can do very easily. It's done for actually your navigation channels, removing sand, increasing your depth of the ports, etc. And this is only for compacted sand and coherent soils, not for rocks. When you want to do for rocks, you require to bring something like this, which is called a cutter suction dredger. So you actually anchor the ship on the seabed, but depth cannot be too much, and then you start cutting, because if you don't anchor, the ship will start rotating. So this is done for removing of hard soil, gravel, rocks, etc. So this sort of technology did exist. But deep sea mining actually came out as a science, as a requirement since the times of HMS Challenger. It's a very celebrated ship which set out in 1870, and that laid the foundations of oceanography across the world. So that is where they found nodules in the Arctic Ocean. And then 1960s was when people started talking about it after nearly about 70 years. Because in the 1970s, the gold was manganese, not so much of anything else. You wanted manganese for steel making and many other applications. And a lot of money was invested. So 1970s to 1980s saw huge amount of investment from a lot of American, European and Japanese consortiums. And that is when the interest started. But before the interest could fructify into something, the metal prices crashed, so the interest in this research also waned. But it did drive science to a great extent. In fact, when I present, you will see it was so audacious even in the 1970s when technology was still not developed. But what drives interest today is principally what we were discussing in the morning, simply renewable energy and batteries. And these two elements, that is urbanization, electrification, has been the drivers. And for these high energy batteries or high energy storage devices where you can store high power density and also extract very easily, you require certain metals. Lithium, of course, lithium ion based batteries, but cobalt, nickel are the drivers which drives this impetus towards present deep sea mining thing. So this gives you how much does a 75 kilowatt battery have in terms of nickel and copper. There is a thrust to actually go away from nickel and copper also, but then it is still, we are still far away. There is a lot of study going on to making sodium-based batteries, but it's still quite in the horizon. So all these items are found in nodules, and what drives those nodule harvesting is because of this rising demand. You can see that this is from the IEA report of 2025. You can see the demand for batteries, lithium, nickel, cobalt, graphite, and rare earth. And you can also see where this refining capacity comes from. I think there's no introduction. I think it's all in our neighborhood. India doesn't figure much. So we have a lot of scope to actually expand our capacity. And this is how the energy storage things pan out, that the batteries are the ones which drive this demand. And even the car sales is, which will eventually drive the sales. India is still a very low penetration country as far as EVs goes. And so there is a lot of scope
within India itself for this also, which means we require these minerals, these metals in India itself if we want to actually bridge this gap. Coming to deep sea mining, what are those minerals that we keep talking about? There are principally three, there are there are three principal minerals, marine minerals. So what you see on the right hand side is the land, and as we come towards the left is how the ocean develops. So you have on the land sand, gravel, places, deposits, phosphates, and the continental shelf comes down. And that is where you see EZ. Most of the time the EZ stops there. And then you find the abyssal plains and the hills and things. So the ocean mimics what we have on land, mountain ranges, valleys, plateaus, everything that you see on land. So you find the nodules on the abyssal plains, what we call as the flatlands of the ocean, which is the deepest part of the ocean. And then you have plateaus on which cobalt crust also, because of certain sort of geological conditions, they form there. And wherever there are tectonic plate subduction, that is your hydrothermal vents or subsea volcanoes, you find these polymetallic sulfides. And each of them have their own values. And the interesting part is, as compared on land, you find them in very enriched forms. So it becomes good, very attractive to mine. You also have something called gas hydrates. This is something basically you have various types of hydrocarbons crystallized in water forming ice blocks, which is what some people are talking in the morning about carbon sequestration. This is a good possibility of carbon sequestration by this method also. So just to put in perspective, what is EZ, what is territorial waters? So we are talking about in India, we have not much in our territorial waters or in our EZ. We have principally in the international waters, which is called the area. These international waters area come under a UN organization called the International Seabed Authority, which actually regulates, controls the mining or even exploration in the international waters. Essentially, all this is the common heritage of mankind. That means it doesn't belong to one particular country, one particular community, or one particular person. So the international waters is the common heritage of mankind, which also starts the problem of who shares the profit when somebody starts mining. So this is still not addressed. Now these are the three principal marine minerals, polymer nodules, PMN, occurs at depths of 6,000 meters, which is quite a depth. While on land it may not look much, but vertically it's a very enormous challenge. And these are lying just like potatoes on the ground. But the ground is very soft. It's like wax. It's like very soft mud. And there are fauna resident even on these nodules. So everything on earth has a life, whether it's a cavern, whether it is a deep sea or a nodule, everything has life. The other one is seabed, seafloor massive sulfides. These are byproducts of underwater volcanoes, or what we call as hydrothermal sulfides, which come from the earth's mantle to from the earth, molten earth, which comes out, and these are all deposited there. You find very exotic metals like gold and silver, which essentially has no use for the batteries, but it has use otherwise. But the essential metals today, what we talk about is nickel, copper, and cobalt. And then you have cobalt-rich crust forms because of certain conditions on the plateaus, which though they look good, among all the three, which are formed over millions of years, the only realistic harvesting is possible is with nodules, not so much with sulfides, because there's a lot of life involved in sulfides, and crust is a challenge to actually mine. So essentially it's the nodules which are the most interesting part for harvesting. And across the world, all the three oceans have everything, but the nodules of interest are in the Pacific Ocean, and we have a little bit in the Indian Ocean also. So the interesting area is between Hawaii on the west and Los Angeles on the east. This is where most of the activity of what nodules are. Very rich in nodules which are rich in cobalt, copper, and nickel. While we also have in our Indian Ocean. So this is India's perspective. We have some part in the Indian Ocean in our EZ. It's a little extended EZ for representation. And then you have two spots in the southern Indian Ocean also. One for sulfides and one for the nodules. These are all areas which are under the International Seabed Authority contracted to us for exploration as of today. There is no commercial exploitation so far approved anywhere in the world. So how is the evolution of technology? Again, dredging has been our precursor. We have used dredging, just a crane which goes down, picks it up like a clam, or you have bucket line dredging, or you have those suction or cutter dredging. These were used for higher depths. A lot of experiments were done in the 1960s and 70s, finally culminated into what you see on the right hand side, which is very similar to offshore oil and gas extraction. A ship on the top, a pipe, and a connected miner on the seabed. So the miner on the seabed is a difference as compared to offshore oil and gas, where you actually put a pipe into the cavern and put a BOP, blow-off protector. So this is a difference in terms of oil and gas. The depths are definitely higher in terms of polynodules. Oil and gas is typically in the range of 1,500, 1,600 meters. This we are talking of 4,000 to 6,000 meters. So there's a scale jump in this area. Deep sea mining, this is essentially what is the mining configuration today. That is, you have a ship on the top, you have a pipe, which is used for slurry transport and also for powering. We are talking powers in terms of megawatts. That means the ship on the top is powering a machine on the down in terms of megawatts. So you can understand the challenge. So we are dealing here with 6,000 volts, not 250 volts, 400 volts. It's actually 6,000 volts in a marine environment continuous. So you can imagine the challenge of power as well as the slurry transport. So you have the ship on the top, the environment compliant system of dewatering and separation when the things comes on top, power and pipes, and the last is the miner. The miner, type of miner and the form of miner depends upon what you're collecting. Is it nodules, PMS or CRC? So the miner changes, but essentially the rest of the thing remains same. So these are some of the areas. I've just put it for representation so that some of you can read it, but each one of it, each heading is a challenge in design. It is all extremes of engineering, whether you take off a 80-ton or a 50-ton miner trying to move on a wax form of seabed. You don't want it to sink, but you still want it to move and still function. And it is 40 tons or 50 tons. You want to power from the top in terms of megawatts. You want slurry to be transported from 5,000 to 6,000 meters to the top. It's a huge, huge challenge because no slurry remains homogeneous, uniform, slug-free. It is quite a challenge. So these are something that we are working upon, and at the same time you have to be compliant environmentally. So because you are in a very pristine environment which has been undisturbed for millions of years, what you do has to be in such a way that your intervention causes minimal impact, but it won't be reversible because nothing that we do is reversible. Though we try to keep saying that we are all sustainable, we are all environmental. No, none of us. When we interfere, we make things irreversible because what is there is millions of years old. And in our time scale, it will not be repeated. Now, these are some of the notable tests that have happened. 1976, this ship is a very famous ship. Somebody who wants to look at history, please Google Glomar. You will get a CIA report which has been declassified. It is very illustrious history. Now, this is a ship, and what you see down below is a miner. That Lockheed Martin was the principal company that was part of this consortium. They made this beautiful system. They went to the sea to try to do it, but they failed because they could not crush the nodules. So this huge multi-million project failed because they could not crush the nodules within the time after collection. Another consortium by another ship, they were successful because they did not try to crush, but they had simple tug sort of thing. What you see there, the yellow thing actually a sailboat sort of thing, but underwater. Very primitive, very elementary, but they were able to collect the nodules at the top. They collect about 600 tons by simple thing called airlift. You push down air at 200 bar and try to create a buoyancy in the system, and because of the continuity of water, you are collecting nodules also from the depths. At 5,400 meters, they were able to collect 600 tons on an experimental basis. 1978. Just see how audacious this is. We are talking of when valves were the norms. No ICs, no controls, no special plastics, no special non-metals. All this 1978, when we were still on the threshold of many technological challenges. This is very recent, 2022, which is actually a really outstanding effort by a Canadian Dutch company. And what you see, the ship is actually a drill ship converted to mining. And what you see, the miner there is actually 90 tons. Right hand side, it's a 90-ton mining machine. 16 meters is the width of it. So you can see the proportion. They actually collected 3,000 tons of nodules. What you see is there in the ship's hold. They collected, so what you see on the seabed, they collected it and put it in the hold. So this is one of the successful models, but it has been very power intensive. They had to use 23 megawatts to do this 3,000 tons of collection. So it's actually power intensive. So all the effort today is going on into actually making the power density lesser. But the technology essentially will remain the same. What are we doing in NIoT? We have been working on it for the last 10-15 years, and we worked with flexible risers. That since we didn't have a big ship, we were looking at flexible systems rather than a pipe. So we have migrated from flexible riser to a rigid riser, and in 2010 we actually had a miner on the seabed. We put artificial nodules and collected nodules to the surface, and collected null surface 512 meters. It was quite a good achievement in those time in 2010, because after 1978 not much of work had happened, and this was quite a successful trials. And in 2021 we were able to put our mining machine at the depth of 5,200 meters in the Indian Ocean. We were able to do mobility tests, hydraulics, electrical, everything worked perfectly. So miner by and large were approved for mobility and system checks. And now we are working on actually putting it again on the seabed for doing nodule collection, not pumping to the top, but we'll be doing nodule collection and a lot of other trials also. So you can see these are actually the nodules. What you see on the top row are the nodules taken by our AUV, autonomous underwater vehicle, which flies at about 5 to 10 meters above the seabed at 6,000 meters. So this is Huygens underwater AUV. And these are the two machines, Varaha 1, we have christened it against the mythological avatar of Vishnu, that for collecting the nodules. So this we'll be demonstrating in 2026, later part of the year. We also went to Andaman with another ship version of our trials. GSI had actually discovered some nodules in the Nicobar basin, and this is what is a map. You can see this is how the thing looks like, and what are the white spots where we are supposed to land. This is at the depth of 1,200 meters. So from the top, you're supposed to land here. So, and you're going on a metal rope. So the precision had to be very accurate. So it's like you're saying that you're putting a rope from a helicopter and you want to land on a small spot on the land at a distance of 1.5 kilometers. So it's quite a challenge. So, but we were able to do that. So the first two spots, we hit only rocks. We found a lot of cobalt crust and a lot of rocks. But on the third try, we found that there were nodules, and this is what we collected. We collected about 100 tons. It was exploratory mining because we were going blind. So we collected about 100 kg of these large nodules. They're about very similar to about this size, my hand size. And now we're also planning a little more. But there was an auction for it, so I think that auction is still being addressed separately by GSA. We are not part of that thing, but we are doing technology demonstration in this area. So we are planning for an end-to-end demonstration where we will be doing this nodule collection from the depth of 1,200 meters and then pumping up to the surface. We are using a flexible riser because the ship is small, so we're doing it with a flexible riser, which we will bridge it later with a larger ship for the rigid riser. So just a few more slides. This is generally the broad direction of the global contemporary development. Except for 2022, nobody else have developed. So this is what everybody across the world is doing, including us, that we should be collecting 1.5 to 3 million tons per year, which is quite a challenge if you take it per day. If you're mining for 300 days, you can imagine how much tons per day you have to collect. And it has to have minimal impact on the environment. And it is all an open ocean condition. It's not in coastal waters. It's actually proper open ocean where you have cyclones, you have sea waves of 3 to 4 meters, and the seas continues to be rough throughout the year. So if you look at any of the weather maps, you can just look at Indian Ocean and see how the weather looks like. It's always red. It's not green, it's not blue. It's always red. You can look at any of this windy.com, any of those sites. So that is where you have to operate with this sort of ship. And this number of 1.5 to 3 comes from the extraction facility that is there, because it is on an aggregation model that many people collect the nodules and they will set up a large factory or a large setup, so it becomes viable for this extraction. And the most important, because deep sea mining today, if you look at world over, if you find any of the Googles, you know it's a very bad word, because deep sea mining says you are getting into areas which you don't know and you should not get into, but then you don't have a choice. You have to get into it one day or the other. No, these are the zones. Unless you know what to impact, how are you going to correct it? So the technology people like us are supposed to develop technology to overcome the impact that, or minimize the impact. So first thing is to monitor. So you have 3 areas of problem: surface, water column, and the seabed. Not much problem on the surface because there are already IMO regulations. You comply with IMO regulations. Water column, no leaks should be there. It's a no-go zone. You cannot have leaks. But yes, you do plan for contingencies. But seabed is something that is the most critical, because these are areas which has not seen light, it has not seen noise, and it has not seen any disturbance. These are been like this for 40 million years, 100 million years. So whatever you do has to be minimized, localized, and contained. So that is where the challenge is, and that is where we are all working upon. But we know we want to disturb, but we should disturb it in a knowing way such that we don't create long-term damages. So there are a lot of plans how to do the environment protection also, that you keep localized environment.
Sir, please
yeah, 1 minute, sir. There are localized zones where we leave undisturbed, which will become the colonizing spots for where we disturb. So these are certain campaigns are worked upon. Lastly, this may interest a lot of, this is the last slide, this may interest a lot of people here because when you do open cast mining and you hit the water table, then you have water coming onto your thing, and then even if something is there, you are not able to access those goods or those minerals. So there is a lot of work going on actually inland mining where you are submerged with water. This is actually on a place in Scotland where they actually use the same mining machine that is used by us for inland waters. So this is a possibility in case you have any resources in a submerged mine. I have finished. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your insight. And it was a new learning for all of us on ocean mining. With the permission of the chairperson, I would like to invite Mr. Dr. Blunderman. Sir, please. With a quick introduction, Dr. Blunderman is a director of Ergo Energy Technology Industries, Canada, the global leader in underground coal gasification, and developer of the proprietary XRG USG technology. With over 35 years of practical experience, he is internationally recognized as a leading authority in UCG. His extensive career began in the former United Soviet Union, where he contributed to UCG research, development, and early commercial operations. He has led the design, construction, and operation of major UCG projects worldwide, including Australia, South Africa, and New Zealand. Currently, he oversees Ergo XRG global UCG projects across India, South Africa, Chile, Colombia, Canada, and USA, including 2 pioneering Indian projects in Coal India, which Vikrant was sharing, and Jindal Power Limited. Dr. Blunderman has authored over 600 research papers, holds multiple patents in UCG and carbon sequestration, and is the author of a definitive blog on underground coal gasification and combustion, widely regarded as the key reference book in this field. Now the floor is open to Mr. Dr. Blunderman. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Very close? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for NTPC for inviting me to this conference. It's a very lucky occasion that I actually happen to be in Ranchi working with our partners in CMPDI on our current project, and I'm delighted to be here and to be able to present for you. So I will be speaking about underground coal gasification of unminable coal and how we can produce valuable hydrocarbons and clean energy from deep unminable coal. I represent the company Ergo XRG Technologies Incorporated, which is located in Canada, in Montreal. And it's been in business for now 33 years. All right. So the company was in business for 33 years. We conducted a number of projects worldwide. Our main projects were in New Zealand, Australia, in South Africa. We also worked in United States and Canada. And these are just pictures of what we have done in the last 25 years. Talking about India, I'll just repeat something that all of you know well. India is reliant on coal as the primary source of energy. And coal generally is God's gift to India because that's where all the reaches of natural resources and energy are coming to India. Unfortunately, coal, we can't actually use it properly. And instead of doing a good job in using this God's gift, we use it just by burning it and producing a lot of CO2. And as a result, India is the fastest growing source of CO2 on the planet. That's an unfortunate record. So something needs to be done about it. There is another aspect that already was discussed here, that a lot of important chemicals and fuels are imported in India. Oil is imported, natural gas is imported, and oil and gas derivatives products like methanol are mostly imported. This is a big loss of foreign exchange. And the government, as a result of that, introduced in 2020 the national mission for gasification. Target is 100 million ton of coal that gasified per annum. As many of you know, probably this target is very far away, and we are already in 2025. And the reason is that every time that you conduct feasibility study for new gasification plant, it turns out that the product is too expensive compared to market price. And you can't market this methanol or ammonia or urea that you produce from gasification. And the only way of building this kind of plants is if you have subsidy from the government, incentive. And that's how any gasification plants today in India, that's how they are functioning, or that's how they are starting. So we suggest that underground coal gasification has much different cost structure. It is, has much lower capital cost, lower operational cost, very low fuel cost, because we don't require mining of coal. And as a result, the products are very cheap, much cheaper than in conventional gasification. The problem is, though, that in underground gasification, like in any gasification, you put into this process so much coal, it contains so much carbon, and all this carbon finds its way into atmosphere as CO2. And when we say that gasification is cleaner than, for example, combustion of coal, this is interesting statement, because it is the same as combustion of coal. It's conversion of coal into CO2, just in two steps. First step, syngas. Second step is combustion of syngas. So no, it is not cleaner. You have an opportunity to clean it, because in gasification you have high pressure of syngas. So pre-combustion you can remove CO2 and partially reduce carbon emissions. That's honest view of all this. The problem is when you collect all this CO2, you have to put it somewhere. So question, you have the power station, you collect this CO2, where do you put it? Nowhere. Now you have syngas plant, surface gasification, you collect it at the surface. Where you put it? Again, nowhere. So UCG also of CO2 normally. What was described before as underground coal gasification. It existed for 100 years. It didn't have any carbon management. So approximately 20 years ago, we started working on modification of underground coal gasification so that it has much lower carbon footprint and it suits the world where climate is quickly changing, right? So what these carbon management measures, what they are? Number one, coal has much more carbon that is required for products. Methanol, for example, has carbon to hydrogen ratio that is much less than a ratio of carbon to hydrogen in coal. There is too much carbon. So we modified this process so that a lot of carbon stays underground. We just don't take it. So pyrolysis, devolatilization of coal, is the main process that we use. And when we receive this gas at the surface, we compress it and we inject it back into the underground system. We inject it back into the cavities that we created, but we also inject it around the cavity in the process that is called enhanced hydrogen recovery. This is an example here of enhanced hydrogen recovery panel. This is one unit of this system. In this particular case, the underground system is created by directional drilling, and two central wells here are injected, used for injection of oxygen or air, and for production of syngas. Gasification happens between these two wells, and the gasification moves from the toe of the wells, to the heel of the wells. So along the panel. That's how it is organized. Now, excessive CO2 is injected in two wells, which are on the sides of the gasification process, in the pillars on the sides of the extraction panel. When CO2 is injected, two things are happening. One, it causes desorption of methane from coal and displacement of groundwater. This methane and groundwater, they flow into the reactor and they enhance concentration of hydrogen in syngas. The other thing that happens, CO2 causes swelling of coal. Swelling of coal reduces its permeability and creates essentially impermeable zone around the reactor, protecting it environmentally. This process is called enhanced hydrogen recovery. It is protected by multiple patents in the US and Canada, and it combines carbon capture and sequestration with UCG, and these patents are now validated in India as well. This animation shows how this is done in movement, right? So we create the first panel, and when we inject CO2, we cause movement of hydrogen-containing methane and water into the reactor. In the end of this process, we fill up the reactor, depleted reactor, with CO2 as well. And as a result, we manage to have very low carbon footprint of our syngas. So we have a plant, I will be talking about it, that is under construction in Alberta, Canada. And this plant has coal, working coal, that has a ratio of carbon to hydrogen of 23 by weight. Our syngas has a ratio of carbon to hydrogen of 3.5. So most of carbon we actually manage and get rid of it. So this plant is located close to Red Deer in central Canada. It is targeting coal seam that is 1,500 meters deep, 1.5 kilometers. The thickness of this coal is 12 meters. And this plant will be producing, as a first stage, 7 tons per day of very clean, low-carbon hydrogen. We have the permits from the government, full environmental permits, for development of this increase of this capacity by factor of 30 to 210 tons of hydrogen per day. It is a rather large plant. We received support from Canadian government, $10 million towards the capital cost of the plant. And we're planning the commissioning of the plant in the end of next year. Eventually, this plant will be producing proteins. These proteins are proteins from coal, so we will make methanol, and methanol and ammonia will be used in biotechnical process that makes very clean, very high quality protein. This is the cost, this is carbon footprint of our hydrogen. Please look at SMR is gray hydrogen that is today available everywhere in India. This is produced from natural gas by steam methane reforming. So we are 1/12 of CO2 emissions of this hydrogen. And we are 1/3 of CO2 emissions of green hydrogen, standard, Canadian standard of, for green hydrogen. So our hydrogen is called blue hydrogen because it is gray with CO2 sequestration, but it is much less carbon footprint than green hydrogen. Now, question is it affordable, right? Can we actually do it at good price? So our blue hydrogen is cheaper than gray hydrogen from SMR. It is approximately, I think, 30% cheaper than gray hydrogen. And it is 10 times cheaper than green hydrogen in Canada. So the price of this hydrogen is 65 cents US per kilogram of hydrogen. So it's approximately, I think, about 60 rupees. 50 rupees. Now, hydrogen is difficult to transport, so what is the cost of other products that can be made? Again, the same story. We have much lower carbon footprint for ammonia, and the price is much lower. It's $100 per ton of ammonia. For methanol, we have the cost of $94 per ton of ammonia, ton of methanol. And again, our emissions are at least one-third of emissions of existing methanol. We conducted large tests in Canada in 2021, where we injected very large quantity, 1,500 tons of supercritical CO2 into our coal seam at the depth of 1,500 meters. It is most successful and most effective process of CO2 injection in the world. In India, we are working on several projects. One is Tata Steel. We did work in Jamadoba collieries. That's how it looks. There is a Jamadoba mine. Underneath, there are unmined coal seams. And this is our design for extraction by methods of CO2. In Casta West, we are working with CMPDI and ECL on Coal India project. It is a pilot project. In February, we're planning to produce gas. We are working with Jindal Steel and Power in Chhattisgarh and Gari Palma Sector 1. We completed first phase of the project. We're targeting power generation and ammonia. So this technology is in India. It is supported by the government. It is supported by NITI Aayog. It is supported by Prime Minister's office. We are doing everything that we can so that this technology becomes a clean way of using rich Indian coal resources. And we would appreciate any help that we can receive in this mission. And we will be happy to help anybody who wants to apply this technology to make the climate better and the products cheaper. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vrindavan. Next session, next paper will be presented by Mr. Subham Narayan Jha, an engineer, mining engineer from Pakribadi Coal Mining Project. A quick introduction of Mr. Shubham. He is a mining engineer from IIT Kharagpur and has been associated with Pakribadi Coal Mining Project under NTPC from 2022. His professional interest lies in understanding the global energy landscape and exploring emerging technology that are shaping future sustainable mining. With this, let's start, Mr. Jha.
वर्क नहीं कर रहा कैसे और ये गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन आई एम सुहम नारायण झा फ्रॉम पकड़ी बरवाड़ी कोल माइनिंग प्रोजेक्ट और ये पेपर मैंने अपने पकड़ी बरवाड़ी में मेरे सीनियर कलीग और माइन मैनेजर और माइन एजेंट सर लोगों के गाइडेंस में लिखा है एक्चुअली देयर इज़ हाई पॉसिबिलिटी कि पकड़ी बरवाड़ी एक्सप्लोर करे यूसीजी प्रॉस्पेक्ट तो हमारा जनरल अंडरस्टैंडिंग बनाना था कि क्या एग्जैक्टली कोल गैसिफिकेशन है बोथ सरफेस कोल गैसिफिकेशन अंडरग्राउंड कोल गैसिफिकेशन और फिर इंडिया में और एक्चुअली इंडिया में अभी क्या कंडीशन है इसकी और एनटीपीसी क्या कर सकता है तो हम लास्ट में वो भी कवर कर रहे हैं सर एज कैन बी सीन इन प्रेजेंटेशन आउटलाइन और जो भी ऑलरेडी सर भेल के डिग्निटरीज और अंडरग्राउंड कोल गैसिफिकेशन का ओवरव्यू हो गया तो मैं वो पार्ट कोशिश करूंगा स्किप करके जो नहीं कवर हुआ है वो करने का उससे पहले सर मैं इंडिया के एनर्जी लैंडस्केप डिस्कस करना होगा और सुबह में भी ये डिस्कस हो रहा था कि कोल अभी कहीं नहीं जा रहा है और रिसेंटली हम बहुत न्यूज़ सुनते हैं कि 50% रिन्यूएबल इंस्टॉलेशन हो चुका है लेकिन मैं कुछ पॉइंट देना चाहूँगा कि कोल क्यों नहीं जा रहा है आप ग्राफ से भी देख सकते हैं अगर हम 2005 और 2025 का दो डेटा निकालें तो हमारे प्राइमरी एनर्जी कंजम्पशन का उस टाइम भी 60% कोल से आता था और अभी भी हमारा ऑलमोस्ट 60% 25 साल बाद भी आ रहा है और मुझे लगता है बेस्ट के सिनेरियो में 2050 तक भी ऑलमोस्ट 40 से 45% प्राइमरी एनर्जी कंजम्पशन कोल से भी आएगा सेकेंडरी एनर्जी कंजम्पशन देखें आई मीन इलेक्ट्रिसिटी उसमें भी 2005 और 2025 में आपको ज़्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं दिखेगा 70 to 75% शेयर कोल बेस्ड जनरेशन का रहा है और रीज़न बीइंग कुछ चीज़ें मैं इसके एक दो पर्सपेक्टिव देना चाहूँगा कि क्यों ऐसा एक तो सर ये है कि हमारे पास कोल का बहुत ज़्यादा रिजर्व है और कोल के अलावा और कोई हमारे पास फ्यूल नहीं है बहुत लार्ज अमाउंट में बोथ पेट्रोलियम और नेचुरल गैस और दूसरा हम बहुत ज़्यादा रिन्यूएबल इंस्टॉल भी कर रहे हैं तो उसको हम एग्जिस्टिव ग्रिड को नहीं अपग्रेड कर रहे हैं क्योंकि उसके लिए बहुत ज़्यादा लार्ज मैसिव कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट चाहिए और इंडिया डेवलपिंग कंट्री है हमारे पास डिफरेंट एवेन्यू है कैपिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्पेंड करने के रोड पोर्ट बहुत सारी चीज़ है तो हम सारा चीज़ पावर सेक्टर में नहीं पुल कर सकते ग्रिड अपग्रेड करने के लिए दूसरा है कि हम सारा जगह बैटरी इंस्टॉल कर सकते हैं सोलर में उसके लिए भी बहुत ज़्यादा कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट चाहिए और वो भी हमारे पास अभी इमीडिएट नहीं है ओवर टाइम हम कर रहे हैं और तीसरा है सर जितने भी रिन्यूएबल की है अगर हम बैटरी की बात करें या सोलर विंड जितना की सब में जैसे कि सर हमने फर्स्ट सेशन में देखा या इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हीकल में सब में क्रिटिकल मिनरल या रेयर अर्थ मिनरल का बहुत ज़्यादा मतलब यूज़ है और हमारे पास है बहुत सारे रिजर्व बोथ रेयर मिनरल और क्रिटिकल मिनरल का पर अगेन प्रोसेसिंग नहीं है तो प्रोसेसिंग हम धीरे धीरे जा रहे हैं तो अगर हम शिफ्ट भी करेंगे क्योंकि सबको यहाँ पता होगा कि इवेंचुअली फ्यूचर रिन्यूएबल ही है फ्यूचर रिन्यूएबल से ही जनरेशन होगा लेकिन वो फ्यूचर अभी नहीं है नियर 30-40 ईयर्स में नहीं है हम धीरे धीरे अपना प्रोसेसिंग कैपेबिलिटी डेवलप कर रहे हैं क्रिटिकल मिनरल में धीरे धीरे इंस्टॉलेशन बढ़ा रहे हैं ग्रिड रिप्लेस करेंगे तब फिर उसके बाद भी मुझे लगता है कि कोल का शेयर बना रहेगा, क्योंकि हमारे पास 90 बिलियन टन ऑफ कोल रिजर्व है, और ये तब जब हमारे पास अभी और एडवांस एक्सप्लोरेशन नहीं है। मुझे लगता है इसमें और ऐड होगा ओवर टाइम, और उसमें से 100 बिलियन से ज़्यादा तो हमारे पास प्रूवन है। तो ये बहुत इंपेरेटिव है इंडिया के लिए कि हम ये यूज़ करें ये रिजर्व। और सर ये सिंपल सा ग्राफ मैंने दिखाया, आप डिपेंडेंस देख सकते हैं 88% है पेट्रोलियम के एक्सपोर्ट का, और कोल का भी इवन इतना कोल होने के बाद भी हम 18% करीब 19-20% इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। और प्लीज़ माइंड कि इसका 30% ही कोकिंग कोल है, बाकी नॉन कोकिंग कोल भी हमें इंपोर्ट करना पड़ता है क्योंकि हमारा प्रोडक्शन रैंप अप नहीं हुआ है। नेचुरल गैस 50% है। आगे सर हम डिस्कस करेंगे कि ये नेचुरल गैस का परसेंटेज हम कोल गैसिफिकेशन के थ्रू कम कर सकते हैं, वो उस स्लाइड पे मैं आऊँगा सर बाद में। कोल गैसिफिकेशन का सर ओवरव्यू सबको मिल गया है। प्रोसेस बहुत सिंपल है कि कोल को मुझे जलाना है, कंप्लीट कंबसन नहीं करना है, इनकम्प्लीट कंबसन करना है। स्टीम के थ्रू सिनगैस बनेगा। सिनगैस के डिफरेंट कंपोजिशन है, उसमें मेन कार्बन मोनोऑक्साइड है, CH4 है, CO2। आप उसको कार्बन मोनोऑक्साइड और CH4 मीथेन का कंसंट्रेशन हाई अप करके डिफरेंट प्रोडक्ट बना सकते हैं। और सर आप सबको अभी पता चली गया कि इसके ना हर इंडस्ट्री में एप्लीकेशन है। आप देख सकते हैं केमिकल, पेट्रोकेमिकल, फर्टिलाइजर, हाइड्रोजन प्रोड्यूस कर सकते हैं। स्टील सेक्टर में सर DRI रूट से कर रहे हैं, जो जिंदल अभी कर रहा है अपने DRI रूट से, और इलेक्ट्रिकल आर्क फर्नेस में जो एग्जिस्टिंग वो हमारे पास स्क्रैप मेटल होते हैं स्टील, उससे स्टील बनाने का प्रोसेस। फिर फार्मास्यूटिकल ड्रग API बनाने में भी बहुत ज़्यादा यूज है सर। तो नीड सर सबको पता होगा सर। और अगेन मैं इंफसाइज करना चाहता हूँ, मैं कोल को ज़्यादा फोकस कर रहा हूँ, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि हम इन्वायरमेंटल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी से दूर जा रहे हैं। हमने अपने सारे NDC गोल ऑलरेडी टाइम से पहले कवर कर रहे हैं, और 70 तक नेट जीरो ऑब्वियसली अचीव करेंगे। और हर इंडस्ट्री की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है नेट जीरो में कि लो कार्बन फ्यूचर की तरफ जाए। जैसे कि सर शुरू में भी नीरज गौतम सर बता रहे थे, कोल इंडस्ट्री में भी हम कोल इंडस्ट्री को कैसे कार्बन इमिशन कम करें, तीनों रूट हम अपना कर रहे हैं। जितना भी हमारा ऑपरेशन है उसमें कैसे इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन करके कार्बन रिडक्शन कम कर रहे हैं, या रिन्यूएबल इंस्टॉलेशन डंप में करके। और ये तीसरा जो है कि फ्यूचर टेक्नोलॉजी है, जैसे कि कोल गैसिफिकेशन, कोल मीथेन एक्सट्रैक्शन और कार्बन सिक्वेस्ट्रेशन, ये सब भी एक्सप्लोर करा जाए। इन तीनों में मुझे लगता है कोल गैसिफिकेशन सबसे ज्यादा प्रूवन है, क्योंकि एक्चुअली एक कंट्री ने बहुत मैसिव स्केल पे ये करके दिखाया। 250 to 300 मिलियन टन कोल यूज करना बहुत बड़ी बात है फॉर डिफरेंट केमिकल प्रोडक्शन। तो सबसे ज्यादा प्रूवन मुझे लगता है ऑल फ्यूचर टेक्नोलॉजी जो कोल माइनिंग में आ रही है उसमें कोल गैसिफिकेशन ही है। कोल गैसिफिकेशन सर सबको पता है दो टाइप है। अगर हम कोल सरफेस पे लाके कर रहे हैं तो सरफेस कोल गैसिफिकेशन, और अंडरग्राउंड ही कर रहे हैं तो वो यूसेज अंडरग्राउंड कोल गैसिफिकेशन। रिएक्शन भी सर इसके बहुत सिंपल है। जो हम लोग हायर सेकेंडरी लेवल पे जो सर रिएक्शंस पढ़ते हैं कि स्टीम कार्बन रिएक्शन या बुओडार्ड रिएक्शन, ये सब सिंपल रिएक्शन है सर। जो उसमें से कुछ रिएक्शन एंडोथर्मिक है जिनको रिक्वायरमेंट के लिए हमें हीट चाहिए, जो सिंपल जो कार्बन का कंबसन होता है वो प्रोवाइड करता है। ये है सर। और सर हमने बॉयलर पे भी देखा, जैसे भेल के डिग्निटरीज ने करा था। फिक्स्ड बेड, मूविंग बेड, ये बहुत पुराने टाइम की टेक्नोलॉजी है। इसमें कम टेम्परेचर पे हम कोल को जलाते हैं, और उसके कारण इंडियन कोल में स्पेशली होता है कि बहुत ज़्यादा टार फॉर्मेशन होता है, तो वो आप गैसीफायर से निकलना बहुत मुश्किल है, एफिशिएंसी कम कर देगा। तो ये तो बिल्कुल भी सूटेबल नहीं है, और ये पुराना भी हो गया है। सबसे ज़्यादा अभी दुनिया में जो चल रहा है सबसे एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी है इंट्रेंड 4, बहुत ज़्यादा सूटेबल है। लेकिन उसमें इंडियन कोल का जो स्पेशल कैरेक्टरिस्टिक है, जो कि बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग है, कि बहुत ज़्यादा इंडियन कोल का एस फ्यूजन टेम्परेचर बहुत हाई है। तो अगर आप उसको इंट्रेंट फ्लो पे बहुत हाई टेम्परेचर में जलाएं तो वो क्या करेगा, एकदम एस, जितने भी एस हैं कोल में वो पूरा का पूरा जल जाएगा, और वो लिक्विड फॉर्म नहीं बनेगा, क्योंकि हमारे कोल में ज़्यादा सिलिका और एल्यूमिना है, तो वो सारा स्लगिश फॉर्म में नीचे गैसीफायर में जमा हो जाएगा। तो हमारे पास बेस्ट ऑप्शन बचता है ये दोनों ऑप्शन, जो कि फ्लूइडाइज्ड बेड के एग्जांपल हैं। स्पेशली सर्कुलेटिंग फ्लूइडाइज्ड बेड, जो भेल के जो सर थे वो भी बता रहे थे कि ये जो है इसमें सिंपल कोल रहता है, उसको बार बार सर्कुलेटर, वो जो साइक्लोन दिखा रहे थे कि एक गैसीफायर प्लांट से बार बार साइक्लोन जाता है और सर्कुलेट होकर फिर गैसीफाई होने के लिए आता है। तो सबसे बेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी। और आप जितना भी अभी नीति आयोग बार बार रोड शो करवाता है, किसी में भी कंक्लूजन निकलेंगे तो CFB ही इंडिया के लिए है। और जितना भी सर आगे मैं देखूंगा कि डेवलपमेंट इंडिया में जहाँ जहाँ हो रहा है, सिम्फर कर रहा है, भेल कर रहा है, या थर्मैक्स कंपनी है विथ कोलैबोरेशन विथ IIT दिल्ली भी कर रहा है, तो सब इसी टाइप के डेवलप कर रहे हैं। लेकिन अभी तक जो देखा गया है कि सारे डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन स्केल में है। और CIL का जो JB बन रहा है भेल का, जैसे कि सर बता रहे हैं, वो पहली बार ट्राई करेंगे कि लार्ज स्केल पे, कॉमर्शियल स्केल पे इंडिजीनियस गैसीफायर को इंस्टॉल करा जाए। और कल्चर में सर ट्राई भी करा गया है, उसमें सर टर्न की प्रोजेक्ट फॉरेन की किसी को दिया गया है, पर प्रोजेक्ट लेट चल रहा है, तो हो सकता है 2 साल में कंप्लीट होगा। तो उससे हमें पहली बार पता भी चल जाएगा। बहुत $2 बिलियन का ऑलमोस्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट है, तो वो हम लोगों के लिए काफ़ी लर्निंग रहेगा। सिमिलरली CII भेल का है, तो हम एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं कि 5 से 7 साल में ये कंप्लीट हो, ये दोनों प्रोजेक्ट। UCG सर जैसे मैंने बताया सिंपल, हमें वही करना है, कोल गैसिफिकेशन करना है लेकिन अंदर करना है, और ये सिंपल है क्योंकि हमें कोल भी नहीं निकालना है। लेकिन बस इसमें दिक्कत है कि इसको स्केल अप नहीं किया गया है। हर जगह मेजोरिटी ऑफ जगह आपको पायलट प्रोजेक्ट ही मिलेंगे, कहीं कहीं पे आ भी रहा है कॉमर्शियल स्केल पे, तो जैसे डिग्निटरी फ्रॉम अर्गो सेट कि वो अभी आने में टाइम है, तो कहीं पे इसका बहुत प्रूवन नहीं है, लेकिन आपको हर जगह पायलट स्केल, पायलट प्रोजेक्ट और रिसर्च दिख जाएगा। प्रोसेस सिंपल है, हम इंजेक्शन वेल करते हैं, ड्रिल करके देते हैं, प्रोडक्शन वेल करना है। डिफिकल्टी सर उसमें है कि अब हम उसे लिंक कैसे करें, इंजेक्शन वेल है, प्रोडक्शन वेल है, लिंकेज के डिफरेंट टेक्नोलॉजी, और यहीं पे हम टेक्नोलॉजिकली लैग करते हैं इंडिया, स्पेशली यूसीजी में, कि लिंकेज के भी डिफरेंट मेथड हैं। डायरेक्ट कंबसन, कंट्रोल कंबसन करके लिंक करें, या मैकेनिकल इंस्ट्रूमेंट से लिंक करें, या डायरेक्ट हॉरिजॉन्टली ड्रिलिंग करके लिंक करें, उसकी भी टेक्नोलॉजी है, क्रिप मेथड है। तो ये सब सर कौन से मेथड चूज करेंगे अपने पर्टिकुलर इंडियन कोल कंडीशन के अराउंड, वो सब थोड़ा चैलेंजिंग है। बाकी सर अगर केमिस्ट्री समझना हो तो सर एग्जैक्टली जैसे सरफेस कोल में है, सिंपल अगर कोल अंडरग्राउंड कोल गैसिफिकेशन को समझना है तो हमें सिंपल कोल का जो बेड है उसमें हमें कैविटी फॉर्म करना है। कोल को सिंपल पैरोलिसिस करके जो चार बनता है, जो कि नथिंग बट कोल सॉलिड कोल है जिसमें कार्बन का कंसंट्रेशन ज्यादा है, आफ्टर वोलेटाइल मैटर्स हैव बीन ड्रिवन ऑफ। तो उस चार में हमें स्टीम देना है, उससे सिनगैस निकालना है। तो हमारा जितना यूसीजी के जितने फैक्टर होते हैं, जो जो इफेक्ट करते हैं, हमें उसी कैविटी को प्रोटेक्ट करना है किसी भी हाल में। वो कैविटी प्रोटेक्ट रहेगा तो हमारा प्रोडक्शन चलता रहेगा। और जितने भी आप सर देखेंगे फैक्टर्स देखेंगे, अगर किसी को सही में इंटरेस्ट है इस सबको समझ में, तो आप कोई भी फैक्टर उठाइए और सोचिए कि कैसे इस कैविटी को प्रोटेक्ट करना है। जैसे डेप्थ है, अगर डेप्थ बहुत कम रहेगा तो चांसेस है कि अगर कभी कैविटी का फेलियर हुआ तो नियरेस्ट एक्यूफर में चला जाएगा, तो थोड़ा सा डेप्थ हमें चाहिए। सिमिलरली कोल रैंक है, अगर बहुत हाई कोल रैंक होगा तो वो अच्छे से रिएक्ट नहीं करेगा, हमें लो कोल रैंक चाहिए क्योंकि उसमें इंप्योरिटीज ज़्यादा होता है तो उसकी रिएक्टिविटी ज़्यादा होता है। गैसिफाइंग एजेंट है सर, गैसिफाइंग एजेंट डिफरेंट टाइप का हो सकता है, हम O2 से कर रहे हैं या एयर दे रहे हैं या स्टीम प्लस O2 प्लस एयर कॉम्बिनेशन दे रहे हैं, उसमें से क्या चूज कर रहे हैं। दो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट सर मैं बोलना चाहूंगा, प्रेशर और टेम्परेचर। टेम्परेचर का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है कि सर अगर हमने बहुत ज्यादा टेम्परेचर दिया तो हो सकता है नियर बाय रॉक फ्रैक्चर होगा और अगेन गैस एस्केप कर गया तो कुछ फायदा ही नहीं हुआ हमें करके। सिमिलरली प्रेशर का है, अगर हम प्रेशर बहुत ज्यादा रखें तो हो सकता है कि नियर बाय स्ट्राटा को वो फ्रैक्चर कर दे, ग्राउंड की जो नेचुरल प्रेशर है उससे ज्यादा रखें तो सब्सिडेंस हो जाएगा। और सर अगर कम रहे तो केमिकल रिएक्शन के लिए ऑब्वियस है हमें एक सर्टेन लेवल ऑफ प्रेशर चाहिए। तो ये ऑप्टिमम पॉइंट खोजना प्रेशर का, टेम्परेचर का और डिफरेंट फैक्टर्स का, यही टेक्निकल हम लोगों के पास चैलेंजिंग है। और इसी के सारे जो पायलट प्रोजेक्ट है इससे हम यही एक्सप्लोर कर रहे हैं ये सब चीजें। वही सर सेफ्टी और इन्वायरमेंट रिस्क जो बताया मैंने सिर्फ एक ही है, अगर कैविटी से गैस लीक हुआ स्पेशली बेंजीन और हमारे नियर बाय एक्यूफर में चला गया तो आप जानते हैं इंडिया बहुत डेंसली पॉपुलेटेड है, ये हमें किसी भी हाल में अवॉइड करना है। और दूसरा अगेन अगर हम बहुत बड़ा कैविटी फॉर्मेशन कर रहे हैं और डेप्थ कम है तो सब्सिडेंस बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम कर सकता है। तो दो मेन है, बाकी सर कुछ चैलेंज है कि हमें कैविटी कंट्रोल करना है, हमें कंट्रोल करना है कि कहाँ तक हमारा कोल जलेगा। हमने पता चला कि पूरा का पूरा अनकंट्रोल्ड हो गया, गैस भी कैप्चर नहीं हुआ, हमारा पूरा कोल सिम भी जल गया। तो ये सब जो रिएक्शन है कुछ चैलेंजेस हैं सेफ्टी के और इन्वायरमेंटल रिस्क के। इसके अलावा सर केस स्टडी में देखूंगा सर चाइना का, जैसे कि मैंने बताया चाइना सर बहुत ज़्यादा स्केल अप कर गया और ये बहुत प्रूवन टेक्नोलॉजी है चाइना का। उन्होंने केमिकल में तो हर जगह एक्सपेंड कर स्केल किया है, मेथनॉल अमोनिया ऑलमोस्ट 90% प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं। रिसेंटली उन लोगों ने बहुत ज़्यादा SNG जो सिंथेटिक नेचुरल गैस होता है जो इससे कोल गैसिफिकेशन से प्रोड्यूस होता है उसका भी वो इस स्केल का प्लांट लगा रहे हैं कि ऑलमोस्ट 20% वो अपना टोटल जो उनका नेचुरल गैस रिक्वायरमेंट है वो एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, फुलफिल कर रहे हैं कोल गैसिफिकेशन रूट के साथ। सिमिलरली वो बहुत लार्ज स्केल पे प्लांट एस्टैब्लिश कर रहे हैं H2 हाइड्रोजन निकालने के लिए कोल गैसिफिकेशन से रूट से। तो और कोई कंट्री किया भी नहीं, हमें अगर देखना चाहिए लुकअप टू करना चाहिए तो चाइना का ही एग्जांपल, क्योंकि उन्होंने डिफरेंट केमिकल इंडस्ट्री में जितने भी आप देख सकते हैं फाइबर, रबर, फर्टिलाइजर, प्लास्टिक जनरेशन, इसके अलावा H2 SNG में और उसके अलावा उन्होंने H2 SNG में मतलब LNG का सब्सटीट्यूट करने में और हाइड्रोजन में भी काफी ज्यादा स्केल अप करा है। इंडिया में भी सर आप देख सकते हैं कि अपार्ट फ्रॉम तलचर फर्टिलाइजर प्लांट को रिजुविनेट करने के बराबर 2020 के बाद से लगातार ये न्यूज़ आ रही थी, नेशनल डॉक्यूमेंट आया कि 100 मिलियन टन कोल गैसिफिकेशन करना है। बाद में मिनिस्ट्री ने एक प्रॉपर मिशन भी लॉन्च किया। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने $1 बिलियन का अप्रॉक्स वायबिलिटी गैप फंडिंग भी करी और काफ़ी सारी कंपनी जैसे CIL की दोनों सब्सिडरी जो बनी है गेल और भेल के साथ, वो उससे फायदा भी ले रहे हैं और प्लांट एस्टैब्लिश कर रहे हैं और भी सेलेक्ट किया गया है। एनटीपीसी ने रिसेंटली पैक्ट किया है इंजीनियर्स इंडिया लिमिटेड से डेवलप करने के लिए एसएनजी फैसिलिटी को, और एनटीपीसी एक्सप्लोर कर रही है अंडरग्राउंड कोल गैसिफिकेशन को भी, दोनों ब्लॉक का हमारे पास पगड़ी बरवाटी में भी है अंडरग्राउंड रिजर्व और तलाईपल्ली में भी। और रिसेंटली सर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने स्पेशली कोल ब्लॉक जो एलोकेट किए हैं ऑक्शन में रखे हैं, उसमें काफ़ी सारे अंडरग्राउंड कोल गैसिफिकेशन वाले भी ब्लॉक हैं। और एक और बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट था कि ईसी रिक्वायरमेंट हटा लिया था गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने स्पेशली फॉर पायलट प्रोजेक्ट, जो कि बहुत वेलकमिंग स्टेज था। एनटीपीसी के पास सर क्या अपॉर्चुनिटी है, तो हमारे पास ऑलरेडी सर आज हमने देखा स्केल अप, हमने भी 10 साल में 0 से 50 मिलियन टन ऑफ कोल पे किया है। हमारे पास 7 में से 2 जो हैं, 2 हमारे प्रोजेक्ट पकड़ी बरवाटी और तलाईपल्ली में हमारे पास एक्चुअली अंडरग्राउंड कोल वो है। पकड़ी में तो एडवांस स्टेज ऑफ जियोलॉजिकल रिपोर्ट प्रिपरेशन और माइनिंग प्लान प्रिपरेशन में है, तो हमारे पास है। और एनटीपीसी ने रिसेंटली अनाउंस भी किया है कि हम 5 से 10 मिलियन टन पर एनम ऑफ एसएनजी प्रोड्यूस करने का सोच रहे हैं। और सर एनटीपीसी का देखेंगे लास्ट कुछ ईयर में तो एनर्जी डाइवर्सिफिकेशन पे काफ़ी रोल रहा है, स्टोरेज से लेके ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन से लेके न्यूक्लियर से लेके सब कुछ में उन्होंने डाइवर्सिफाई किया है। तो एनटीपीसी इसमें भी डाइवर्सिफाई कर सकती है कोल गैसिफिकेशन और उससे जो प्रोडक्ट बोथ सरफेस में भी और अंडरग्राउंड कोल गैसिफिकेशन में भी। पकड़ी बरवाटी के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में मैं बोलना चाहूँगा सर, हमारे पास एनटीपीसी का फर्स्ट माइन स्टार्ट हुआ था और सबसे बड़ा माइन है। हम ऑलमोस्ट लास्ट ईयर भी हम लोगों ने 40% से ज़्यादा टोटल एनएमएल के प्रोडक्शन का कंट्रीब्यूट किया था और हम 5 स्टार में रैंक 1 है इंडिया में। तो हमारा एक्सेलेंस है बोथ प्रोडक्शन सेफ्टी इन्वायरमेंट में, तो हम एक्चुअली मैनेज कर सकते हैं अंडरग्राउंड कोल गैसिफिकेशन का ऐसा कोई प्रोजेक्ट अगर आता है तो। और सर ये थोड़ा डिसोरिएंट हो गया, इसमें मैंने रोड मैप बताया था कि अगर हमारा अंडरग्राउंड कोल गैसिफिकेशन का माइनिंग प्लान आ रहा है और ऑलरेडी चल रहा है तो उसमें हम इंक्लूड कर सकते हैं। अगर हम एक्सटर्नल कंसल्टेंट हायर करें तो लेट बाय जनवरी 2027 हम एक्चुअली पायलट प्रोजेक्ट एस्टैब्लिश कर सकते हैं पकड़ी बरवाटी कोल माइनिंग प्रोजेक्ट में। चैलेंजेस सर जैसे मैंने बताया इंडियन कोल बहुत ही यूनिक टाइप का है, हाई एस फ्यूजन टेम्परेचर, वेरिंग क्वालिटी। तो चैलेंजेस है कि हमारे लिए जो होना चाहिए एकदम इंडिजीनियस गैसिफायर टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप करना, क्योंकि फॉरेन हम लगा सकते हैं टर्न की प्रोजेक्ट अवार्ड करके, रेडी टू मेड प्लांट लगा सकता है फॉरेन कंपनी जैसे सेल है या सीमेंस है या लर्जी है। पर वही है कि अगर हमें एक्चुअली स्केल करना है, जैसे चाइना के पास 300 प्लस प्लांट है, तो उस स्केल अप करने के लिए हमारे पास इंडिजीनियस गैसिफायर जरूर होना चाहिए। सिमिलरली सर जैसे कि कॉस्ट ओवररन मैंने बताया तलचर फर्टिलाइजर प्लांट का 3000 करोड़ कॉस्ट ओवररन है और $2 बिलियन उसका उनका कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट है, तो बहुत हाई कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट है इसमें। तो इसका सर आगे भी देखेंगे कि अगर गवर्नमेंट और वायबिलिटी गैप फंडिंग प्रोवाइड करी तो वो बेटर रहेगा कंपनी के लिए। और हमारे पास अभी एक्सपीरियंस कम है एक्चुअली, हम ट्राइब जैसे भेल के पीपीटी में हमने देखा था बहुत दिनों से चल रहा है गैसिफायर डेवलपमेंट, पर एक्चुअल कॉमर्शियल इंडिजिनस प्रोजेक्ट अभी तक आया नहीं है। तीसरा है सर कि मार्केट डिमांड, ये अभी जो हमारा पेट्रोकेमिकल ऑलरेडी इंडिया में एस्टेब्लिश इंडस्ट्री है, तो हो सकता है हम अमोनिया प्रोड्यूस करें या कुछ भी प्रोड्यूस करें तो वो कॉस्ट कॉम्पिटिटिव ना हो, तो ये भी एक चैलेंजेस है सर। कंक्लूजन सर आप देख सकते हैं कि इंडिया के आप जितने भी रिसेंट कुछ मिशन देखेंगे, चाहे 300 मिलियन टन ऑफ स्टील प्रोडक्शन करना है या फर्टिलाइजर में इंडिपेंडेंट करना है या मेथनॉल का 90% एक्सपोर्ट घटाना है, या जितने भी आप देखेंगे अगर आप उसको बैक ट्रैक करेंगे तो सब लिंक हो सकता है कोल गैसिफिकेशन से। ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। तो ये कंक्लूजन में यही होना चाहिए कि अगर हम सही में स्केल अप कर चाहें तो एक साथ हम 7-8 डिफरेंट जो हमारा गवर्नमेंट का स्कीम है कि टारगेट है कि इतना इतना कर रहा है, उसमें हेल्प हो सकता है। वे फॉरवर्ड सर यही है कि सरफेस गैसिफिकेशन प्रोजेक्ट चाहिए सर बहुत ज़्यादा इंडिजीनियस स्केल पे, अगर 1-2 फेल भी हुए और कॉस्ट कॉम्पिटेटिव नहीं हुए तो उसका एक्सपीरियंस हमें हेल्प करेगा लॉन्ग टर्म में। यूजीसी पायलट प्रोजेक्ट सर और बहुत जगह चाहिए, क्योंकि यूजीसी बहुत रैंडम बहुत सारे फैक्टर होते हैं। डेप्थ कहीं पे जैसे पकड़ी में बहुत ज़्यादा फॉल्ट है, अभी जैसे कास्ता में है उनके पास फॉल्ट नहीं है, थिकनेस बहुत ज़्यादा है, तो कम थिकनेस, डिफरेंट फॉल्ट, एक्वीफर के पास, एक्वीफर के दूर, तो हमें मल्टीपल वो चाहिए यूजीसी पायलट प्रोजेक्ट जिससे एक्चुअल हमारा टेक्निकल एक्सपर्टाइज डेवलप हो पाए। और सर वे फॉरवर्ड में सर मैं एक और चीज़ बोलना चाहूँगा सर, गवर्नमेंट से हम क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं। एक तो मैंने बताया सर कि वायबिलिटी गैप फंडिंग गवर्नमेंट बढ़ा सकती है, बाकी भी सर जैसे इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग की तो गवर्नमेंट ये कर सकती है कि ब्लेंडिंग जो भी कोल गैसिफिकेशन के प्लांट से आ रहा है अमोनिया या मेथनॉल, उसका ब्लेंडिंग अगर हाई कॉस्ट पे भी है तो ब्लेंडिंग रिक्वायर करे इंडस्ट्री के लिए। अगर ब्लेंडिंग नहीं रिक्वायरमेंट दे रहे हैं तो मिनिमम फ्लोर प्राइस सेट करे, अगर उससे ज़्यादा कॉस्ट आता है तो गवर्नमेंट उसको सब्सिडाइज कर सकती है। तो इनिशियल 10-15 ईयर्स में जब तक हम थोड़ा स्केल अप और अपना एक्सपर्टाइज नहीं डेवलप कर सकते हैं, गवर्नमेंट का सपोर्ट रिक्वायरमेंट है और मुझे लगता है ये काफ़ी प्रॉफिटेबल होगा। थैंक यू सर।
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shubham Naranja. It was a very insightful presentation and you have shared the roadmap to the NTPC underground coal gasification sector. At today's last session, I would like to invite Ms. Anukshka, the Assistant Manager Geology from Gujarat Mineral Development Corporation. So, to give a short brief about the ma'am, she is an Assistant Manager Geology in GMDC, where she is actively involved in the underground coal gasification initiatives aimed at advancing clean energy generation. A gold medalist in MSc Geology and an Inspire She scholar. She brings diverse experience in mineral resource development, mine planning and industrial operations with prior exposure to Vedanta and multi-commodity projects across India. Her work has a strong commitment to sustainable mining and energy innovation. Thank you, Madam Mr. Sir.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, respected dignitaries, my fellow colleagues, and all the delegates present over here. Myself, Anushka, and today I'll be discussing about underground coal gasification, not merely as a technology, but as a strategic lever for India's energy security, industrial growth, and clean energy transition. So why gasification? India has a unique, or it faces a unique challenge right now. We have abundant coal reserves, but we are still import dependent for meeting our energy and chemical needs. When I talk about India's gasification momentum, it is driven by rising energy needs and the need for the downstream chemicals that we are importing. We are importing over 50% of our urea, 50% of the natural gas is imported, and about 90% of methanol and acetic acid are imported in India. So we have the opportunity to produce these chemicals in India and can become self-reliant. There are favorable government policies. We have, multiple measures have been taken by government, like 50% rebate on revenue share and dedicated auction windows. When coal gasification is associated with carbon capture, utilization and storage, it is estimated that it produces 60% less CO2 emission. Talking about the Atmanirbhar Bharat mission, under this scheme, the clean coal technologies become critical in reducing our imports and strengthening our domestic manufacturing. When I talk about gasification, the confidence in gasification is evident from various industries that are actively investing in the technology, and there are various surface gasification projects that are upcoming in all over the India. Talking about the surface gasification technologies, there are basically 3 technologies that are currently in use. But as the conversion efficiency increases, so as the cost intensity and the pre-processing requirements, which leads to the paradigm shift that what if this coal could power us without ever being mined. When I talk about the traditional coal mining, it involves physical excavation, it is resource intensive, and there are high environmental and safety risks. It involves heavy logistics. In contrast, when we talk about UCG, it is a controlled, automated, in situ process with minimal surface disruptions. It is not some new technology, but an age-old technology. There have been several global pilots, commercial and operational plants as well, which have been in operation for more than 7 decades now. Talking about the technology, I would like to show a small video on how this technology actually works. So underground coal gasification technology works as there is an injection well and a production well. Oxidants and steam are injected through the injection well, and the syngas that is produced is taken out from the production well, and it is taken to the surface and sent for gas cleanup. the final product of the technology, that is syngas, it is a direct, readily available gas and can be converted into power for electricity generation, ammonia and urea for fertilizers, methanol and acetic acid for chemical production, and hydrogen for fuel as well. This versatility allows project configurations to be optimized based on the market demand and regional industrial requirements. Talking about the benefits of UCG, it is manifold. Most importantly, it enables value extraction from the deep-seated coal that would otherwise remain stranded. It reduces mining cost and offers a cleaner alternative to traditional coal combustion. Strategically, UCG enables cleaner fossil energy today while preparing infrastructure and markets for low carbon energy tomorrow. The pressurized syngas produced from the UCG is inherently suited for carbon capture. This enables blue hydrogen production and low carbon power generation. As green hydrogen scales up, UCG-derived hydrogen provides a pragmatic and economically viable transition pathway. Despite its promise, UCG does not come without challenges. So there are certain challenges such as groundwater contamination risk, geological controls, regulatory hurdles, but global experiments are evident that these challenges can be strategically mitigated with through robust site characterization and continuous monitoring and disciplined operational control. These challenges can be mitigated. Talking about the India's opportunity in underground coal gasification, we have around 150 billion tons of deep-seated coal. If I talk about using only 50% of this deep-seated coal for the next 20 years, we can have around 3,500 million tons per annum, which if it is converted into energy, that is, it converts approximately about 35,000 million MMBTU of energy per year from this 3,500 MTPA coal, which if conservatively valued at $6 per MMBTU, it generates a revenue potential of 18 lakh crores per year. Not just this, if I look at the global opportunities, then right now India is importing ammonia, methanol, acetic acid, and we are importing our natural gas. But using this deep-seated coal, we can not only become self-reliant, but can become an exporter of one of these products as well. Now I would like to bring your attention to GMDC's gasification journey. GMDC is strategically positioned in our gasification value chain. We have conducted our gasification studies for our lignite resources of Gujarat.
Check.
We have conducted the techno-commercial studies of lignite resources of our Gujarat mines, and with the help of CSIR Simfer and MN Dastur, and the results have been good. Now we are moving into underground coal gasification, and for that we have launched an international EOI this year in January, and we have received good responses from the international experts. We have been in constant touch with the global technological experts for UCG, and our partner onboarding for comprehensive business plan for UCG will be completed by this month end. And this morning we have launched our international RFP for technical service providers for conducting the pre-feasibility studies at our Odisha and Gujarat blocks. This will soon be followed by a pilot and commercial plant. We are aiming to set up our commercial UCG plant by the end of 2028 or 29. That's all from my side. To conclude, I would like to say UCG is not an alternative, it's an opportunity. An opportunity to become self-reliant in terms of energy, to produce clean energy. So that's all from my side. Let's dig deeper without digging at all. Thank you.
Hello. Now we have come to the end of this session. I'd like the chairperson, Mr. Pandey Saab, to take over.
Total 6 presentations were there in this total entire session. First presentation by BHEL, Mr. Sandeep Goyal. He has presented about the different gasification technology available for the surface coal gasification, and and the BHEL role in developing indigenous technology for gasification, because surface gasification is actually technology is not in India, and if BHEL develops this technology, it will be pioneer work, and we learn from him about the different efforts made by BHEL since 1980s. The second presentation by Vikrant, he presented the historical perspective of UCG, and there is a need for UCG in the country, and about the our endowment of country with the deep-seated coal, approximately 35% of the reserve below 300 meters, which are not amenable to present conventional mining, and UCG could be the one of the tool to exploit those coal. And of course, he has dealt about the challenges of the UCG and also the possible solutions. We have a very important presentation by Commander Gop Kumar on the deep sea mining technology. It was really an interesting topic for us mining engineer, because it was a different domain in which his institute, National Institute of Ocean Technology, is working. And we can see the very spin of the equipments, whatever they are using and they have developed, we can use in our conventional mining. So Mr. Gop Kumar will get a lot of calls after this session for different kind of works he is doing. And the most important presentation was Dr. Blenderman, who is for internationally, I think almost all the gasification pilot project he was involved. So he himself is the directory of the underground coal gasification. So all the efforts made in the past he is associated with, as well as he studied the in pre-Russian era, whatever the development were taking place. And he has added one new dimension to the underground gasification by putting carbon sequestration. So it is making the project more beneficial for the future ready. And his Canada Alberta project example by producing hydrogen and carbon sequestration, and the methodology of carbon and use of the carbon dioxide in controlling the gasification process by injecting the carbon dioxide inside the strata and surrounding the gasification chamber. So it was really, and this project is coming in by 26th, fourth quarter. So this is not only on paper, something groundwork is going on, and we can learn a lot of things from this project. Subham has presented overview on gasification, and the most important thing that he has a clear roadmap for development in NTPC on the UCG, and he has identified the seams, deposits which are at present not amenable to open cast mining, and he has a clear way forward. So some results will be coming in near future on NTPC front as per his roadmap. And Anushka has also presented the overview of the actions taking place at GMDC, and apart from different historical perspective of gasification, the present the advancement made by GMDC in this field. So her information about the RFP and development of international consultant, these are new information to the audience, and these are the overall entire process was very knowledge, increased the knowledge a lot. And now I open the floor for the question and answer.
When the government has the government has put in place the UCG policy way back in 2015, why CMPD has taken so many years to come up for even for a small pilot project like Casta, where the characterization studies, everything was done way back in 1990s. What is the reason?
Part of the CMPDI team. Actually, the taking initiative in past number of tenders have been taken place about development of UCG by CMPDI being the nodal agency for. But the biggest issue was the technology provider who can come and the methodology of engaging the technology provider. So at present, after a lot of discussion, at present we have got Ergo Exergy who can demonstrate the technology in India. So the technology was the biggest issue. Earlier efforts were taken by making MOU with ONGC and SEAM was also there, Russians were involved. But in 91 also Dr. Blenderman was in India with Russian delegation. But due to disintegration of the Russia, that effort was could not progress. But something has now taken. Yes, a lot of discussions were going on, but we could take.
I mean, sir, I'm very junior to say that, but again, it's about the pressure. When the critical pressure came at that time. So from last 2 years, instead of just discussing about things when the right pressure came, so we actually went out exploring things instead of just talking or floating RFPs. And when we went out, we had real world experiences of the projects that were seen here. And accordingly, those initiatives were taken quickly. And now, sir, we are moving at a faster pace, I can say, compared to last 10 years.
Hi, good evening. I've been discussing to Dr. Blenderman backstage during tea time. One thing I failed to understand, that like Anushka showed in her presentation, that costing is coming somewhere around $6 per MMBTU, right? It looks to be cheaper than CNG, compressed natural gas, which we are using as a fuel in our gas turbines. So has anybody done some kind of comparison with respect to CNG costing? Because if I get the gas at burner till somewhere around $7 to $8 per MMBTU, the machines become viable. Otherwise, they are costlier, and as compared to thermal, that coal plants and all. So, has anybody done any kind of comparison? This is number one. Number two, I mean, it's a very enriching session for me. I'm a mechanical engineer, but it's a really enriching session. What I could guess that now the technology is proven outside India. Why it is a lot of delay if it is viable, if it is carbon friendly, why it is not getting traction in India? Third question, as we are discussing with sir, has anybody done some kind of life cycle carbon footprint study of this underground coal gasification, surface coal gasification, CNG and other sources with respect to power? I'm a power professional, so with respect to power, from mine to grid. So these are my 3 parts of the question.
Yes, so very good questions, thank you very much. Covers a lot of ground, your questions, right? So let's start number 1, the cost of syngas. So important thing about the cost of syngas is that it depends on geological conditions. In surface gasification, you have standard plant, right? standard size of reactor, standard. And if you provide coal at certain price, for example, regulated, nominated price here in India, immediately you understand the cost of syngas. But in underground coal gasification, you can have 5 meters coal seam at the depth of 300 meters, and you can have 3 meters coal seam at the depth of 1,000 meters. The cost of syngas will be different because of that, right? So there is no universal answer. I understand that it's not very satisfactory, but that's true. So what I can tell you that if you take specific conditions, for example, we, if my memory serves, we did the study for Ministry of Coal, comparison together with our colleagues in CMPDI, comparison of the cost of syngas production on energy basis with underground mining. And that was, if I'm not mistaken, 600 meters depth, certain specific thickness of the coal seam, and so on. So that cost is less than $1. So this is in the ministry. If I remember correctly, it is something like 85 cents US per MMBTU, right? You mentioned $6. This is reasonable. If you look at the Lurgi process in Angul, then $6 is something that you can discuss, right? But in our process, this is the benchmark, $1. And we did detailed studies for, as you can imagine, for our plant in Alberta. It is a commercial plant. We have commercial investors. We have government co-investment. And the cost at the depth of 1.5 kilometers with a thickness of coal seam subbituminous coal 12 meters, the cost is 97 cents, right? So this actually is good benchmark, $1. That's your first question, correct? So second question was, if you can please remind me, what? Carbon life cycle. In 2002, BHP Billiton in Australia did a big study of life cycle analysis of multiple technologies for energy and steel making. One of these studies, a copy is available, I can provide it for you, was underground coal gasification life cycle analysis. And this life cycle analysis was done for UCG without carbon management, just straight using in the combined cycle. So result was 708 kilogram of CO2 emissions per megawatt hour sent out. So net megawatt hour. 708 as compared to, for example, 1,000, 1,100 for coal, conventional subcritical coal-fired power generation. So this is for that. For our technology, we showed you the results. We conducted life cycle analysis by third party in in Canada, and this was accepted by the Canadian environmental regulators as the benchmark for our emissions. So our emissions are 1/12 for hydrogen compared to hydrogen from SMR, steam methane reforming. And the last question was, if you could tell me. Sorry.
I was just asking that when it will start taking traction in India, this kind of technology.
This is, again, for others to comment. There are other more qualified people probably. My understanding is that there is a difficulty for uptake of this technology commercially. And everywhere around the world, the problem is on most countries, developed countries, they have sufficient energy. with traditional sources. India is the country that actually needs it, and needs it more than anybody else. Like any new technology, it needs to make a jump from pilots, many different successful pilots, to large commercial scale. This investment needs to come on the back of several successful pilots in India, because people haven't seen gas in India. We believe that if and when we produce gas in February next year in Costa West, there will be several announcements of commercial projects in India.
Right, thank you. So one more thing. Now, Shubham, you have got a project. You have to prepare a kind of study at Pakri Barwadi mine. Like if we come up with a gas turbine, and what would be kind of, you have entire strata of the mine, coal strata, whether it is feasible or not to sell this energy in the power exchange. Maximum cap rate is 10 rupees per unit. So you just work it out and you've got 1 month. Is it enough? You may move anywhere. You want to see any sites, you can go there. You can talk to anybody.
I actually visited Kasta block recently with Raman.
Now you have to come up with a business model.
Yes, sir. I will.
Subrat, video permission.
Sure, sir.
Okay, right? So start working on it. So do a presentation within a month.
Okay, sir. Sure.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
What is the investment you are making in this Costa pilot project?
It's around, yes, for pilot.
What is the outcome? Okay, what's the output of this? What, tentative? No, gas output.
2500 meter cube.
Do you plan to scale it further, Kasta project? Then what is the use of it?
The geological condition and the end use. We have to invest a lot of for using the in gas generator or some.
I think now you are the guys sitting in the country, wherein if this technology is really viable, so you have to work on aggressively so that convince the people like us to invest. Otherwise, it will be very.
So just to add context to what sir was saying, the main reason for bringing this pilot under CL R&D project is exactly same what you are expecting out of us, sir. To first of all demonstrate this technology in Indian geomining conditions, have a gas actually come out of Indian coal, and also develop regulatory systems that what we have said. So Kasta West got an EIA exemption, and based on that there was a policy that for pilot of UCG there is an EIA exemption. Now after running this pilot, we would be collecting the data for another 6 months. Based on that environmental data of hydrogeological pressure, air, land, soil, subsidence monitoring, we will then submit a report to MOFCC along with MOC, wherein a proper regulatory EIA, MP and mining plan going forward, how it can be made for UCG, so that it can be taken up into commercial scale. Because ultimately demonstrating the technology is not enough, but creating a regulatory environment so that things can be scaled at further level. That is our ultimate aim with this.
You're very correct. Regulatory part is a parallel one, yes, where clearances and all, how it will be taken care of, those all things. But I feel like that you should parallelly work on the commercial elements also. Regulatory is both are the parallel path. So once you end up with conclusion of regulatory part, your commercial thing should be ready. People
Yes,
should be convinced. Okay, the investor should be convinced. Okay, this is okay. Regulatory pathway is okay. Is clear. Is an easier one as compared to other sources. And we have got a commercial viable proposal.
So sir, right now we are taking it as CMPDI. We had taken it kind of a series activity, but now when you have told it, Coal India is taking it as a parallel activity. We are helping with them, and we are hopeful that by the time we are able to actually demonstrate it in a pilot project, then the ball will start rolling. We already have a lot of stakeholder consultation on that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I just wanted to add to this answer. maybe you are aware that Coal India just started about a month ago expression of interest for a commercial project. So this process is now underway, and my understanding that the bids will be collected by the end of January. So this is already happening in terms of commercial development.
Thank you, thank you.
Hello.
The underground gasification, what we are going to do, whether there will be, because it is having some thickness of the coal, if we are taking out with the gasification, means we are partially burning the coal inside the ground. So the volume of the coal will reduce. So ultimately the earth above that is going to collapse.
That's the question?
Yes.
You are absolutely right. Underground coal gasification is mining. You extract material at certain depth. You release the stress in the surrounding strata, and as a result you will have fracture, deformation, which will eventually can reach the surface and cause subsidence. So subsidence management in underground coal gasification is absolutely the same as in underground mining. You can leave pillars, and you need to calculate what kind of pillars you need in order to there is stability, and they will support the overburden. You can leave less pillars, and then you can cause subsidence. If you are operating at the depth of 1,000 meters, you are taking 2 meters thick coal seam, you will not see it at the surface anyway. In other certain places, it's not really critical whether you have subsidence or not. Because, you know, if you are working in Jaria, for example, there's everything is covered with dwellings. People are everywhere. So you have limitation for subsidence there. But if you work in Thar Desert, for example, there's nobody there, and if it is tomorrow 3 meters lower than it is today, nothing changed. It is all the same. So it is side by side, coal field by coal field, block by block. You have to decide what is the best strategy.
Hello. Sir, one question. Good evening to all. My name is Srijal Davekar, and I am from MTech mining student from ISM Dhanbad. My question is common to all the speakers of coal gasification. Sir, we know that during the process of coal gasification, we produce syngas, that is CO and H2. CO is a silent killer when it is inhaled, and H2 is also when the concentration rises, it became explosive. So is there any strategy has been discussed or any parameters are developed to reduce such type of problem if arises? If any emission of CO gas or H2 concentration of gas arises, is any strategies has been discussed by any of the organization?
There are plants that produce in the world, producing syngas now for more than 70 years. The plant in South Africa, Secunda plant, is in operation, I think, for last 40 years. Before that, they operated another plant. There is Dakota gasification plant that is producing syngas and converting it into synthetic natural gas, starting from 1984, right? And UCG plant in Uzbekistan is running since 1960. So I'm not aware of one case when there was an explosion of syngas. Never once in all this history. And there's nothing very difficult about it. You just need to make sure that it's contained in the pipe, and we know how to contain the gas in the pipe.
If any leakage of CO gas might happen?
CO is unpleasant gas, not because it is exploding, but because it is toxic,
yes,
right? And we're dealing in the chemical plants with all kinds of toxic gases. We know how to do it. So it's not a burning issue, pardon my pun. It's not something that is absolutely big difficulty.
Okay, thank you, sir.
सर एक्चुअली डेप्थ इतना होता है ना यूसीजी का जनरली 200 मीटर से, अगर नीचे से लीक भी हुआ तो इतने फ्रैक्चर है अर्थ में कि वो सरफेस पे आएगा नहीं। और अगर दूसरा जो आपने देखा भी होगा फोटो में, पूरा कंट्रोल वेल होता है, तो जो भी गैसेज आ रहे हैं बहुत टोटली हम लोग रिकवर करते हैं। उसमें बहुत कम चांस है कि वेल जो है वो फ्रैक्चर हो जाए। इतना ज़्यादा प्रेशर नहीं है क्योंकि ऑयल नहीं आ रहा है, बहुत डेंस लिक्विड नहीं आ रहा है, तो चांसेस बहुत कम है कि फ्रैक्चर होके कुछ लीक हो जाए। ये मतलब मेरा अपना जो ओवरव्यू है रिसर्च से वो पता चला था। मतलब
मैंने सर इंडियन जियो माइनिंग कंडीशन के हिसाब से सर पूछा था।
हाँ, वही इंडियन जियो माइनिंग कंडीशन में भी सर डेप्थ हम लोग अभी भी जो कास्ता में भी हो रहा है 200 से ज़्यादा ही रख रहे हैं, तो उस डेप्थ पे कभी बहुत कम ही पॉसिबिलिटी है कि CO फ्रैक्चर होके सरफेस पे आ जाए, क्योंकि बहुत ज़्यादा इंटरकनेक्टेड फ्रैक्चर होते हैं। अगर वो लीक भी हुआ तो अर्थ के अंदर ही कंटेंट रहेगा, मेरा ऐसा मानना है।
Before Chernobyl, nobody expected that this may happen. So some kind of HAZOP or some kind of study has been done on it, or that's your question looks like. Yeah.
Yes, as I said, we have first of all conducted 4 pilot operations. One of them was semi-commercial in South Africa. We supplied gas to big power station for 7 years, and we received the permits. We operated those plants. Not only we got the permit, conducted study, but we have experience of producing it. So we never had experienced this kind of problem. And I don't speak Hindi, unfortunately, and I didn't understand everything that the gentleman said, but I agree with him. It is safe. And the most important thing is, if you are concerned about the CO coming to the surface or hydrogen coming to the surface, this is the least of your problems. Because if this gas escapes from where it is, you will have much more problems with groundwater, with all the byproducts that you have in the condensate. You will have BTX, you will have phenols, you will have polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, you have all kinds of things. So the care must be taken in the selection and making sure in visibility that this gas will never escape under no circumstances. And that's a very important job that needs to be done. It's not something that you can do in your backyard at home. You need specialists for this.
Good evening, sir. Sir, my one question.
Yeah, this will be the last question of the day, and we'll conclude after this.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, this is Vikas Kumar from CCL. I want to ask a question regarding UCG and CO2 sequestration. My question regarding is that during underground CO2 storage, is there any chances of leakage and contamination of groundwater? How CO2 monitoring is done below?
So we injected in 2021 1,512 tons of supercritical CO2 into the coal seam that is 1,500 meters deep, 1.5 kilometers deep. And we monitored this, this CO2 all this time. And this CO2, this is 12 meters thick coal seam. It has two bands. One is 8 meters, and another is 4 meters. And there is maybe half a meter parting between them. Okay? We inject it into bottom seam, bottom portion. And this CO2, now for 5 years, is sitting in this bottom band. It occupies, the wells were at the depth of 50 meters, so distance spacing is 50 meters, 50. This CO2 occupies the area, the length, it's elliptical area, of 75 meters approximately, and for 5 years it didn't change, it didn't move. And when you say that it is possible for it to contaminate something, CO2 in coal is adsorbed. So it is not chemically active. It is attached to coal matrix. And this has no mobility. It cannot move after it is adsorbed. So if the pressure, reservoir pressure, remains the same, then this CO2 will be buried forever. We did detailed study for Canadian government, and we determined that over 1,000 years, this CO2 will move less than 300 meters within the coal seam. Yes. So the question was, would it help for CO2 injection if you first drain methane from the system? Of course it will help, but we injected, very importantly, we injected CO2, supercritical CO2, into virgin coal. Methane was not drained from there. It was there, and water was also not pumped out. So coal as it was, you inject CO2, displacement of methane happens, displacement of water happens, and CO2 is stable. It is demobilized in the coal seam unless you decrease the pressure. If you decrease the pressure, it starts desorbing.
Sir, last question. Can the pressure below the hydrostatic pressure can prevent the contamination of aquifers or groundwater? If we are in through UCG, if we are keeping the pressure below the hydrostatic pressure, like a pressure control, we have one parameter for means controlling the gas into the leakage of underground water. So what do I think that keeping the pressure below the hydrostatic pressure can be one of the parameter to prevent the contamination of groundwater? That will not directly flow the.
Yeah, I apologize. I don't quite understand the question. Why don't we speak about it afterwards? Because the previous question we were told is the last.
Sir, actually, that's the bare minimum. We have to keep the pressure below the hydrostatic pressure of the surrounding strata. Otherwise, it will fracture the strata, gas will escape. So that's the minimum condition. That's the minimum pressure we have to operate.
Let's talk separately. Because essentially, for sequestration, CO2 injection, you need to do it at supercritical condition, because otherwise it is not effective. If you inject it as gas, then absorption is very minimal. It doesn't give you anything, just ineffective. If you inject, you have to inject, it's completely different things. UCG is conducted at the pressure lower than hydrostatic to protect groundwater. This is one thing. CO2 is injected not for protection of groundwater, but to achieve adsorption. Adsorption, you need supercritical CO2 injection. If it is not supercritical, it is not effective, negligible effect, but don't do it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, there may be number of questions that Mr. Blunderman is available after this session also. You can network with him. Sir, over to the chairperson. With your permission, shall we close the sessions? Yeah, we have come to the very long day, and thank you for your patience. And it is a time for felicitating the honorable speakers. I request the chairperson to be on the stage, sir. Now I request Mr. Sandeep Goyal is connected online, and thank you very much for you. And next I request Mr. Vikrant Gupta to get facilitated from the chairperson. Next, Commander Gop Kumar, sir, please. Yeah. And now, Mr. Dr. Michael Blunderman. Next, Naranja, please. And lastly, Anushka, ma'am, please. Now I request Sri Dhananjay Srikanth sir, GM Technical Services and Commercial from Coal Mining Headquarters to facilitate the chairperson. Just a last request. I request all the speakers and the chairman for a group photo, so we can have a memories. Just join the thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. And it's all from our side. I'll hand over this to Mr. Karan. Thank you, Karan.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, we formally conclude today's presentation. Now, I would request everyone, and I invite them for networking dinner as we move forward. देवियों और सज्जनों, इसी के साथ हम आज का ये नवाचारी दिन समापन करते हैं। कल हम फिर इसी मंच से नए विचारों के साथ फिर मुलाकात करेंगे। आप सभी को मैं नेटवर्किंग डिनर पे आमंत्रित करता हूँ। At 10 a.m. we'll start. At 9:30 we'll be sitting, and at 10 a.m. we'll be starting with the presentations. Networking dinner swimming pool के पास है. The networking dinner is near the swimming pool. Tomorrow we'll be uniting at 9:30, and the presentations will begin by 10. Thank you so much. Good night, everyone. Shubh Ratri.